Just 4 months on from our thrilling season finale, we return to Spa once more, this time for the opening round of 24/8 Series Esports in the 2022-23 season. 42 hours of racing across 6 rounds will decide the 4 champions of this series, which is one of the most stacked and competitive fields we have ever seen. With less than 1 second separating our top 2 after a 12-hour race here last time out, this race won't be one to miss. Hello everybody, my name is Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes for the show here tonight. David, 6 hours at Spa. We're kicking off our season where we left off with last season, and we left off with a great race.
Yeah, absolutely, and it is so good to be back with more of this championship. It's one of the best privately organised leagues that I think there is anywhere in the world of sim racing. I mean, once you look past the officially iRacing organised and sanctioned world championships and some others out there, this at its heart started as a desire of the community of iRacing, and it has grown. It's grown now in fantastic partnership with Creventic and 24 Hours Series as of the last 3 seasons or so, to where it is right now. 4 classes of racing, amazing competition, and just absolutely stacked talent in every model of car everywhere you can look in the field. We've got a great season ahead of us.
We certainly have. We'll talk a little bit more about all of the classes and all of that business as we go on forward. But we are just stepping into qualifying right now. Just to explain how the format works, qualifying is done separately with each of the classes. So TCR will be out there first, then we'll be going with the GT4s a little bit later, the 992 Porsche Cup cars, then the GT3s will be going in ascending pace order, if you like. And then we'll be ready to go racing as well in a few moments' time when we've done all that. But for now, it's TCR qualifying time, and gives us a bit of chance to talk about these teams. 10 teams on the grid here in this TCR field, and it's a bit of a different look here, David, to what we saw in TCR last season. Obviously, we started last season in the midst of about this time in 2021, where the TCR class in iRacing looked very, very different to what it does now.
Yeah, exactly. What we're going to see from this season, tracks-wise, cars-wise, is a great window into what's changed on the iRacing service in the last 12 months, because the schedule locked in at the start of the championship. It was all Audi RS3 LMS in this TCR class a season ago. Now, look at this. The Hyundai, the Honda. Amazing cars, raced globally all around the world at all sorts of tracks. They are at home at circuits like the Nordschleife, like Spa, and as much as they're then home at little tracks like Oran Park, like Knock Hill even. So they are amazing here in the sunshine, and they're always just super close racing as well.
They certainly are, and that's what we hope they're going to produce for us here this afternoon as well. 15 minutes for all of the qualifying sessions, as I mentioned, and some teams to look out for you as well. We unfortunately don't have the reigning champions on the grid. Core Sim Racing were champions last season in the 24/8 Series Esports TCR category after dominating the season pretty much. The highest placed team that we do have returning is Team Huizinveld from 4th place, I think they were last season. They won the 6 hours of Sebring race, which we're going to have coming up in about a month or two's time. So they'll be revisiting that venue. And of course, last season they won the Ivra Club Sport Series in the TCR category. So they do know what they're doing in this car, although they are most commonly seen in the Audi, of course, which is not available here to the teams and drivers this season. SimRC, though, are setting the pace here for the moment. They won the TCR category in 2020-21 season, which is becoming a bit of a distant memory. They won the GT4 championship last season, but it's SimRC setting the pace right now. Corentin Guinez is the current pole sitter, if you like, for TCR. We're very much in the early moments of this qualifying session, though. Not too much to speak of for these guys right now. They're settling into the rhythm and getting on with it, but only 15 minutes is not going to give them many laps here. You do need to nail it pretty quickly.
Yeah, of course, a massive lap is the Circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, 7 kilometres. longest on the Formula One calendar, for example. So awesome to be here at a circuit that is very, very well known for sports car and touring car racing. But it does present a challenge, like you mentioned, in that regard, that it is a big lap, small mistakes early on, therefore very punishing when you've only got a couple opportunities to really give it your all and try to give it 100% for your qualifying run, not just 99 or consistent race pace. This is about one brutal, full attack flying lap, and because of the size of the circuit, you only get a couple goes at that.
Yeah, I mean, we're in the 2:33s at the moment, which even if you're running at full pace from start to finish, only gives you 6 laps, and you've got to figure an outlap in there as well. So 5 laps at the very maximum for these teams and drivers. We're on board with Carbon SimSport at the moment, the only all-Polish team, if you like, in the TCR category. Both Carbon SimSport itself and all of the drivers from the European countries. So good to see them out here.
They're a well-polished machine.
Oh dear, it's already begun. Only a few minutes in. But let's hope so anyway.
Slipstreaming, though, so critical, right? Especially for our TCR cars. It's great to have this style of qualifying for this style of racing. All the TCR cars out qualifying together. If you've got teammates, maybe try to work with them. If you don't, there's a bit of gamesmanship afoot as well. So that also factors into trying to nail your qualifying, as it's not just about your effort, it's about your car placement, it's about your strategy a little bit as well.
Yeah, and how much do you think that is going to play into a role as we go through with this qualifying session? Is this something that we're only going to see in TCR, or is it right up all the way to the GT3s, where there's going to be drivers looking over their shoulder and thinking, well, I'm not towing you along, I'm going to let you through, and all of that gamesmanship that brings along, as you say?
Well, I think the answer is the slipstream is pretty powerful for all 4 categories of cars that we've got. But the TCR, as the slowest class, as the least horsepower, spend the most amount of time trying to get up that Kemmel straight, trying to make the run towards Blanchimont. They benefit a little more from the slipstream, I think, than you are going to see in GT3 or that Porsche Cup car. Probably the car least susceptible and least in need of a slipstream, but of course we get to them later, and you're seeing a little bit of this here. Cars pulling out, looking to get to the back of this train, and a little bit of push and shove there.
Very much so. A lot of it. I just want to mention something for... Oh, there's a big slide for Carbon SimSport on the way to Pouhon. That is very impressive, but it's not going to do you any good in terms of lap time. Would like to just read a little bit of the driver's briefing in terms of qualifying here, especially given what we just saw there from Maniti Racing. Cars not on a time lap must be predictable, not obstruct other cars. Well, we've seen a lot of that already, I've got to be honest. There's a lot of that going on here. Let's not forget, this is half of the TCR field on your camera shot right now. These 5 right here makes up half of the 10 that we've currently got out there. So yeah, it's pretty busy in this particular portion, and once again, Carbon SimSport this time go to the back. This session, by the way, ends at 1 hour and 5 to go in the overall top left timer, as you can see up there. So there's not that long left for them, 2 laps at most, and yeah, it's quite remarkable to see this already. At the moment, though, it's very notable that 2 teams not involved with these guys running out on their own. This team here, SimRC, also Impulse Racing, they're not worrying about being in slipstream, jockeying for position in qualifying. They're just getting their head down and doing their lap times on their own, and you get the feeling at this point that might be a better idea given how quickly they're going. SimRC extend their lead, and Zenith Esports also on their own, go a little bit quicker too.
Yeah, I mean, Pure Sims got balked a little bit on the lap that they've just completed. Carbon ran wide and then aborted their lap and almost balked Pure Sims again in that case. So it has been a little messy for these groups here, but you know, you're taking a gamble, I think, trying to qualify in this pack. You're hoping that a good slipstream and a bit of luck will shoot you to the top, even though you know you're taking a risk on maybe it's going to throw away some of your other laps. So it's working for SimRC at the moment, just fractionally at the top of the timing at the moment. Their highest speed at the end of the Kemmel Straight's been 227 kilometers an hour. The record in the class at the moment is 229. from Carbon SimSport, who we know have been in here trying to pick up a little bit of a draft, a little bit of a tow. That says to me that it might be worth 2 kilometres an hour to be in the draft, but it's not worth 10 or 15.
No, it might. No, we'll see. It's all about that balance, about getting the slipstream, of course, but also you don't want to be held up through the more technical sections that this circuit has to offer. So we focus in on one of the cars further towards the middle of this train in one of the Hondas. Got plenty of variety, by the way, not only in this group, but also overall in the class. The Hondas and the Hyundais also being, that's English, sorry, but you get the idea. They're both being used here today. Pretty 50-50 split, actually, in terms of the entry list. Anyway, we've got a pretty even split of the two manufacturers, which is good to see, of course, and we'll speak a little bit more on those manufacturers and what cars we have on offer here in this season in a few moments' time when we're in one of the breaks for qualifying. But we're coming down towards the final 2 minutes right now. SimRC with that 2 minute 33.0 currently on top. It's Corentin Guinez currently on that provisional pole position, followed by Zenith Esports, then Full Send Racing. But are we going to see any faster lap times in the very final moments here? We're going to see a load of new lap times coming over the line right now for Aspar Team Esports and the like. Over the line for Pure Sims as well. Are there any improvements? There certainly are.
Pure Sims are going to go to the top. I was looking at some of these sector times, and while there was no real purple sectors from Pure Sims, or they were purple in sector 2, so that's a Camel Straight with a bit of a toe, but then just improvements, personal best, clean stuff through the middle of the lap, sectors 3 and 4 of the 5 sectors that I can see on my timing screen. So they are all continuing to improve. These tyres keep giving over the qualifying as well. 15 minutes, no tyre changes or anything going on, which sometimes some classes a car might want to do, have more than one run, but they just keep building and building and building in these track conditions, 25 Celsius.
Hoisingveld also improving on that lap time, by the way, to 8th place as Aspar slowed down, and that will be the end of their session there. 5th place and no better for that team. And off the road for everybody, and Zenith Esports are going to be pretty furious about that, flashing the lights at Maniti Racing, and also another car that went off straight in front of them. I think it was Carbon SimSport, flashing the lights even so, and also flashing the lights there was Aspar, even though they weren't really involved in it. Couple of cars off the road, and this is exactly why maybe not running in a group like this is a bit safer. If cars go off in front of you like that, then you are going to be stuck behind them.
And that'll be the last attempt at a qualifying lap for this group of cars, because in 15 seconds the checkered flag waves. Everyone who's on a timed run is going to get to finish it, but no one is going to start any new laps. And at that time, the next class of cars, the GT4s, are going to start lining up at pit entry, waiting for the green flag on their 15 minutes. But there goes the checkered flag for TCR Qualifying now. So all of these cars that tripped over each other, got balked in Lacombe, well, that's their session done. And it started right in front of Zenith Esports here. We saw it and you were thinking, you're off the road, your qualifying lap is gone. Why are you steering back onto the racing line? Just keep going through the gravel trap. And you've got nothing to gain from pulling back onto circuit.
Yeah, I do agree. It's hard to think about all of that in the moment, admittedly, but it is. It would probably have been the better idea. Hard to blame Maniti Racing too much, other than for that, of course. It was Carbon SimSport, I think, who got into the back of them in the end. They both. It wasn't a case of both of them just running wide under the amount of speed that they had. It was just a case of braking too late. SimRC, by the way, did improve ever so slightly on that lap time. Corentin Guinez managed to go a little bit quicker. He also got into the 2 minute 32s, actually, but didn't quite get close enough to Pure Sims to overhaul them. Full Send Racing have gone a bit quicker there. Michael Polasek goes up into 5th place, and there's a couple more drivers to come across the line as well. Impulse Racing being one of them. I think that's MSI Esports just up in front as well. 10th place for them at the moment, which is a big surprise for the Spanish team. They had a decent season last time out. I think they were 3rd at the end of the year. Hoisingveld improved to 4th. MSI improved to 9th. But there's a couple of big surprises. Look at the bottom 4 teams of that TCR category. Hoisingveld, Impulse, MSI, Maniti in the bottom 4 of this qualifying session. That, wait, first of all, shows you just how competitive this field is, but also how strange that qualifying session ended up being.
Yeah, stalwarts of this style of multi-class team endurance racing, Huizenfeld, Impulse, MSI, Maniti, at the bottom of that qualifying session. But what I do note from that, it is still super close in class with all of that. 8/10 to cover the whole field at a big, and I mean really big lap like Spa. That's great.
Absolutely. It was a great qualifying session in TCR, but Pure Sims are going to be on pole. Well, we've got a couple of moments until we get underway for GT4 qualifying, but before we do, let's tell you a little bit about what we've got coming up here this season in the 24H Series Esports. It's the 6 hours of Spa to kick off here today, and then in 4 weeks' time we'll be in America for a couple of rounds. 6 hours of Sebring and 6 hours of Circuit of the Americas will be back to back, and then we'll be back over into Europe for the final race of 2022. The first race of 2023 will be in Germany at the 6 hours of Nurburgring. Then it is the big double length, double points finale, this time at Barcelona for a 12-hour on the 4th of March. Quite an early end to the season here this time around. However, that's the way it will be here this season. So that's what we've got to look forward to here in 2022 and 2023. Let's take a look as well at how that TCR qualifying session ended up. It's a 2:32.8 from Steam Ledger to get Pure Sims Esports onto the pole. SimRC will be alongside them. Zenith just about got ahead of Carbon Simsport by the end by only 100th of a second. It was pretty close as well between Full Send Racing and SERIES Esports. Team Huizenfeld surprisingly down in 7th with Fabian Siegman at the wheel of that car. Chris T. Shorter won't be used to finishing down in 8th place in these sessions either. He has done for Impulse Esports. MSI will be disappointed with 9th, as well as Damien Owen Harris, who was hit on his final lap. 7 temps down, and last for Maniti Racing in that TCR category. Well, 10 of the cars down and still 50 to qualify in these remaining sessions. We're counting down towards GT4 qualifying, but a word on the schedule here, David, just before we get going, because it's not a schedule that has thrown up any surprises here this season. You very much expect all of those 6 circuits to be on the calendar. I guess the main difference is Barcelona will now host our double points finale, but as I say, no real big shocks for the teams when this schedule was announced.
I think the biggest shock's got to be that penultimate round on the Nurburgring combined with the Nordschleife. I mean, all the other circuits we have to go to in 24-hour Series Esports. You look at the real-world Creventic calendar, and you know, Barcelona, Monza, Coda, Sebring, Spa, tracks that the real world series and the real world drivers go to quite frequently and love. So we've got to mirror the real world schedule, but they're all great sports car tracks.
Absolutely. Well, that's why they're used in real life, and that's why we're using them here as well. So, if they were bad circuits, we wouldn't use that. You're absolutely right, though. The big shock will be when we go to the combined Nurburgring layout, and if we have a 60-car grid like we have here, then it's going to be an enthralling 6-hour race. As you can see, and as you can probably hear by now, the GT4s are making their way out. It will be the turn of the 992 Porsche Cup cars a little bit later, and then the GT3s to end off this session. But we have to say here, David, in this GT4 series, you're having a look through right now at home maybe. Is this a Mercedes Cup category? No, not quite. There's a couple of Aston Martins, but there aren't many, put it that way.
Well, if you're blind, it's a one-make category because it's the same Mercedes-Benz turbocharged V8 engine in both of these models of cars. Now, they don't really share a chassis or a platform, and I believe the GT4 cars are relatively independently developed, but of course modern Aston Martin road cars, which of course the GT4 car is derived from, do share quite a bit of Mercedes-Benz technology these days. It is, by all accounts, a pretty damn good engine though, so no real complaints there, and hopefully with that in mind we're going to have a little bit of diversity of the cars in this class, but no diversity in who can compete for wins and be competitive.
Absolutely. It's another very, very strong field indeed. We, once again, don't have quite the same lineup in the GT4 reigning champions. It was Team 75 Bernard by SimRC who won the GT4 championship last season. They do have an entry for this season, but it is an Aston Martin, and it's only SimRC, Team 75 Bernard, not attached to their name. Whereas they are in the other categories they have entered into, including, well, apart from TCR, where it's the same, it's just SimRC, but in 992 and in GT3, it is very much Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, and just look at this, we thought it might be over, the gamesmanship is beginning. I mean, I'm beginning to think, why aren't these teams just getting out front, get on your own, and get these lap times in, because this jockeying for distance is so dangerous, it's so disruptive. I personally, as a driver, would absolutely hate it. So surely some of these guys are going to be thinking, screw this, I'm going on my own here.
Well, it is Mercedes-Benz car park in the final sector. You can see quite a lot of teammates in this category trying to work together. You've got the Pure Sims cars there, twin Mercedes, and a few others that have decided, well, I'm going to be right in behind you. Well, I'm going to be right in behind you. And here comes the whole field to start sort of the first of their flying laps. It looks orderly now. I don't think it will as we get deeper into this session.
It certainly won't be very orderly later on. There's no doubt about that. They are making their way down the hill towards Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time in this qualifying session, which will end at 45 minutes to go in the top left-hand side of your screen. By the way, we've still got more than 10 minutes to go through here and look at some of the teams. And look at that, the car that was leading initially has already pulled aside and gone to the back. Now, this is the interesting part for me, is that we've got two Pure Sims cars in the GT4 category here. The 416 and the 417 are both Pure Sims cars. Now, this is where things maybe get a bit more orderly, if there's because in TCR there are no teammates really to really speak of, so it makes it very difficult when everyone's fending for themselves. However, in this GT4 category, we do have some teams with teammates, and maybe with a bit of Pure Sims Esports organisation, this session might be a little bit cleaner than maybe what we saw in TCR.
I admire your optimism. Let's wait and see, because it's working at the moment for the group, because the two teammates up front are trying to work together. Everyone else is along for the ride, but I feel like you've got to imagine at some point they're going to try to swap their cars at Pure Sims, and that's not going to be an easy task if there's all of these cars behind pushing on full attack laps. Between the two of them, they can control what they do, but they can't control what everyone else does, and they can't impede them. So this is a great view on board in the traffic, the school drop-off run, the Mercedes traffic, Dylan B. Scrivens, Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports, so I'm not sure they had a whole lot of choice in what car they were going to be running in this class, but it doesn't seem like they've made an unpopular decision with that one. GT4 cars are always pretty interesting, not that much horsepower less than a GT3, but a lot more body roll and a lot less downforce, and just a little less compliant all around, and you saw that through Blanchimont. Not flat out for these cars like it can be sometimes for other lower horsepower, higher grip machines.
Now let's see these lap times going over the line, because this is going to be very, very close with a very strong field, and there's already a lot of cars dropping back. Dylan Scrivens, the man we're riding on board with right now, goes to the front with the 217.5, but 226.5 I should say. Team Fordzilla though go further towards the front. The only other race winners apart from SimRC last season, they have topped this qualifying session by less than a tenth of a second. I've got to say though, on a personal level, this is the team that we're on board with right now that I'm tipping for GT4 glory here this season. At Urano Esports, they've got a very strong team indeed, with Dylan Scrivens, who's driving at the moment. Jupp de Licht is there as well as Konstantin Scharf as well. So they're going to be ones to watch. But Team Fordzilla will be as well in the 466. It's Josh Poulain who's currently driving that one at the moment. Is a fellow British Islander, if that's a word. Reece Carroll will be also driving, as well as Ruben Rodriguez, who will be accompanying them. But it's Team Fordzilla at the moment who are topping this session, but it's very, very close. There's no doubt about that, and it's going to be a great season in this GT4 category. I've got to say, at times last season, it was a bit of a one a one-team show, but it doesn't look like that's going to repeat itself this season if this session's anything to go by anyway.
Yeah, I mean, our first 12 cars with representative times are again within about 8/10 of each other. You've got 4 cars that we're still waiting to see proper times out of. SRC Movano Corsa is one of them. And I'm still watching all of these, mini sectors to see who's flying and who's right up there. Well, it was Scrivens in the Urano car for the purple first sector. Now that they're building more tyre temperature, more speed, more commitment on this second flying lap. SRC Movano Corsa picked up the purple second sector, and SimRC 476, who've got no time on the board yet at all, picked up the purple third sector. So at the end of this flying lap, expect to see a lot more change again. Urano in second, tracking to take that pole away. SRC Movano Corsa have, I think, almost given away their first flying lap to get positioned well for this one.
Always a dangerous game to play, but it could give you high rewards at the same time. So let's wait and see which on that occasion it's going to be, as a dive down the inside from Fordilla and straight into the pit lane, ducking in, very nearly hitting the wall as Dylan Scrivens goes faster. A 2:26.0, very nearly a 26.1, but we'll count it as a 26.0. There we are, 0.3 of a second he now has over the rest of the field. So it's a nice early lap from him as we go back to the best performing Aston Martin so far. SimRC defending their GT4 crown at the moment with decent success. The other Aston Martin, by the way, is out of Junkos Racing Esports.
Did you see that? I've never seen that before. One of the teams just pulled out of Eau Rouge Raidillon and used the endurance pit lane exit to avoid these cars that are still on their flying laps. Unlike TCR, we've got a split in sort of how the strategy is being run. TCR, they all got out there and then they used their full 15 minutes. Here, we had a bunch of cars pull into pit lane, didn't we? You've got a couple of cars that are looking like they're doing a push lap, a cool lap, and are then either going to pit in or go for another push lap. And you've got a few, like we ride on board with here, going for sort of 2 back-to-back push laps or maybe 2 prep laps, and they've only now reached their first flying lap. Much more variety to the strategy. Interesting to see, and what that could give us is yet more shake-up to the order on that final running lap.
Absolutely, yeah. It's interesting to see, and it's going to alleviate some of the chaos that we've seen. Still, people going for the same qualifying strategy will be upon one another, and then the games may begin again. But either we've basically split the field in half, more or less, in terms of different ways of, or into thirds, if you like, in terms of different ways of actually doing this. Which does help us out just a little bit. We're on board, though, in one of the coolest interiors in iRacing, I've got to say, in a personal opinion. Lucas Gabler doing a good job for SimRC at the moment. There you can see his first couple of sector times. Doing decently well. We'll see how much further up the order he can get and how close he can get to Dylan Scrivens, who's currently on top in this session. It's full commitment through Blanchimont, trying to get as much speed through there as possible. A little shift down into 5th gear even, and then we break into the bus stop chicane, trying to hit the 2 apex all right, but it's not going to happen on this occasion for Gabler. He's going to be pushing this pretty fine in terms of making this around again, because we've got less than 5 minutes to go now.
Yeah, I could see he wasn't improving in some of the later sectors, and so they've gone away from that to then go one more set of tyres, one last run at trying to shake it up. And you know what makes an interesting qualifying session? It is when there's hope for some movement right at the end, right on that flying lap. You think about a qualifying session, for example, that starts wet and starts to form a drying line. Those are always really exciting sessions as the times keep tumbling and tumbling and tumbling, and it can be a, last man, last driver to the line kind of situation. Well, what we've got going on here is as we get deeper into the afternoon, the track is just subtly cooling off, which gives everyone hope that golden lap could still be there right at the end of the session for them. Everyone's still pushing, trying to take their pit stop or their tyre change to be in position to be able to make a run for that pole position on the final lap that GT4 are going to get to run.
Yes, it's been very entertaining so far. Just to update you, by the way, on in-sim time, The day is technically yesterday, but that doesn't really matter. We're running at this time of year. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon was the time in sim. It's now 4:30. There you can see the track temperatures. So you're right, it is going to be cooling off at this time of day. And by the time we get to the end of GT3 qualifying, it's going to be 5:15 in the evening. At this time of year, things do really start to cool off. But we're just stepping into the autumn now in the northern hemisphere, anyway. It's just getting that little bit colder, and it is increasing the excitement for this session. The race will begin at 10 a.m. in sim, so it's not quite going to have the same effects, but we are going to have a heating up process going through the first portion of the race, as we've got some new fastest sectors going around the circuit now. David, final minutes coming up.
Yeah, Pure Sims and Matthew Turnbull, I think, might have been the car that was towing the teammate earlier on. Now it's the time for the 416 to try to put in their best qualifying effort compared to their teammates in the 417. And Junkos Racing Esports, 13th at the moment in this class. They are in their final sector. They've been pushing on as well, trying to improve. Here is that Pure Sims 416 that... we'll see how it goes. 8th at the minute. Are they still pushing on, still improving? I think so. And 9th? Are they still going to sit there?
8th place, just a quick move up there. It wasn't a great bus stop chicane, actually, for Matthew Turnbull. He might have thrown away a bit of improvement there, but either way, he has got another position. These will set up the final laps as well, by the way, for some of these teams, as Team Fordzilla are just getting on to a bit of traffic here in the form of Impulse over the line. Going to get a great draft up towards the start-finish line, but then they're going to be halted on this next lap, surely, if this doesn't change. Have they improved? They have improved, but not quite enough. It was not a bad lap from Josh Poulain, but it's not quite as good as Dylan Scriven's lap earlier on, and now Impulse do pull out the way. So out the first corner, Fordzilla have got a little bit of a slipstream, but it's basically Urano versus Fordzilla for this pole position. Dylan Scrivens versus Josh Poulain, only a 10th between them. They're not far away from each other on the racetrack, and they're going to be pushing as hard as they possibly can to get that one last improvement. Here's Scrivens. He's got a bit of a draft, and that could be the difference by the end.
Really different complexion to the qualifying now than those earlier runs, though. Remember, we had almost the entirety of the field in one train. Now they're a lot more spread out, but Scrivens has still managed to find a slipstream down the Kemmel Straight here. Car out of the way to the right. All these little distractions you've got to put out of your mind and still nail your braking zone, nail the transfer through these changes of direction here. Scrivens getting up on all of the curbs, but still eyes on the bumper of the car in front. Once you're this close, this early in the qualifying lap, not optimal. Purple to the end of the Kemmel Straight, but it's the whole rest of the lap that's gonna form a bit of concern here. There aren't that many purple sectors popping up. A lot of personal bests, and drivers will be trying to make sure they get as close as they can to their theoretical optimal lap by stringing together consistent sectors at this point in quali.
And it's Dylan Scrivens backs off, so he knows that this is not going to be an improvement. He flashes the lights as well. I wonder if he's pretty unimpressed with the team just in front of them. And ironically, Fordzilla past Urano in a bit of irony, certainly, for those two teams as they're fighting with each other for the opening pole position of the season. SimRC won't be improving here on this lap time by the looks of things. They're going into the pit lane. There's 5-Star Motorsport. It could have been them, actually, who went through on Urano. But let's see. The checkered flag is now waving. It is out, and this will be the final laps of the session. 5-Star Motorsport, by the way, last place in the GT4 standings at the moment. Not where they want to be at all for a team of their standard. They want to improve a little bit, and interestingly, all four of the top four are still out there on the circuit. Very much could see improvements from some of them. 5-Star Motorsport, though, are going to be the next ones to come across the line. Where are they going to get to with this late final lap time? It's going to be 12th place for them. No more improvements from anybody else. Dylan Scrivens, Josh Poulain and Martin Siratek from the top four positions all into the pit lane. Fraser Williamson for SRC Movano Corsa, the final driver out there at the moment. I don't know if he's improving or not right now, but it looks like the positions are pretty much settled now.
Yeah, I think that's all locked in. All of the cars taking that checkered flag within a minute of it being out, it would have been interesting to see if someone tried to go alternate and get some clean track here. But the slipstream for these GT4 cars definitely did seem to be worth something. And I guess it pays to mention then, you've got to balance the benefit of the slipstream versus the risk of a bit of dirty air through the middle sector. And so for some cars, it's, on balance, it kind of washes out. But for these low downforce, low aerodynamics GT4s, well, the slipstream is really powerful and the dirty air doesn't really matter. So I think on the balance between how much speed do they gain with the slipstream versus how much do they lose through the corners with dirty air, this is probably one of the classes of car it's seeming like really gain from a toe.
Been a very, very exciting qualifying session indeed. A couple of the drivers making their way back to pit lane. It looks like that's the only reason Fraser Williamson is still out there at the moment. Same for Øystein Hereford and also Morgan Burkhart. You can see here on the screen, or you could see that. That was the hard point by Delta Sport 499. You could just see in the background of some of those camera shots. But we are just a couple of moments away from 992 qualifying. The pace will just be stepped up ever so slightly. Before we get there, we'll have a look at another graphic for you here to really introduce you to the new 24/8 Series Esports season in 2022 and 2023. It's of course the cars that are available here this season. The most numerous of the classes in terms of manufacturers, it's the GT3s with BMW, Lamborghini and Porsche. We've got obviously the 992 class is just the Porsche Cup cars. We've seen the GT4s there with a bit of variety with Aston Martin and Mercedes. Got a bit of variety in TCR with Honda and Hyundai as well. So great to see for all of those four classes. A four-car series, David, is not something we see very often, and what that does present for you in iRacing is a bit of a minefield when you're a race organizer in terms of what cars am I going to allow these guys to select. And I think they've done a pretty good job spreading this one out through the classes. You don't want to see 5 GT3s if the other classes are basically going to be spec classes. You want to spread it out a bit, and they've done a good job with doing that.
Yeah, I think so. What a great problem to have. Too many TCR, GT4 and GT3 models to be able to allow all of them. And they have, as you say, given it a good balance. 3 GT3 cars gives us some good variety there. GT4 and TCR not spec categories this year. Of course, Porsche Cup is always a spec category. That's part of its allure as we look back at that GT4 qualifying session.
It was a great qualifying session for people from the UK. Dylan Scrivens taking that pole position, Josh Poulain second, with Fraser Williamson in third. There we are, Martin Schuretek from CSRA by Entropic was in that fourth place ahead of Pure Sims Esports, who will round out the top 5. Fiercely Forward will be next ahead of Sebo Esports with Roberto Ferrari. Matthew Turnbull was the second best performing Pure Sim Esports driver, alongside the best performing Aston Martin of the day belonging to Sim RC. Top Freak Racing will be rounding out the top 10. Just outside of that top 10 as well, we've got Undercut Racing Team White in that 463. Then 5-Star Motorsport, Øystein Hereford did the best lap time for them. Raymond Sheffers was next for Impulse Racing. Then it's the all-Argentinian lineup for Juncos Racing Esports. Hot Pump by Delta Sport and SCK Racing, round out the 16-car GT4 grid, and there they all are at the bottom of your screen. So then, half of the qualifying sessions are done. We've got half of them to go. It's the time of the Porsche 992 Cup category. Another category where we don't have the returning champions in the series this year. Autos Esports were the dominant team from 2021 to 2022. But we're going to see a new champion crowned on this occasion because Autos Esports have decided to turn their hand to the GT3s that we're going to see in a few moments' time. One thing that we are seeing, though, is that as we get faster with these categories, the chaos is not getting any more orderly. We've already got damage to some of those cars out there, David.
Yeah, start of this qualifying session, cars were lined up, well, some of the cars were lined up at pit exit. Race control threw the green flag at pit exit. The car at pit exit didn't immediately go, and then other cars were pulling out of their pit garages into the pit lane. It's an 80 km/h pit lane speed limit here at Spa now, which is faster than it's been in years and seasons gone by. And well, car at the front didn't go. Some of the cars behind were maybe not paying attention as they should, and just a highway spec nose to tail fender bender for a few. No ridiculous damage, but per the rules then, they've all got to go around to come back into pit lane to maybe fix it. You saw a few of these cars with a crinkled nose or crinkled tail. Here comes one, damage on the front right there. And we saw someone, second car in the train here, with damage to the rear as well. By the fact that they're second and third in the train, I think you might guess that is which nose met which tail, but then it happened again deeper in the field, so I estimate at least 5 damaged cars before they left pit lane for this qualifying session, which we repeat, short, sharp 15-minute one as well.
It is. TCR Esports were one of the teams that got hit into by that car just up in front of them. Doesn't take a genius to realise quite what happened there. Both of them will be in the pit lane right now. Of course, you can't escape out on circuit in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship, so
which is good and sensible and sane.
Absolutely, yeah. It's very. I'm a big fan of that rule. I'm a big fan of when any series implements it, actually. But there we are. It does mean it's not great news for those who have damage right now, because it means they have to come down pit lane and repair the damage. But that does happen in real life. So it's something that they'll just have to deal with throughout this session. We're getting underway though. We're on board with Williams Esports and Alessandro Pico, who will be driving the 995. In this category, making his way up the hill through Eau Rouge and Radion, and now down the long Pemmel straight. We'll see just where he gets to in this session. Very young team, actually, by the way, in the 992 category. Both teenagers, Alessandro Bico and also Kamil Grabowski as well, who will be out there. Young team, but sometimes it's good to have a young team with fresh ideas, fresh minds, and all the pace that has to offer as well. Because you've seen Bico and Grabowski in the past; they're not slow drivers.
Yeah, I want to say this is going to be one of the most competitive categories to watch this season, but I'm probably going to have to walk that back when we see that almost all of them are pretty competitive. When you look at the names, you look at how close the qualifying's been for the two categories we've seen so far. This one, again, a little messy for the first qualifying session of the season, and we saw that the Manichi car therefore ended up being the car taking the line to start a flying lap first. We are going to get a few times trickle through soon.
We certainly are. First lap times will be coming across the line very soon. I think you're absolutely right, though. This is going to be one of the most competitive categories. However, all 4 of them are absolutely loving these qualifying sessions at the moment, and just seeing how good these guys are, how fast we're going at the moment in these categories. It's absolutely fantastic to watch. Going to see the first laps coming up very soon, though, with just over 10 minutes remaining in this qualifying session, I believe. Yes, we do. 25 minutes in the top left will be when we finally will end this session. Through the final chicane now for Alessandro Bico. He makes his way over the line. Manichi Racing will be the first over the line, but who is going to be fastest? Bico will set his mark. Make his mark, and it doesn't look like... it does look like he's set a lap time, because it's the fastest so far. 2:17.6 for him. Just in behind, Sam Koita of Urano. Those two very evenly matched in these opening moments here of this session. Yeah, very competitive indeed. Williams and Urano 1 and 2 at the moment. Two very, very strong teams setting the pace, at least on the opening laps.
Always well known that this Porsche Cup car is very, very good in a straight line. Now, it's got, and we'll touch on this maybe a bit later, a little bit of bop on it to make it play nicer with the GT3 cars, and for that, every single car in this class carrying an extra 7 kilograms and missing about 6 or 7 horsepower or so. Despite that, already seeing speeds about 270 kilometers an hour at the end of the Campbell Straight in a tow.
Interesting to see how these guys are playing it now. It's slightly less chaotic than what we saw in the previous two sessions, actually, but we did see up the camel straight for the first time. I thought we were going to get a repeat round 3 here in this session, but apparently not. We are focusing on this Williams Esports team, of course, and it does unfortunately look like they will have a time penalty, as we suspected earlier on. They will have a time penalty for the race for something they did in registration. So they did something incorrectly. They changed the driver apparently incorrectly and so on. So they will have to serve 60 seconds of a time penalty in the first hour and a half of the race. You'd expect them to do that at their first pit stop of the day. But you get 90 minutes to serve penalties here in the 24/8 Series Esports. And if you don't do that, then it will be doubled. And so you'd rather not. Also, of course, if you get them in the last 90 minutes of the race, you don't have to serve them in the race. So you can just have them added on at the very end, I believe. So that's my understanding of the rules anyway.
Yep. We've had that happen before as well, yeah. and had that situation that's been common to Formula One and many other championships where there's 4.5 seconds on the road between some cars, but the one in front's got a 5-second penalty, and you know, you can make a pass for position, I'm doing inverted commas that you can't see, by getting, you know, within that window of the time penalty that the car in front has. So absolutely something to occasionally look out for.
Certainly is. We've already got some plenty of, well, we've got 3 pre-race time penalties in terms of registration, and then a little bit later we'll talk to you a little bit about the incidents in qualifying, and there are a lot of them. I've got to say, 7 protests already in the protest sheet for qualifying. I don't know if that's unprecedented numbers, but I've not seen that in a qualifying protest sheet for a good while.
I mean, there was fun and games, although I don't know if everyone was having fun in every qualifying session so far, and a lot of it denoted by some angry flashing of headlights here, there and everywhere. So yeah, I mean, if you're gonna have this style of qualifying where we have a session with all the teams on track from one class together, then yeah, the stewards have got to look into the conduct of that session, positive and negatives to it, but I honestly do much prefer this style of qualifying. Far more realistic and far more entertaining than that sort of solo 2-lap qualifying that sometimes happens in official races and other championships.
Yeah, I have to say I'm not a fan of solo qualifying either. I know it's the standard, but it's not my favourite thing. I much prefer it like this. If we don't want qualifying to become a lottery, of course, that would, I suppose, be sending all 4 classes on at the same time for a 10-minute session or something. We don't want to see that, but we do want to see all the cars out there together, and that's what we have right now. No real improvements from many of the teams, actually, on that previous time around, so not too much to speak of in terms of improvements of lap times. We're still waiting for 3 teams to set their mark on the session, though. That's about Esports with Johan Royer, Oris Rincon with IRS, as well as SRC Movano Corsa, all waiting to set their first lap times of the day. I think some of those were involved in the pit lane shenanigans that we saw in the opening moments of this session, and maybe this has now begun between Williams Esports and Urano. Only 17 thousandths of a second separate them, so you get the feeling that slipstream for either one of them would settle this, but this is getting a bit dangerous now between the two. They're going very slowly on the road to Blanchimont. I think Maniti want to get in on this as well. That's not Maniti, excuse me, that's Apex Racing Academy. But the games have certainly begun, and they're going to end very soon. Less than 5 minutes left in this qualifying session, and really, it's anything to play for here, or everything to play for, I should say, with Williams and Urano being so well matched.
Yeah, if you're crossing the line right now, you've only got 2 more flying laps in this session, pretty much is what it looks like. So now into the flying laps we do go. I wonder how much that kind of speed on the preparation lap helps or hinders the tyre preparation.
Yeah, that's a good point. Not only got to think about the slipstream and so on, you've got to think about your own tyres and what you've got around you. So yeah, we'll see. Bit more slipstream here for Urano, who just stuck in to ATRS Esports, I think that was, on the right-hand side. Sam Kuta, we're on board with him right now, going towards Lecombe, using maximum amount of the road on the left-hand side to mount over these curbs as much as possible, and then through towards Malmedy. Run as wide as possible here without getting into the gravel and getting yourself an off-track before they begin the plunge downhill towards the lowest point on the circuit from the highest.
Did look a little unstable at points across some of these curbs. The suspension damping, I'd say, not quite as sophisticated on the Cup car as it is on the GT3s, for example. Doesn't like to ride the curbs quite as much. And at the top of Eau Rouge Radion, he had a bit of instability, and in other places as well. But it is quick, because all the sectors so far are the fastest anyone has done this session. Purple Sector 1, Purple Sector 2. I'm personally looking at a more detailed timing readout than the 3 on screen, and so it's a personal best through the middle there as well. This is on to be a pole lap. No one is matching it, but can he keep it tidy through the very quick and treacherous Blanchimont, through the difficult braking zone and the undulation at the bus stop, and then the traction to the line?
Let's see, commitment through Blanchimont needed and delivered by Sam Kuta, who might well be on towards pole position. There's still a chance to respond. There's still one more lap for both of them after this if they want it. But will it be needed for Urano Esports? Over towards the line now. Is it going to be a provisional pole position for them? It's a 2:17.1. It's much quicker than Williams Esports. 4/10 of a second, very nearly half a second. There for Urano. They have taken the provisional pole for the moment, trying to mirror their teammates, of course, from what we saw in GT4. Where they took that pole position with Dylan Scrivens. Sam Kuta trying to do the same. As there's Williams Esports going way wide, way too late on the brakes. This is a replay of what happened a few moments ago. I'm not sure whether they were pushing on their previous lap or what they were doing, whether they were just not concentrating, setting up for another lap, but it looks like, yeah, that their qualifying session's over.
They're on the same run plan as Urano here, and going along quite well, if I'm honest, matching a couple of the sectors. Definitely we're going to get a lot closer than that almost half a second that they currently sit adrift of the pointy end of qualifying. So for Williams Esports, they were trending to maybe cut that deficit down to about a 10th. And if there's other teams out there going quick right now that find themselves in position to improve, there is a huge wedge of space between first and second that others could go into and push that 995 away from the front row of the grid.
Oh, what a lap that was from Sam Kuta to get that pole position. It looks like for Urano Esports. Few more drivers yet to come across the line and really get their session underway. To be honest, we're still waiting for two teams to even set a lap time here. We're on board at the moment with the SRC Movano Corsa. It took a while for Jan Turnjak to get out there on the circuit and actually set a lap time in this session, but he now has done that. He was caught up in the opening mess that we saw down on pit lane, but now that's all sorted. And he's making his way down towards pit lane. Nordic are not going to be able to improve on this final lap for him, unfortunately. Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC, have been able to get up into third place there by the looks of things. The 975 has had a very good lap indeed. And there is one of the cars we're still waiting for a lap time from. The 960, I believe, hasn't set a lap time yet. Indeed, hasn't. Sebo Esports, with Johan Royer, still not able to get out there for a lap time. I'm not sure if they crossed the line in time to be able to complete this one as a proper lap, but either way, it's not looking great for them.
No, I think they took the checkered flag.
Yeah,
so
I do.
Checkered flag's out for the qualifying in this class, and I'm pretty sure. Oh gosh, if they didn't, it's super, super close. And we talk ad nauseum sometimes, especially in years gone past, about the track limits here at Spa, especially in qualifying. They are enforced very, very strictly, and they are very commonly abused. So you've got the middle section of Pouhon, for example. You've got Eau Rouge Radion, king of that sort of thing. But then also through Lacombe, Malmedy, Blanchimont, there are almost an entire handful of places where on a max attack lap, the quickest line is half an inch from throwing the lap away.
Absolutely, and hold that thought as well about track limits and off tracks and so on, because we'll get to that again soon, as Oris Rincon IRS managed to get himself into 7th place there in the 9.85. Into the pit lane as well for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC. That's the end of the session for Jürgen Frank, who is ending this one in 3rd. The remarkably experienced German done his job, and he's up to 3rd place in this session. Was part of the GT4 winning team actually from last season, so he knows what he's doing in this series. There is the Sebel Esports car. We don't believe this car will be able to complete its lap, but we'll wait and find out. The pit lane is coming up, and we are going to get a completion of the lap time from them. Did think the checkered flag was out actually, but either way they've carried on. So what's the lap time going to be?
Time.
Yeah,
it's 22:40 when they crossed the line, i.e. 2 minutes 20 since the checkered flag waved, and they've put in a lap time of 2 minutes 18. So if my back of the hand numbers says that they would have been 2 or 3 seconds on the wrong side of that, if they were on the correct side of the checkered flag, it can only have been by a second. So close, and they might have to look into that.
Absolutely, I think that was an illegal lap, certainly from Sebel Esports. Either way, they're in that 13th place for now, as we're going to see in a few moments' time. Before we get to that, though, we've got one final graphic to show you, to introduce you to 24/8 Series Esports here at the 6 Hours of Sport. It is, of course, the BOP, every driver's favourite subject. GT3's balanced out with the Lamborghini getting its full capacity here for this race. The BMW with a little bit less power and a little bit less fuel. The Porsche with weight and also less power and less fuel on that occasion. The GT4s have seen the Mercedes pegged back ever so slightly in the name of fuel, and the TCRs have seen the Veloster get a little bit less power and a little bit less fuel here for this race. Before we go any further though and talk about that, let's have a look at the standings after that qualifying session. Nearly half a second from Sam Kuita to Alessandro Bico at the end of that one, but you get the feeling in reality they are a little bit closer. Jürgen Frank for Team 75, Bernard by Sim RC got a top 3 ahead of Brandon Werner. Then it was Kane Halliburton rounding out the top 5. Epics Racing Academy 6th place ahead of Oris Rincon IRS. Maniti Racing maybe disappointed with that's down in 8th place for Maxime Marriott. Vince Peters was 9th for Aztec Simsports Visceral. Team Fordzilla round out the top 10 in 992. Just outside of the top 10 will be Wave Italy Racing Team, then SRC Movano Corsa Sebel Esports with that possibly illegal lap time. ATRS Esports 14th place ahead of Harvu, who will be in that 15th position. And indeed, I think we got a non-qualifier as well, or did we get everyone over the line? I think we did actually get everyone over the line in the end, but it was a struggle for some of the teams. Well, there we are. There's your BOP as well. But I want to just mention that again with the BOP, the GT3s with the Lamborghini getting no BOP really at all. With regards to power, with regards to fuel and weight, despite the fact they were definitely the strongest car from last season. Biela decided not to reuse the Lamborghini. They've gone for the BMW. It's very much a changed championship from what we saw last season, with the BMW, Porsche and Lamborghini available once again. But on this occasion, it's the Lamborghini that maybe has a bit of a disadvantage.
So here it is again, the lineup. Look at Altus out front saying, I ain't got time for that. Meanwhile, the chopping and the changing and the lanes, and 3 wide on the way on the prep lap. We are we are at risk of great quantities of shenanigans, and you can tell there's 2 or 3 teams that have decided, I want none of that, and are trying to do a pretty aggressive outlap.
And you can't blame them, really. It's a very, very busy field indeed. We've had 41 cars qualified already, which means there's still 19 to go, and they're all in the GT3s here today. So yeah, there's a lot to choose from. I want to go back briefly though to the track limits discussion you brought up a couple of moments ago, and the off tracks as well, and how it works at this particular circuit, because it is maybe a little bit different, or worth reminding either way, whether it's different or not, to what we've had previously. Once again, the off tracks will be monitored by race control. It's not done by the incident limit in iRacing here at the 24H Series Esports. It's done by race control monitoring off tracks themselves. So they will be given a warning after the first 25, and then a 25-second penalty for every 25 after that. So thinking like a racing driver, you've basically got 50 if you like. But you don't want to get warnings, obviously, either. Is that something that's manageable over 6 hours? 50 off tracks until you get a fairly hefty penalty in this race. Only 6 hours of a race. Is it manageable for these teams?
Well, you could probably do the whole 6-hour race with no off tracks if the penalty was they're gonna take away your dog. You know, like,
I get your point.
The teams can stay within the track limits. It's just the fastest way to race is to play, you know, a little loose with them and take some risk. So, you know, it's enforced. There's a penalty, and if one team finishes the race without a penalty, then it's possible, and it's the fault of all the other teams that, you know, were lackadaisical about their approach and their consistency and took too much risk. So, yes, any number of track limits is theoretically achievable for the race, and the teams need to adjust their attack level to optimize that. I think the number given is reasonable. The teams are going to be able to race. The teams are going to be able to go wheel to wheel and show us some great racing without the risk being, you know, the punishment being decapitation. So, yeah, I think 50 for the race is about right. You are going to see cars attacking the laps, trying to pass and racing, but not taking the mickey and not, you know, every single lap spending more time in the runoff than on the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. You make a good point. These drivers can do it, but they choose not to in the name of trying to go quickly. And we're on board with Sotomuto at the moment in a bit of a Williams Esports train. They've got a couple of cars here in this field here today. Sotomuto driving in the Williams Esports Chill Blast car. The other one being the Williams Esports BenQ, which will be Atte Kupanen driving for them. But it's going to be getting quite towards, well, not late at night for David Haynes alongside me here from Australia, but Sotomuto going to be going late into the night here tonight, being from the Far East in Japan as well, so he will be staying up quite late here tonight. We've got the reigning champions, Bila Team Euronics, once again, Bila Racing Team Euronics doing great things in their 45 and 46 car, but it's Sven Haas at the moment who's setting the early pace.
Yeah, so a couple of cars come to the line already. Williams Esports Chill Blast go to the top. The car we're looking at, Bila Racing 46, currently tracking to maybe take away that top spot at the moment. They were very good in the long, straight line sections of the first sector. Balanced a little bit in the middle, decent ending, and that is going to put them right to the top. Super slim margins there, but I think the BMW is looking good in straight line performance potentially at the moment. Then you've got those sort of mid-engine and rear-engine cars that might be a little better through the middle sector. Famously, that's the two characters of a Spa here. You've got the long, you know, Kemmel straight, really high speed, but then some very loaded corners that reward downforce and grip and rotation through Pouon, Lefania, and that part.
BS Competition have also come here with a very good team, there's no doubt about that. BS Competition in the 89 car have brought Felix Quirnbach, Julian Kesselhut and also Ryan Barneveld to this season. Barneveld was the driver to set that lap time just there. Nice early opening one for him, and of course not quite as quick as Keika Shube, who's driving the BS Turner car at the moment, the number 96, one of my favourite liveries in sim racing. They'll be helped, or Keika Shube himself will be helped by Nathan Lewis, Rainer Talbot and also Ruben Bonga, who will be with them. So two teams very much to be reckoned with alongside Biela, and also Williams. Simot C will be there as well. That rounds out your top five. But there's a lot of Porsches out there here this season. They've been hit hardest by BOP, but that's possibly because they're the strongest, especially here at the Spa circuit. So we'll see how it balances out. At the moment it's looking pretty good, with BMW leading Porsche and then another couple of BMWs, as there's a big train of cars going towards the pit lane. I thought some of these pit stops would maybe extend out the field a little bit, but that's not really happening so far, because
it's like the drop-off lane outside school, man. Just Porsches and BMWs, you know, lining up, pretending to obey the speed limit. Oh. Yeah, different run plan though, and I like this because, as you said, 19 cars in this GT3 category. It is the most populous. There are quite a handful of teammates. You do get this opportunity to do something different, try to work together, and it's a herd of zebras, isn't it?
Yes, I think so.
And again, the Williams teammates here have gone through the pit lane and are going to try to set up. And we saw TCR, everyone, for the 15 minutes on one set of tyres, improving, but clearly everyone in GT3 thinks that those tyres are only peak performance for one run, and then you've got to go get a new set. So we're talking all things Creventic. Boy, do I sure love me some Hankook tyres.
Absolutely. I mean, it's very interesting to see how tyres are interacting with the different classes, to be honest, because we've seen much different strategies taking a hold of all the different categories. TCR was just a case of getting out there and staying out there. GT4 and 992, we very much had a split decision with regards to how you're going to go about it. And in GT3, there's a pretty wide consensus that, as you say, they're only really good for one lap. Just over 5 minutes to go, though, in this session. We'll be ending this one with 5 minutes to go on the clock. That hopefully means we can keep to time a little bit. The race should be starting on top of the hour wherever you are in the world. Great to have everybody tuned in here this afternoon for
Unless you live in one of those places that isn't an even number of hours offset from UTC, like Adelaide and Darwin.
Yeah, sorry about that, Adelaiders and Darwiners.
Go to bed, Adelaiders and Darwinites.
Yeah, probably. Probably a good idea. But not David Haynes. He's not allowed to go to bed just yet. We've still got 6 hours of racing here in Spa to come. The drivers just getting themselves set up towards the bus stop chicane, and then they'll all run wide for the best run possible out onto the front straight. We're focusing in on Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC, the GT4 champions from last season, the TCR champions from the season before, and very much a team to watch here this time around. 5th place for them at the moment, Bram van Putten currently driving their car. He'll be alongside fellow Hollanders Johan Zoteku and also Luc de Vries as well, and also Jamie Moon as well from the UK will be alongside them. So very much a team to be reckoned with in the Porsche, but it's a long train of cars running up the hill towards Les Combes. You just get the feeling. If you
like this kind of thing, clear out your schedule 4th of December when we do it at Monza.
I was just thinking that. Yeah, this is exactly what we're going to see at Monza, or even to more of a degree. The Williams Esports Chill Blast car was running out in front of them. Sotomuto was dragging everyone around, and then decided, actually, I don't want to do that anymore, and he's gone to the back. And I get the feeling that might repeat itself at least once more in this session.
Well, it was about the teammates, wasn't it? Their other car is now leading this train. The best advantage to that toe, big slide at the Jackie X corner for one of our competitors who has to pull out a line, and their qualifying lap is gone. And they've kind of got to park it and wait for the whole snake to go through. But that is where the most power is in the slipstream. Down the old pit straight, up Eau Rouge Radion and along the Kemmel Straight. And then having your teammate in front of you hinders you more than helps you through this section. And in fact, it's amazing that we've had as many cars fall off the wagon here in this lap and not impede anyone else.
Absolutely. It's, we've seen a few drivers, or a couple of drivers going wide, but not too many. SimRC seemingly wanting to just get on with this. Bram van Putten is the driver. 3 minutes to go, and they're going to get a couple of more laps at this if they want it. But as we saw earlier, the tyres weren't great for very long, so we'll see if they do indeed end up improving after this. Wait and see though. Van Putten not going to get a big draft, a big slipstream down towards the bus stop chicane. The car behind certainly is. I think that's the Harvu 79 Porsche just in behind. Hits the curb a little bit on the exit of the final corner, but over the line now for Bram van Putten, where's he going to go? Up to, well, it doesn't improve by the looks of things. Ardennes competition jump over them to 6th place. Williams Esports Ben Q were able to improve as well, only half a tenth away from Biela Racing Team Euronics. It looks like Williams Esports Chill Blast also are pretty much done with this session. Or are they going to, well, no, they are done with this session. Muto still in the pit lane. He's going to run out of time to get out there again, and Biela have gotten organised. The 45 car now has its chance to go that little bit quicker. No lap time for this car just yet, but we're going to change that now. Over the line, and it's 5th place for Biela. So very interesting to see 3 teams mobbing the top 6 places. Biela, Williams and BS Competition / BS Turner in those top 6 positions. We've got 3 very strong teams mobbing the front of this field.
Yeah, absolutely. Great lap just completed from Stefan Hofbauer in the 45, because he was mainly by himself, but it was just PB sector, PB sector, PB sector, and he finished out the lap with a really, really tidy run through the bus stop. And there's nothing to separate our top 3, and there goes Barneveld to the top.
Ryan Barneveld with a faster lap time. In the 89, it's a 2:13.7. 64 thousandths of a second quicker than Sven Hasse, and there he is. BS Competition go to the front, and we're running out of drivers to overhaul him at this point. Looking up and down the field to see who might still be out there to improve, but there's not many.
I can't help but feel like I'm seeing a trend. The Porsches are working really, really well with a slipstream and in a group, and the BMWs are lone wolves out there just trying to get clear air, trying to get clean space.
Well, he was alone at the end, Ryan Barneveld, but was he alone throughout that lap is the question. We didn't see it all in its entirety, so there could be a story to tell there. There could definitely be a trend in there, but not entirely sure for the moment, as Altus Esports trying to get out of the way as best they can. Been disappointing qualifying for them so far. 17th place for Tristan Iglesias. Tristan Iglesias, I should say, down in 17th position for Altus Esports. He'll want to improve on that as into the pit lane come a few more of the teams and drivers. Who's left to improve here? Has Sotomuto gotten out there and over the line in time? Well, the session has ended now. The checkered flag has now been waved. Biela make their way in. Sven Haas is already in there, and it's the 45 of Stefan Hofbauer, who's making his way into the pit lane now. The sole Austrian as part of that team. I think these drivers have made it around in time, but I can't see any of them really troubling the front 5 positions just for the moment. Further behind, there's battles for position going on, of course, in this qualifying session, but it looks like Ryan Barneveld has done enough.
Altus already 2 tenths behind their personal best, which, as you said, in this super close, super competitive field puts them 17th. And I think they've pushed on the same set of tyres, have they not? Just because they can, they've got to try, but it doesn't look like much in the way of improvement. I see a purple mini sector for the 37 though, RSR by Botkick at 69, and they're down in 15th, but pushing and will be able to complete the lap that they're on.
I think all of these drivers on screen will be able to, although that car in the background there doesn't seem to be quite going at full pace right now. We've still got a couple of times to come in.
Definitely be an improvement.
Certainly should be. I mean, this Monaco Esports team, by the way, have not set a lap time just yet, so we're waiting for them to come across the line. But other than that, there's only 3 other teams still out there. Tristan Iglesias is the driver just in the background, and we do believe he's going to improve on lap time, but how far up the order is he going to get? He started this lap at a second adrift from Ryan Barneveld in the BS competition BMW. We go on board with him now. Obviously so experienced in these GT3s, braking as late as possible into the bus stop chicane. Makes his way out now and towards the line. Is this much of an improvement for Tristan Iglesias? Yes, it is, but it's not an improvement of position. He remains in 17th, and Monaco Esports still not able to set a lap time there. Hopefully they're not made to start at the very back, but they might be. We'll wait and see what happens between that. Either way, that is it for qualifying. The GT3s have completed their session, and so let's have one last look at how they have stacked up after those 15 minutes. It was a great lap from Ryan Barneveld for BS competition, who has taken the pole. Van Haas 64 thousandths of a second away for Biela as Williams get a second row lockout. It's Sotomuto and Atik Kupanen who was driving for them. Keiko Shube rounded out the top 5 with Stefan Hofbauer for Biela rounding out the top 6. Riley Sim Racing, Timo Willems with a great lap time into 7th place. Honours competition just behind them with Sim RC. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC ahead of Apex Racing Academy, your top 10. Only half a second separating them on a 7-kilometre circuit like this. Absolutely remarkable. MSI Esports with Daniel Gabe at 11th ahead of Harvu in the 79. Koana Sim Racing 13th ahead of ASR Able Esports. RSR by Buttkicker with Alex Urenga in 15th position ahead of Daniel Sommer. Tristan Iglesias 17th ahead of Jonas Rutten for Sabo Esports, and Monaco Esports will round out the grid. Well, there it is. A lot of Porsches down towards the back of GT3. And there is your qualifying session. A very exciting qualifying session, it has to be said, David, but how much is that going to matter in the story of this 6-hour race? I don't know, we might have lost David. I'm not sure. We're having a couple of technical problems behind the scenes, but hopefully he'll be back in time for the race start, and he'll be ready to go again. I'm sure everything will be okay, but we are indeed setting up now and getting ready for the 6-hour race. We've got 30 seconds left on this qualifying session that we're just waiting to tick down, and then we'll be ready to go racing. Just one last quick run through as well of a couple of the rules I haven't mentioned so far, and you just have to listen to me on this one because it's only just a couple of things I noted down with regards to these teams. The 70% drive time limit in terms of the laps for these drivers. That will be something you have to watch out for in a race like this. You have to complete 60% of the race to get points. And of course finish in the top 15, which is where points go down to. That's pretty much, I think that's the same as what we see in 24/8 series in real life, actually. So a nice bit of symmetry there. Mentioned already the double points that we'll have at the 12 Hours of Barcelona at the end of the season. So that'll be one to watch out for as well. And we've already spoken about the penalties. 90 minutes to serve penalties in the designated penalty box, which is that kind of blue surface that you could see when we got those shots of the pit lane earlier on. That's what the penalty box is. That's where you have to serve them. And we've already got quite a few of them. We already mentioned the one for the 995 Williams Esports 992 Cup car. We've got one for the 22 and the 69. They're both GT3 cars that I'm trying to find at the moment. It's Monaco no, it's not. I don't know. Trying to find the teams that they are for at the moment. But yeah, we'll have to look out for them serving those in the early portion of the race. And a number of warnings and no further actions for what happened in the qualifying session there. The only penalties going to the 190 Carbon SimSport TCR for hitting Maniti Racing on that final lap time, and for the 421 GT4 for impeding another car. That's the CSRA by Entropic GT4 Mercedes. That will have to serve a 5-second penalty, likely at their first pit stops, because you can use the two at the same time. You can serve a penalty and then go to your pit stop, as we see in real life 24/8 series. So 6 hours of Spa coming up very soon. My name is Ian O'Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes here for the broadcast here this afternoon. Tyler Maxson is behind the cameras here this afternoon. And David, it was a good qualifying session. We're getting ready for the race though, and that run down towards La Source for the first time. Getting a new season of 24/8 Series Esports racing underway. It's excitement will be building among the teams, excitement along with the tension that comes with an opening round as chaotic as this.
Yeah, it's an exciting style of qualifying, isn't it? And it's great to be able to shine a light on each class separately before we, bundle them all together. And for the 6-hour race, there's going to be the 4 classes racing together, and we don't get to give each class our undivided attention during the race. So it's awesome that in qualifying we get to see the style and the performance and the characteristics of the TCR, then the GT4, then the Porsche Cup cars, and then our fastest primo category, those very, very popular GT3 cars.
Indeed, the fastest cars will be getting onto the back of the slowest pretty soon. They're about 20 seconds quicker than the TCRs, the 10 TCRs that we have. So if we do the maths on that, it will take them a little while to get to the back. But maybe 7 laps in, we'll start to see lapping happen. That's about 15 minutes to you and I. So we'll keep an eye on that, and then we'll certainly know about it as we go forward with the race.
You would consider that it could actually be a little bit less than that, because what we get in 24-hour Series Esports is the staggered class grid. So GT3 goes, and then there is a little bit of time for the 992 class then get their green flag, GT4, and then of course TCR. So the lead of GT3 can almost be half a lap.
Very good point indeed about the class pit. We'll see in a few minutes' time. Here's the grid though. Ryan Potterveld will be alongside Sven Haas on the front row. It's Williams Esports locking out row 2 with Keika Shube alongside Stefan Hofbauer on row 3. Then in 7th place, it will be Riley Sim Racing alongside Ardennes Competition. Team 75 Bernard by Sim RC for Bram Van Putten will be in that 9th place ahead of Apex Racing Academy rounding out the top 10. MSI Esports with Danny Algabe just missed out on that top 10. They're 11th ahead of Matikaya Soja in the Harvu 79. Then we've got Koana Gaming in 13th alongside ASR and Able Esports. RSR by Bookkicker will be 15th ahead of GSR. Then it's going to be Altus Esports, Sabo Esports rounding out your GT3 grid. Then we have the 992s coming up. Urano will be alongside Williams on the front row. That's Team 75 Bernard Bike Sim RC Pure Sims next. ATRS Esports with Apex Racing Academy will be in the 6th place. Quickly go down to the GT4s as well, as the race start is imminently upon us. Urano Esports will be alongside Team Fordzilla for 1 and 2 with SRC Mivano Quarter in 3rd. CSRA will have a penalty early on, but they'll start 4th. Pure Sims Esports will be alongside Fiercely Forward inside the top 6 there. And then in TCR, we will have the likes of Pure Sims and SimRC on the front row. Zenith Esports will be alongside Carbon SimSport for the 2nd row. Full Send Sim Racing and Aspar Esports will round out the top 6, and we'll cycle through the rest of the top 10 on your screen as well. There they are. It's an absolutely humongous 60-car grid. Final couple of words from you, David, before we get this race start underway. It's going to be a very exciting season indeed, and a very, very busy opening race. 60 cars, even at a circuit of this length, is going to cause a lot of problems.
It's all about saving and tyre saving early.
We'll see which of these teams can do it best and get to this race across the line first. Pace car leads the field around with the class split, as you can see, just happening right now. The GT3s will get their own start away from the rest of the field. And we'll be underway, ready to go racing again. It's a new season for 24/8 Series Esports. 60 cars on the grid for the opening race. It's the 6 hours of Spa, and Ryan Bonneville gets the field underway. We are racing once again for a brand new season. He's able to take the racing line even in towards turn number 1 as the guys behind go 3 wide even. Kate Kazubu in the middle of 2 Williams Esports cars very briefly. They make their way through La Source cleanly. In the 992 category, it's going to be Urano Esports leading them away. Dylan Scrivens getting them on pole as well for GT4. We'll see that in a few moments' time too. It's Sam Critter who gets off to a nice start here for Urano in the 992s, and we got a GT3 off on the way up towards Eau Rouge and Radion already. How has the GT4 category gone so far? It looks like it's been going well for Dylan Scrivens, a little bit side by side further back as we go towards Eau Rouge and Radion for the first time with these guys. Oh, and the TCRs have got problems already. Carbon Simsport already sent around in the 190. It looked like them. We've already had contact down in towards La Source. It was a clean start, I think, only in the 992s and the GT4s. We've got a GT3 off, we've got a TCR off, but apart from that, it's not as bad as it could have been.
La Source, always a pinch point and 3 to 2 wide.
Up towards Lecom for the TCRs. There they are. They all draft off one another. Zenith Esports trying to find their way down the inside of Pure Sims for the moment. They can't quite do it with SimRC tucked in behind as well. 4th place at the moment for Full Send Racing, then Impulse rounding out the top 5. Let's look at the GT3s though. Who was it who went off in the opening moments? It was Ardennes Competition, who have gone back to the pit lane already. It's not a dream start to the season for them, I'm afraid. He has, or they have already gone wildly off the road, I'm afraid, down towards Eau Rouge and Radion. We didn't quite see what happened. We may well get to in a few moments' time when we get some replays of just what happened at the start. But up towards the front, it was a clean one. Ryan Bonneville getting away to a nice start. And here it is, 3 wide towards Eau Rouge and Radion. Let's see, oh dear me. And moving across from a couple of the drivers, and big suspension damage for Ardennes Competition. Hard to quite decipher who was at fault for that particular incident. However, Ardennes Competition were certainly the ones to feel the effects of it most. For the most part, the rest of the field gets away cleanly, other than this, of course. It was a bit of bowling down towards turn 1. Carbon Simsport ended up feeling the effects. I think it was Full Send Racing who were the ones who fully sent it, actually living up to their name, down towards La Source. And then the pins fell from there. Opening lap complete though in the GT3s, and up towards Lecom for the second time. Ryan Bonneveld still leads out front at the moment. Bila in second with Sven Haas. Ati Kupanen is in third. Kai Kashubi next head of Sotomuto for the other Williams car. It's staying very close indeed at the moment, David, and this is exactly what you expect to see from the opening moments of a race here at Spa, particularly when the field is so well matched.
Yeah, it's pretty hot conditions for the race start. It's ticked up to 35 Celsius, and it's always the track temperature versus the tyre wear for races like these. The GT3 cars can save time on pit lane by double stinting their tyres. That's definitely what they want to aim for.
Who can manage it throughout this race. We started at 10 AM in sim, so we will have colder conditions now than we will through the mid portion of the race, especially as we get towards the middle part of the day here in the Ardennes Mountains. Back to the GT4s, where there's been a bit of a train as well. Dylan Scrivens getting off to a nice start here for Urano. Just Poulain just in behind for Fordzilla, then Movano in third. CSRA by Entropic for Martin Saratek, the big loser at the opening moments, I think. 4th place to 6th in the opening lap for them, but it was a mostly clean start in the GT4s. It's going to be Dylan Scrivens leading them around just for the moment. And really what we're seeing in most of these classes right now is a lack of desire to move forward, really. The driver leading can't really let anybody through, and those behind want to utilise the slipstream, of course, that they've got from the drivers in front. So everybody entering a bit of a stalemate in these first 5 minutes.
Some of that on pit lane.
Bram van Putten in pit lane for Simar C. What is that all about? I would wonder. They haven't got a penalty to serve, I don't believe, anyway. So,
or even if they did, this will time to serve it.
True. This is very true. It's yeah. You do have 90 minutes, as we've already mentioned, to serve these penalties. So it's ideal to wait, but they are stopping in the box and making some changes quite clearly to that car. Don't know what it may be. Surely they didn't go out with quali fuel, and have had to stop immediately in this race. They've only completed 2 laps of this one, but they've already had to make a trip down pit lane.
One thing though is you don't have to immediately serve 24-hour Series Esports penalties. If you cut the track and didn't give up the time gained, that is a penalty you would have to serve immediately.
As we're already seeing a little bit of lap traffic coming into play, are we? Or was I seeing things there? Quite possibly. Oh no, we are indeed. BS Competition, Ryan Bonneveld at the moment having a couple of problems with connection, is he? Or are we okay? It looks like they're absolutely okay. We're not catching lap traffic. I'm just seeing things. That's nice. But Van Putten's still in the pit lane at the moment, still getting whatever it is he is doing. He's still getting it done. So that's interesting for them. David Barclay also has been in the pit lane for Talk Freak Racing in the GT4s. He's back out there again, though, unlike Ardennes Competition, who are still getting repairs to their car at the moment. So interesting to see early pit stops from those teams and so on and so forth. But early drama for some of those teams. We are seeing, though, the top 4 getting away from the rest. Ryan Barneveld, Sven Haase, Artie Kuppinen and Kaika Schube at the moment. The 4 drivers just getting away a little bit from the rest, and not really sure what the reason really is for this at the moment. Stefan Hofbauer is currently leading the line in the second train, if you like, for Biela. But for some reason, yeah, just lost a second and a half or so to the back of the train in front. So slightly confusing, and we'll try and get to the bottom of quite why. But at the moment, the top 4 seems to have a lot better pace, even with Sotomuto pushing Biela along. Up towards Lecom, and Sotomuto doing as much as he can to get that group to go that little bit quicker. We go back to the 992s for the first time, and it's very much becoming a battle between the top 2. We saw this in qualifying between Sam Kuiter and Alessandro Bico, who were fighting it out. They're doing the same once again here in the opening portion of this race. You can see further behind, it's very much single file in the 992 category as well as all the others pretty much. Bico following Urano as closely as possible for now. But we're going to have to wait quite a few minutes for this race to really begin to develop. Seeing it develop here in the GT4s as well, as the gaps between the classes just get that little bit bigger. We may now finally have a move for Fraser Williamson down the inside, and it's SRC Movano Corsa who will be moved up to second place. So there's definitely an ideal place to be. Team Fordzilla weren't too displeased about getting displaced there, as we've got a change for the lead as well, as Biela get to the front. Oh, we've got contact behind. Pure
One of Pure Sim's car. Yeah, off at Malmedy there. The pack was super close together as they came down the Kemmel Straight, and you saw a little move pulled off there by second place. But then it's resulted in some bigger contact a little bit later on.
Yeah, what happened to Pure Sims there? Oh, you can certainly tell what happened up here. It was just a wheel on the grass.
Yeah,
wow.
Or were they a little too high up on the curb? Sometimes that happens around here, either there or at No Name Corner, where on the turn-in, you just get a little bit of the curb right as you're turning in, unsettle the car. Whatever way, they've just put one wheel out of line in the middle of the pack, and it's been super costly. Hopefully not too much damage, but not how you want to start this.
Not an ideal start For Pure Sims, that was the better placed of the Pure Sims cars as well, as we've got a change for the lead again. Sven Haas is going to have to go on the defensive here from his fellow BMW, driven by Ryan Barneveld. Outside line for BS Competition, who are going to try and hold it there for the inside at the second part, although they back out of it, realising that we're only 10 minutes into this 360-minute race, and so deciding to stay behind for the moment as the Williams Esports BenQ car of Vata Kupanen just holds in behind. These are the TCRs. 9 of the 10 are in a train right now. Carbon Simsport have lost the back of it, and that's going to hurt them badly throughout this race. But we've seen a few exchanges of position, a few skirmishes, but I think the incident towards La Source may have just forced everybody to think a bit harder about battling so hard so early on.
Yeah, there can often be something to be gained early in these races by not battling too hard. Particularly I'm thinking about the GT3 cars, where a lot of them will be aiming and trying to stretch their fuel out to the 1 hour so they don't have to make any extra pit stops. And so being the second or third car in line is great in that circumstance. You see a move going on here. Look how loose these TCR cars are at the rear. That's how you want to drive them. Very, very eager to turn in, and then you can save them with the throttle and the front wheel drive. But the battle continues.
Impulse Racing, the one getting displaced down the inside in towards La Source, and that is going to be the move for MSI Esports. Qualified 9th, but Mark Perez has already made some great progress. Didn't qualify that car. It was Gabi Montoro, I think, who qualified it, but not Perez, as we got contact further back. We may have had MSI Esports involved. Williams and Apex Racing Academy were certainly involved. Let's see, I'm not sure what happened, whether they were just offline out of the bus stop chicane. But either way, we'll find out. It was a dive down the inside for a position a little bit further down. A little bit of contact. It was Denny Ogabe trying to make the move on Sotomuto. Slight contact, and he ends up losing a place to Apex Racing Academy. So not too much at fault there as we go side by side for the lead again. BS Competition on the outside again, and like last time, they fail to make the move. We're seeing a bit of deja vu up towards Lecom again.
Yeah, and when they realise they're not going to get around the outside, very cleverly, they don't try to force the issue. They drop back into second, and that is the smart percentage play in the first opening stint of the endurance race. You've got your teammates watching on, sometimes in your ear as well, and you don't want to be the one who, you know, puts the car off making an aggressive move, and then your teammates don't get to drive and the team doesn't get any points, or you start your championship off on a bad foot. So you definitely have that in your mind. You'd like to lead. If you think you've got the car to build out a lead, you want to get to the front and do it. But there is always a balance of the risk and reward, and there is a lot of risk to be had and only so much reward when you've got one position in front.
Speaking of risk, there's a TCR car just up in front, and all 9 of them are going to be coming up soon. The Carbon Simsport TCR is going to be negotiated with relative ease for these drivers, but it won't be that easy as they continue on with this race. This is the highest intensity point of the entire race. We're coming up to 15 minutes into the race, and here it is. Here's the track map. This is what the drivers are all worried about. The amount of cars out there, 60 cars here at Spa. It's the iRacing maximum, and it's absolutely fantastic to see, but it's not particularly great if you're a GT3 trying to have a leading battle when there's a leading battle for TCR going on. Zenith Esports are currently leading in front, and they're trailing or leading a train of 9 cars here. Down the inside of everybody goes the race leader, Bieler, for Sven Haase for Bieler, diving, ducking and diving his way through the traffic. They're going to go one side, then the other, up to Ozo Rouge and Radion. There's going to be dives down the inside. The TCR's clinging on for Grim Death up here as well. This is very much where you've got to have your eyes out of your head.
Really, really touch and go part of the race. Thankfully, there is this high-speed Kemmel Straight where the difference.
Huge dives from a number of the opening GT3 cars, and there it is. The front 3 have finally made their way through. Biela with Sven Haase has done a nice job, and now it's up to those behind. The TCR leading battle's about to get very, very feisty indeed, although Zenith have had a nice run through the opening moments here. They've been able to get a few car lengths. They've got nearly a second over Pure Sims. Look at that in the background, through formerly no-name corner. And down towards Puon. 1.3 seconds, 1.4. It continues to extend for Zenith, who is the leading car. Have had a nice opening moment here. This is further behind, and this is before traffic even. Side by side back with Monaco Esports making good progress, but all of that progress has been undone very quickly with that one particular incident. So a real shame for them to drop back and have that spin. So the GT3s have just extended their margins a little bit. They've got a little bit more spread out. Not the case back in the 992s, where we're going to see some lappering going on very soon. We have had a pit stop as well from the 992s at sea, or the first one of the day, I should say. Andrea Alberti for Wave Italy Racing Team has come into the pit lane, and he is having a longer stop to get something repaired, quite clearly, but not entirely sure what just for the moment. We also have a retirement. Jamie Moon of SimRC, Team 75 by dear me, Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, I should say, already retired from this race, I believe, after only a few laps. Not an ideal start to the season for them, as the GT4s will be bracing themselves to get lapped very, very soon. A leading group starting to develop in this category now. There's a bit of a gap between Sebelt Esports in 6th and Undercut Racing Team in 7th. Roberto Ferrari clinging on to the back of the group. You can see there in the grey and yellow Mercedes in the background. Best performing Aston Martin at the moment, now going to Juncos, the all-Argentine squad. Ahead of the only other Aston in the field, the SimRC iconic livery you can just see in the background. Battle between those two going on, but it's all about to be split up here too. The traffic very much rips apart battles and closes them together as well. We'll see in which direction they're going to go when the GT3s are upon them. And surely that is going to be happening very soon. Not entirely sure where the GT3s are on the circuit right now. Can tell you there's a number of incidents already being reported throughout the race. We've already got 5 protests from the opening moments here. Some teams clearly not happy with someone else's driving in the opening moments of this race, quite clearly. The opening 20 minutes that have absolutely flown by here at Spa. The opening round of the 24/8 Series Esports 2022-23 season getting off to a flying start. Urano Esports leading 2 of the categories, not only in 992 but here in GT4 as well. Dylan Scrivens converting that pole position to an opening lead as well. Fraser Williamson has moved up ahead of Josh Poulain. That's the only change inside the top 3 in this GT4 class. And it wasn't one that Josh Poulain was particularly disappointed about, but judging by the body language, might have even been a chance for a change for the lead there as the 992 cars begin to make their way through TCR traffic. And TCR has changed drastically all of a sudden. Zenith Esports have gone from the lead down to 10th. There's been an incident down the field here clearly, because Zenith Esports have lost the lead. They're having a fairly big lead, it has to be said. They're now down in the last position. They may have been involved with Team Huysingveld, who have also had an incident somewhere. As the leaders get close again, Ryan Barneveld not wishing to go through on this occasion. These guys will be upon the GT4s very soon, but it'll be interesting to see what happened to Huysingveld and Zenith, 2 of the strongest TCR teams down the field with an incident, and here may be our answer. This is Zenith in front of Monaco Esports, the final of the GT3s. And that, oh, it's a hard hit into the wall, I'm afraid. That's going to be big damage. And I'm afraid it was a little bit careless from Monaco Esports.
there's sometimes two different lines that you take in that little transition bit between Lacombe and Malmedy. How far do you track out to the right before you then come back to the left to take the optimal line through Malmedy? And I think there might have been a little difference in line, a little difference in speed, and it's resulted in pretty unfortunate contact at a pretty awkward time in the turn-in the transition at that corner.
It's an awkward moment for both. The consequences felt mostly by Zenith Esports, and they thought they were nearly out the water as well with the the GT3s going through on them. That was the last of the GT3s to make its way through. And so, yeah, disappointment for Zenith. Here is the leading TCR battle though. It's now Pure Sims and SimRC in the top two places. They're joined by Full Send Racing on the provisional podium. Michael Polasek, one of the best TCR drivers in iRacing, especially at an endurance distance like this one.
You were about to say in the world, and then you remembered Tom Coronel exists.
Well, I was trying to find the words I was looking for there, but yeah, in iRacing.
If we say his name on air, he'll follow us, right?
Well, I hope not. If we're honest, but there we are. We've all been there. Either way, out of Paul Freret for all of the TCRs. Next up for them is going to be the 992s, and well, speaking of which, here they come. The speed difference between them is quite frightening. Around the outside for Urano through Blanchimont, they make it work, and they create a bit of a battle for third place as well, as Michael Polasek comes under pressure from Mark Perez in the MSI Esports TCR. Round the outside he goes, gives him the inside for the final corner, and he's going to get that place onto the podium for MSI, up 6 places in 20 minutes. It's a great start for them.
Yeah, absolute crunch as they work their way through the bus stop, and now it all continues on the way to La Source. Seen some of the drama on lap 1, particularly in the TCR cars, so care's got to be given. Race control, of course, well, they've already been sent a lot of potential protests and are looking over all of that. You don't want to add your car number to that list next to the timestamp for the stewards to look at.
You certainly don't. Looks like most of the front runners in 992 have been able to do it. Let's see what happened a little bit further down. This is an incident. This is why Wave Italy Racing Team have gone back to the pit lane. And there's the contact. It was with Team Fordzilla in their 992, I think. Well, not the initial contact, the eventual impact was. And that's a real shame for both teams. Yeah, Team Fordzilla, Mike Wagner, able to continue actually in 12th place, but either way, not a good start to the race for them. Zenith Esports also in the pit lane, so there's now 4 cars down pit lane and 1 official retirement, and it won't be the last that we see today.
Yes, you can say that with certainly some certainty, and that's what we get with 60 cars across 4 categories. It starts now, and it's pretty aggressive, as you know, the whole field of 992 bears down on the whole field of TCR, and that is a sketchy pass to go around the outside of one of them in Puon. Eventually, it'll spread out, but you will never have another lap completely free of traffic after that opening lap in a 6-hour race like this. Great variety of cars. It's a true smorgasbord if you're a fan of this kind of multi-class endurance racing. It certainly puts plenty of stress on not only the racing in class that we see some of here for the leader GT4, but then also that multi-class lapped traffic stress. There
it is. Urano retake the lead in GT4. SRC Movano Corsa held it very briefly. Dylan Scrivens making sure that it was a brief stint in the lead for Fraser Williamson. And so he is now back to the front. Stefan Hofbauer, by the way, has been in the pit lane as well for GT3, and he makes a stop. But he's back out again after only 16 seconds with
Drama in the background.
Esports also. We do have Karloff in the background.
Yeah, at Jackie Ick's corner. I'm going to have to look at the timing to pick up exactly who it was. It was a bit deeper in the field. Has there been contact, or have they fallen victim to what I was talking about earlier? The curb on the entry, like I talked about earlier. Impulse racing off and contact.
Contact, definitely, and that will be a little bit of damage to the rear end of that Mercedes as we got GT3 action. GT3's coming through. And Sven Haas trying to do his best. Oh, the 5-star motorsport car a little bit slow to get back to the left-hand side for Stavolo. Didn't quite open up the corner as much as Sven Haas wanted. He wanted to get down the inside as much as possible. Ryan Barneveld just following in the wheel tracks of the 46. What he's got to do to try and stay as close as possible. They make their way through. We go on board now with Kai Kasube trying to make his way through on Kupanen, who's just up in front. There's dives down the inside at Blanchimont. This is getting very, very busy indeed. Oh, big dive down the inside from the race leader. As the battle for the race lead in GT4 heats up as well. Team Fordzilla got the short straw with that one a little bit. They lose out on a couple of car lengths. But it's a good run through traffic for Sven Haas who will develop a good lead now.
They're 3 wide in the background there as the BS car turns someone around at the apex of the source. Huge traffic jam. Huge problems.
Oh, at least 5 cars around. There's so many cars around at La Source. It was 3 wide on the way in, and there's carnage on the way out. Sotomuto is involved as well for Williams by the looks of things. It was a move in GT4, a position-on-position battle that had a GT3 on the inside of both of them, trying to make their way through lap traffic. Sotomuto for Williams has got big suspension damage as well by the looks of that car. Let's have another look at it. It was Kai Kasube down the inside of 2 cars. He was quite late, and when there's a spun car in the middle of the field like that, it is gonna cause carnage.
It just starts with one little bit of contact. The field, the different classes packed in so tight, and so many cars got involved in that. You saw what happened. BS was shaping to dive bomb down the inside to come from a little way back on one of the GT4 cars. Then the GT4 cars started battling each other. Suddenly it was 3 wide, and BS Turner were caught in this, well, do I keep going for this move or do I pull out? And that's, I think they tried to pull out of it, and that's what caused it to be nose to tail contact rather than door to door contact that then spun the GT4 and everyone else a pretty innocent victim, it must be said.
Absolutely. A lot of cars caught up in that. Let's see who had to go straight back to pit lane. The Williams Esports car of Sotomuto did. And everybody else, I think, has gotten away with it for now. They're at least able to continue driving. But how much longer for remains to be seen. GT3s are going to be upon the TCRs again soon. As well. That will be their next port of call, but either way, it's been a very, very interesting opening moment to this race. There it is. They've got a bit of free track space coming up now. The 992s will be upon the GT4s again when the GT3s are, and then the TCRs won't be too much longer after that. So that's when we're next going to get a real big mess, quite possibly, as we've got possibly one in GT4 at the moment, as Fraser Williamson has gone from the front right down to 3rd in a matter of corners there. There's a flashing of the lights from Dylan Scrivens, who's not happy with one of the GT3s and their behaviour on that previous lap. Just look at how the traffic affects a race, though. The top 3 in GT4 have been able to get away massively as a result of the, the top 4. They've got 4.5 seconds over the rest of the field. Traffic makes and breaks races. Unbelievable opening to this race for all of these teams. A very busy opening to the race as well. Let's see who's in GT4 at the end of that lap. Undercut Racing Team are in. So are 5-Star Motorsport and CSRA by Entropic. Qualified 4th, already down to 15th now in this order. We've already seen Talk Freak in. We've already talked about them. David Barriclough back out there again, though, after 2 minutes and 20 in the box. Wade Italy Racing Team have had over 10 minutes in. They're back out there again. So are Zenith. However, we do still have those 2 retirements of Monaco Esports and Team 75 Bernhard by Sim RC. Both of those GT3 teams who have managed to get out of, who are out of the race, I should say. Ryan Barneveld now down to 3rd place in the race right now. Ati Kupanen is in 2nd. Didn't quite see where that happened, but it might have been through traffic. Kai Kasube in the other BS car, that's BS Turner, on the back of them right now. A real shame to see some races ripped apart already in these opening skirmishes.
Points paid to 15th though, and that's why you see some of these teams, particularly Porsche Cup or 992 GT4 and TCR class, because they get back out there and they finish, you score more points than a DNF.
Absolutely. You do have to complete 60% of the race in terms of laps, but that's not really factoring into your thoughts at this end of the race. That'll be a bit later. But yeah, you're right. Top 15 scoring points in this one. A slightly revised point system as well, by the way. No longer 25 points for a win, but only 20. 2-point increments inside the top 5, 1-point increments outside the top 5. So consistency is really what wins you this championship, and it's very difficult to be consistent in such a manic race and a manic series, which is what we've got right now. Pure Sim, SimRC, MSI 1, 2 and 3 in TCR. These are the drivers that have managed to get through the opening moments cleanly. And there certainly is a rhythm and certainly is a knack to actually getting lapped. We always speak about the GT3s and how many cars they have to go through, but as a TCR, there's plenty you have to do as well.
Yeah, certainly in some of these situations, you're playing a game trying to make the GT3s or the 992s or whoever it is pass you on the side that you want them to pass you on. You're not always going to get that. In fact, sometimes you see them trying to dissuade cars from passing them, particularly in places like late dives down the inside of Blanchimont, for example.
Here's a replay of Apex Racing Academy going round at Jackie X corner. It's a big save. Oh my goodness, and Outer Sea Sports did well.
I give that drift an 8.
Yeah, you get good points for that, but yeah, Outer Sea Sports did very well to keep out the way of that. That was Tristan Iglesias at the wheel. Yeah, Apex Racing Academy down to 8th place as a result of that one, as it gets very close for the lead in TCR, but CMRC back off, lift off, down in towards the bus stop chicane. At the wheel of that at the moment, of course, is Corentin Guinez, the Frenchman, who has only one teammate in this race, interestingly. But maybe they'll be getting more on board for the next races in the 24H Series Esports Championship. He'll be partnered by Kieran Harrison throughout this race here today. Not going to be a particular worry about doing a 6-hour race with 2 drivers, but maybe for the 12-hour it'll be a bit of a strenuous outing, but let's see.
A good combination of drivers though, and a previously championship winning combination as well, so whatever it is that individually they've got and that meshes well together is a good team.
Certainly will be a force to be reckoned with in this race, although they won't want the lead right now. A big stack up going on with the draft and all the fuel saving games that are happening right now. Pure Sims don't really want to leave, and they're just going to fuel save as much as possible. Guinez doesn't want to go through and tow everyone along. He wants to do a bit of fuel saving here, and that's exactly why he's staying behind just for now. MSI just tucked in behind, then it's Polasek in that 4th place. It's very close though in the top 5.
Yeah, and 100% fuel tank size for the Honda, 99% for that Veloster N. So they get pretty much all of their fuel range. In some seasons gone by, they were a little more limited or forced into stopping a little more often. Let's see what the range and the economy looks like for these models of car and this season of racing. But they're always super close on the track with a relatively slow refuel rate in the pit lane. It makes that kind of draft train lift and coast fuel saving game very tempting and very effective, I might add, in that class as well. A slightly different character to the racing than you get from the other classes. That is the beauty of having 4 categories racing at once. Absolutely.
And no leading gap at the moment is bigger than 1.5 seconds. We have got an absolute belter on our hands here this afternoon as we go back to the TCRs, because Sven Haas is back upon them again. It's a slightly cleaner run through traffic for them on this occasion. Köppen going to try and do the same, and he's going to be halted a bit more. Hasso once again has had a nice run through traffic, a beneficial run, but it gives and it takes away So it will come to smack him in the face a little bit later on in the race.
Look at that move from Sim RC on the exit of Blanchimont going to the left. Like, no, I don't want you trying to pass me around the outside here. Get down the inside. That's the only option I'm giving you so that you get clear, you get out of my way, and I can drop right back into the slipstream of my class leader, not have your GT3s wedge a hole in between. That's what you're thinking in the second place, and again, reacting to a move late to the inside of La Source from a BS car.
Yep, Ryan Barneveld this time down the inside at La Source, and slightly with a happier ending for all involved on that occasion. But yes, so smart from Sim RC, and that's what I was mentioning there with it. There's a knack to being a TCR car. That's exactly it. You've got to have the awareness, the tactical brain to do that, as Kupanen makes his way, excuse me, that's not Kupanen, but making his way down the right-hand side there. That was Danny Algerbay in the MSI car, I think. Making his way through as a side-by-side for second. Mark Perez makes his way down the inside, and that is a move. Oh, side-by-side for second place between Sim RC and MSI Esports. Going through Malmedy, it'll be Sim RC with the outside line, and then Michael Polasek wants to get involved as well, as it's free wide for Altus Esports. They make their way through. Side-by-side battle now drips down to third place, and it'll be Polasek on the outside. He won't be able to make his way through here, surely, and he doesn't, so he stays behind for the moment. But wow, this is getting busy. Gaggle, we can call this one, I think. Plenty of GT3s, lots of TCRs, all trying to get through and run their own race.
Just as frantic as it was the first time around, your fastest cars lapping the TCRs that are always a pack, inseparable in this style of racing, and it just makes it so difficult. But look at that. TCRs to the right lane, GT3s to the left lane, and they almost managed to work out most of it.
It's like trying to order traffic on the motorway or the highway, depending on where you are in the world. It's very, very busy. It's down the inside for the lead in 992. Williams Esports and Alessandro Pico has had enough at looking at the back of the Rano 911 Porsche Cup car. And so he makes his way down the inside towards Lecombe. He takes the lead. These two are class above the rest of the field in the opening moments of this race, but they're making their way through on the GT4 cars. Right now, the GT3s won't be too far away either. It's about to get even busier, if that's possible.
The multi-class is always about where do the different cars make their speed. And for 992 versus GT4, they're actually relatively similar in their cornering pace, and the Porsche Cup car is a bit faster in the straight line. That's exactly how you would want it, and it can be tidy. But for the GT3 cars, sure, they're quicker than TCRs in the corner, sorry, in the straights, but those TCR cars are actually pretty good on the brakes and in some of the corners, and it is just such a massive speed delta, and the TCRs are the most closely packed as well, that for the GT3 cars, they're never passing just one TCR, they'll be coming up on 5, 6 all together, and
Exactly. It's going to be something that doesn't really change throughout the race. The TCRs are so well matched, the draft's so important. They will stay close together for the 6-hour duration. We go to the leaders in GT4. Slightly different to what we've seen for most of the race so far. Dylan Scrivens has gone from the front. It's now the turn of Josh Poulain to lead the field around, although the field's reduced to 4 at the front of the field. A lot smaller of a front group than what we saw earlier. Junkers are kind of on their own there in 5th, and then we've got a train for 6th place, headed by Lucas Gabler in the Sim RC Aston. That goes down to 9th place. The GT4 field very much split apart by those opening lap incidents, as we've got side-by-side for the lead. Dylan Scrivens makes his way down the inside. Josh Poulain gives him the inside lane, although he did show some desire to defend. He didn't go too far with it, and so now drops down to 2nd, as we've got problems for Kupanen. Ate Kupanen has dropped out here, possibly. Was it an incident, or was it a disconnection? Oh no, he's back again. He's back again. So the internet problems are starting to linger for Ate Kupanen, but they are not seeing them out the race just yet. Going to be very concerning for Williams though, because they've already lost one car from the front. Well, not a good start to the race for Williams Esports. Kupanen, by the way, only has one teammate with him in this series, or at least he does today, in the form of Alex Spets, who will be joining him today. All Scandinavian lineup there. But yeah, at the moment, problems for Copenhagen, and I think he's dropped out for real this time. He was quite a long way through the lap. He was in the final sector, and I think he has dropped out. Artie Copenhagen from second place. A real shame to see for Williams, who are having a real disaster here today. Such a shame for them, with the obviously demise of the other car, getting big suspension damage as well. The top four in GT4 make their way over the line again. Dylan Scrivens this time will lead another lap, and there you can see in the background some of the 992s approaching them. The GT3s aren't far away either. This is where things get particularly hectic in the GT3s. I think they're already in the lower reaches of GT4 and 992 actually, because the gap between Sven Haas and Ryan Barneveld has closed below 5 seconds for the first time in a while. And it's been yeah, a little while since we've seen that. Slipstream, an inside line again, or outside this time for Josh Pullen, and free wide with Fraser Williamson for Movano trying to make his way through, but through the middle for Team Forzilla is Josh Pullen, who's going to take the lead again. A flash of the light from Dylan Scrivens, who's clearly not pleased about SLC Movano Corsa making their way into this fight.
What's he going to do about it, though? It was a pretty tidy move, was it not?
Very tidy. I just think he wasn't impressed with the... Well, maybe it was just an accidental pressing of the button or what. Maybe we were reading a bit too much into it, but he didn't look pleased with that move, upsetting the kind of stability they had in that front group. And just see hanging on the back there, saving the most fuel of them all, fiercely forward for with Alvaro Gomez. Saving a lot of fuel in these opening moments of the race. Opening moments. We're more than 40 minutes in now. This race flying by. This latest run through traffic, though, not dealing a great hand to Sven Haas by the looks of things. The GT4's a little bit more split apart, of course, but that doesn't mean they can't affect the race. The 992s themselves are quite close together, other than the front two, of course, who are getting away from the rest. But this is going to be the most heads-up point in the race now for the GT3s, because all four of the classes basically together at this point, more or less. Can't see the TCRs just in the distance just yet, but they're certainly on the horizon. As Alessandro Bico leads another lap in 992. He'll pass the 4 GT4s. But not all at once. The speed difference not quite big enough for it to all happen at once. But it will happen eventually. Urano also get displaced with that move at La Source. Moving out the way is Fraser Williamson. And two Urano teammates briefly side by side, but it's a nice run through for Alessandro Bico, who will get a bit of a margin over Sam Kuiter with this little interaction. The GT4 leaders split apart briefly, as well as SRC Movano, of course, attempt to use the slipstream of Urano to get through as well. Outside line in towards Lecom. They're going to fight for this. Forzilla versus Movano. Outside line for the first part of Lecom. Forzilla show Movano the door. And so the four stay as you were in that front group for GT4. Urano still up there in 992, as we've just seen. In TCR, positions are mostly the same, now that they're no longer interrupted by traffic anymore. They're staying a little bit further the same. We're also seeing in GT3 a 4-second margin. Sven Haas still leading ahead of Ryan Barneveld. There are the TCRs, still running in one long line. Team Huizenveld have managed to clip onto the back of it as well. So it's an 8-car train now. And there are some of the leaders in GT3. MSI Esports have been making early progress. Danny Ogabe, one of the most aggressive drivers in these opening moments. Pakashube has been in his fair share of incidents as well, but now up to third. With the demise, I'm afraid, of Williams Esports, it's promoted everybody else up a place. Alexander Spets has now got into the 55, that disconnected at the hands of Atte Kupanen. They're now 27th overall and running 15th in GT3. Still 1 point for that position, of course, but they could have had so much more. And Barneveld certainly is closing on Biela for now. 3.7 seconds is now the gap. He does seem to be that little bit stronger. Lap times last time around were in the favour of the 89 BMW. To the tune of 7/10 of a second. And not long from now, some GT4s will have to be negotiated. Here's the battle for the lead in TCR. Down the inside for MSI Esports, who complete their run to the front of the field. 9th place at the start, 1st place by the end of 45 minutes of racing. A very impressive opening from Marc Perez. All Spanish team, MSI Esports, of course, looking to go a little bit better than they did last season, even though they did have a strong season. I can't remember quite where they ended up. I think they were 3rd around there. Either way, they'll be looking for another nice season, and it's a nice start to the race for the 114. Finally to the front of the TCR field. We're also going to wait and see just how long these guys can go here on fuel. We're only 45 minutes into the race, so not really expecting too many pit stops for the moment. But when we get there, it will be pretty crazy down in pit lane, and this race will change and develop just once and all over again.
And of course, one thing to make note of course, is that there's 2 possible pit lane layouts. Here we are using the Grand Prix style pits, not the endurance style pits. You would have seen that throughout qualifying. So the total transit time through pit lane are pretty rapid here at 80 k's an hour on the Grand Prix style pits, compared to the full combined endurance pit lane at 60 k's an hour. That makes sort of having to make an extra pit stop less costly than it otherwise would have been.
Absolutely, and the drive-through penalties as well, that we may have, if we indeed get any, but doesn't happen very often.
Yes and no, because for the penalties, the penalty box is right at the entry to pit lane, and teams can serve a 20-second penalty in the box and then go to their pit stall to do service. So it gets tacked on top of what was already a pit stop usually, or if there's no pit stops left, post-race. So the penalties, typically doesn't change much, which is the reason the penalties are done that way. We go one circuit to another, a 20-second penalty is a 20-second penalty is a 20-second penalty kind of thing. There can be a lot more consistency in the stewards and the penalties. 3 wide down the old pit straight though.
Don't like the look of this. Team Fordzilla certainly do, as they gain a bit of a lead out of this, but the 992, the bulk of the 992 field making their way through on the GT4 leaders now. The TCRs are nearly here. The GT3s are not too far behind. It's about to get chaotic. We see the leaders of TCR right now trying to mind their own business as some of the 992s make their way through. There is the track map. Brace yourselves. This is going to be very, very busy over the next 10 minutes or so. Yeah, it's a good point. The time penalties will be served in the penalty box, as we have seen in years gone past. The 185 of Michael Polasek has got a 10-second time penalty for that incident we saw in the TCRs at turn number 1. I'm sure you remember. It ended up with Carbon Simsport away out wide and losing a lot of time. The 944 has got 5 seconds worth of a time penalty. Trying to find which car that's for. That's Wave Italy Racing Team, who are already way down the field. They've got another 5-second penalty for not leaving racing room. The 27 has got a 10-second time penalty for attempting a move too late. And the 97 has got a 15-second time penalty for making avoidable contact. that 97 penalty. Now, who's that for? That's for Monaco Esports. However, that car is already out of the race. And the 27, where is that in the order right now? 12th place for ASR Able Esports. So none of the real main contenders at the very front of the field being investigated right now. However, we will eventually get down towards that incident involving Kai Kashubi at turn 1, David. I'm sure you remember, down at the source. I'm sure that's going to result in a penalty. Although maybe not. We only saw it once, of course, so it's difficult to know from where we're sat. The stewards will be looking over it pretty much as we speak.
Yeah, there is 60 cars on 7 kilometres of racetrack. They've got 120 metres each. You tell me from this shot that it looks like it, because it is super frantic right now in all of this multi-class interaction.
3 of the classes on your screen right now. Some of the leaders in those classes as well. TCR, GT4, 992, all here, and there's the camera shot through Eau Rouge and Radion. Just look at it, constant. Absolutely constant in terms of the traffic right now. Down the Kemmel Straight, or up the Kemmel Straight more accurately, the TCR battle has just been split apart a little bit. MSI Esports, along with Pure Sims, have been able to get away a little bit from SimRC. And certainly those down towards the back are feeling the effects of this right now. This is Full Send Racing we're focusing in on. You can see that they have lost the draft of cars in front. However, they'll be doing their best to try and get that one back, although there's some GT4s coming through, and the difference, as you were mentioning earlier, the difference between GT4, TCR and 992 in the corners is not actually huge. It's down the straights where a lot of these cars actually make quite a lot of difference on one another. Obviously the GT3s are overpowering in every way almost, but the other 3 categories through the midsection of the track, very evenly matched really.
TCR, a bizarre little thing in how they make their speed. Of course, front wheel drive, so they're set up to optimize that, and that sees them actually be pretty good on the brakes and occasionally roll some pretty good minimum corner speed. But then they take a different line out of the corner. They pick up the throttle differently, leaving the corner than a rear wheel drive car would.
Now, Ryan Barneveld, this is going to be an onboard to watch, maybe behind your sofa, if we're honest. Down the inside of the Pure Sims, or one of the Pure Sims GT4s, we step into the driver's eye as he tries to chase down Biela, Racing Team Euronics, still leading the 6 hours of Spa, the opening 24/8 Series Esports round of the season. As traffic begins to really take a hold of this race, it maybe feels a little bit like he's out on his own at the moment, Ryan Barneveld, but it won't do in a few moments' time. He'll be on the back of the TCR train very soon. There's the TCR train. I'd estimate there's a good 20 cars on that front straight right now, and the front straight here is not that long.
That is, a multi-carriage peak hour TCR train service, I think you'll find.
Bit of a hectic one to negotiate at the moment for Urano, who are making their way through, trying to hold on to the tail of Team Fordzilla in the leading GT4 battle that has been reduced to pretty much 2 teams. And there's the Biela, BMW. You just saw it through that camera shot. You can see it peering into the distance as SimRC push Pure Sims down the Kemmel Straight, ensuring that MSI Esports don't get too big of a lead out of all this. They have benefited. 1.1 seconds is the margin, but a big dive from Sven Haas is going to disrupt this battle for second place as well. Although you've got to say, in this opening hour, Sven Haas has been excellent through traffic.
That's always the big differentiator in a championship like this, isn't it? This early going, you never get to do your optimal lap outside of, lap 1, 2 or 3. The rest of it, it's all about how tidy you negotiate your way through the traffic, how you time it, because you can lose or gain seconds based on the traffic. There's only, a tenth or 2 really separating the best drivers in each class in their sort of qualifying pace, in their outright uninterrupted clean air race pace. It comes down to this. It comes down to how consistent you can be and time your run well through this traffic.
And if you think about just how hard you'd have to work on your actual driving skill and your actual raw pace to gain 3 seconds. And, you know, you're going to have to work very hard indeed, but if you learn how to negotiate traffic well, you can gain 3 seconds, because opportunities arise 41 times every time you go around this circuit, pretty much. 41 cars to lap for these GT3 cars, of course. Not going through them every lap, but you are going through quite a good deal of them, especially at this point in the race. Change in GT3, by the way, just seeing further up the field, Havu of Matti Kaya-Soja making their way forward. Kai Kasube drops to 5th place now. He is bleeding places in these last couple of moments, it has to be said. But down to 5th place, and maybe on the receiving end of a penalty soon as well, depending on how the stewards view that incident down into this very corner a few laps ago. Oh my goodness me, 3 wide everywhere. As GT4,
not a replay.
No.
It's just the same view on the pit straight again as it was in previous times. Just traffic and traffic and traffic.
Yeah. 3 wide in multiple places with, oh my goodness, a weaving around there from one of the GT3 Porsches a bit further down. We're focusing in on Maniti here, who are trying to mind their own business and really catch Aspar Racing Team, Team Esports, I should say, Aspar Team Esports. A few jumping across the curb at Route and Radion, just the safer thing to do at this stage because it is so chaotic. There's a 992 from Havu making their way through there, as well as one of the BMW GT3s. A couple of Mercedes GT4s, the 2 Pure Sims cars making their way through a side-by-side TCR battle. Aspar on the outside, they're going to hold on to the place, but only just, and partly because they've begun a side-by-side battle with Pure Sims GT4. Now that ends, and they could all single file their way through Malmedy and towards Bruxelles now as well. But you're absolutely right. We're not watching replays here. We're just watching the same happen over and again as we got a spin. Thankfully.
It's a Pure Sims. Yeah, one of the... rejoin. No. Oh, my word. Oh, the spin for the Pure Sims car, a little lazy and no damage done. But then they've pulled forward onto the track. Not where the car coming expected them to go. There was still space to go down the inside, but you see that car moving. You don't know, are they about to stop? Are they going to keep going? Do I try to pass them left or right? And there's big damage to both cars there. You take a deep breath. I'll stop biting my fingernails because this traffic has been just absolutely insane, and I think one of the SimRC Bernard GT3 cars has just eaten some Armco further around the lap at La Fagna. Let's maybe look at the GT4 first. It starts with this Pure Sims car, just loses the rear through Bruxelles. On the outside of the corner, you got a good view, starts pulling forward, parks, but the car coming thought he was going to keep going, and so turned away from the apex to go around the outside, right as Pure Sims made the decision to slam on the brakes.
We have pit stops at the front of the field as well, with Bila Racing Team into the pit lane. We've also got MSI in, Havu as well. This is what happened to ASR Able Esports. Oh my goodness! And another rejoin as well that very nearly resulted in disaster. That is going to result in some damage, and there's going to be a pit stop there surely when they get there. Driver change as well for Apex Racing Academy, by the way, but there's the spin and there's the contact. That might have dealt some damage, and that was the TCR leader. Didn't quite pick up on that at the time, but after such a great start, a heroic start to the race from Marc Perez, unfortunately his luck ran out there a little bit. And, well, not saying his run to the front of the field was lucky at all, but his luck certainly was not on his side there. That may well cause some damage for MSI Esports, who may start to bleed some of that lead.
Yeah, so interestingly, you have had a couple of GT3 cars come to the lane, crucially a little bit short of the hour. Well, I think the other half of the field have kind of kept ongoing for at least one more lap. So we might look at this later on, the cars that did 25 versus the cars that did 26 laps to their opening stint, because they are so close to that top of the hour to making it a 5-stop race, whereas the cars that have already stopped, for them it might have to be a 6-stop race. That could be a big wedge and difference in strategy.
Absolutely. And I'm wondering if it's a BMW versus Porsche thing here. Trying to decipher at the moment who has come in and in which cars. Well, I suppose
the Bila BMW's in, yeah. And the Havu car is in.
Yeah, I suppose it's not really BMW versus Porsche, is it? Or the thing that must be said, I suppose, is that the competition, and BS Turner cars have clearly got their fuel saving down at the moment, because they have been able to go that 1 lap longer to the magic 26 laps. It's just a case of, can they repeat that throughout the race?
Yeah, and they are going to come in, so you'll cycle through as your leading car of the race in, and their teammates as well, and we're a minute from the top of the hour, so when they leave the pit lane, we'll be past the top of the hour. This is putting yourself in position to be able to do 6 1-hour stints. We'll see if anyone goes any longer, not the top 5. Your GT4 cars, your 992s keep going, so the shortest range is those GT3 machines.
Absolutely. We've already got 7, well, quite a few out of position right now because of the pit stops, but for the most part, 4 woefully out of position. Sotomuto is back going again after 21 minutes in the pit lane. Monaco Esports, SimRC and Ardennes Competition all out of the race officially now, as Biela Racing Team Euronics continue on. Now, this is a very interesting strategy from them. I didn't note down what lap they came in, but I think it was around lap 10. They came into the pit lane, they did a 16-second stop, which I presume was purely for fuel, as the GT4 leading battle takes another turn. Fordzilla hold on, but Biela came in after only 10 laps. They got out of the traffic, they ran out on their own, and Stefan Hofbauer is now in the lead of this race. Is this a big strategical ploy for them to do a 6-stop race? They've accepted they're going to have to do 6 stops, and so they've gotten off strategy and kind of playing with everyone's heads a little bit here.
Be absolutely insane if that was their intention, and they're not just, making good of the hand they were maybe dealt with a problem of some kind. We don't know just yet, but yeah, jot that down as a talking point. The traffic though for these cars on their outlap have just stopped. Exit the pit lane, boom, right into a big group of those TCR cars.
Yeah, pretty much the group they just left by pitting, actually. So yeah, not ideal for these GT3s. There was Ryan Barneveld making his way through on a couple of TCRs there. He's 1.6 seconds behind Sven Haas, so that has closed up. Not sure whether it was due to pit lane time or traffic, because Barneveld, or indeed an overcut, because Barneveld, of course, did have that extra lap out there. That's a squeeze. One of the, I think that might be Polasek in the TCR. It was indeed, for Full Send Racing. But yeah, the TCR's a little bit more split apart than what we saw earlier on. They're going to come back together a little bit later, though, you can be sure. Very interesting, though, for the GT3s to have not made the hour here for the most part. They do have, of course, BOP limiting their fuel somewhat, and that will be playing a bit of a role. But it looks like all 3 other categories are going to make the hour and make this race at least, or at the very most, a 5-stop race.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll save more later on as the conditions change, maybe when the tyres wear out as well. So there's definitely still some possibility. Yeah, that's always the thing with these GT3 cars, though. Every single race, it's about, do they get to the top of the hour or not?
It's oh so important, especially in a race of this length.
I've also just been listening in on some GT4s and some of the other classes, and in your GT4 leading train, the amount of lift and coast everyone is doing is pretty phenomenal, and I guess you can do that very efficiently in that car. Like we said, low downforce, low drag, you really can coast, and I think in some cases clutch coast, a long way into the braking zone, save a lot of fuel and not lose much speed.
The game's being played very much so. Some of the GT4s have already been in, by the way. Case in point, Lucas Gabler in the Aston Martin for SimRC. Junkos Racing Esports also in as SCK Racing. Pure Sims Esports also in after their spin earlier on. A longer stop, of course, earlier from Talk Freak Racing. They're just recovering right now. But this top 4 at the moment, able to go a bit further. This is lap 27 for them now. I believe, anyway. Yeah, I think it is. Lap 27 for them. So we may well see them in at the end of this lap. but they have gone over the hour, so should be 5 stops for them. Could even see 4 stops, actually, I've been told, in TCR. Or 4 stints, maybe. We'll see how far they can go for a start. But
yeah, they used to be able to clearly go over 90 minutes on fuel in the TCR class. Then it got pegged back a little bit, but not massively. But the reality is they are a relatively efficient car with a pretty big fuel tank. All but one keep going here. So in the GT4 group, you see Fiercely Forward pit in. Meanwhile, the leaders there at Urano and SRC Movano right behind them, I think they've got a lot more. Someone did talk about that the key difference maybe between this AMG and the Aston Martin is how they coast. So okay, listen to SRC Movano at the end of the Kemmel Straight here, because a lap ago is when they really had a massive old lift and coast. They're right in position, right in the slipstream, and no lift and coast because they're going for the lead.
Well, unexpected, but Fraser Williamson surprising Urano a little bit with the move down the inside, side by side between the 2 leaders. But Dylan Scrivens holds on for Urano. Josh Poulain just watches in behind for Fordzilla as well. But no lifting and coasting on that occasion. This is all going to help Fiercely Forward, of course, who pitted on that last lap. If these guys fight too much, then they could find Fiercely Forward in front of all of them at the end of this pit stop cycle.
Yeah, I mean, the in-laps and the out-laps are always super critical for your battles. So if this is compromising the in-lap for these guys, then that could advantage Fiercely Forward a little bit. We think everyone's going to be on the same number of stops. It's just a matter of when they're taking them, how long they're stretching the fuel, and therefore how long that final fuel fill is going to take. If you save in this stint, you save in the next stint, you come to your final pit stop with maybe 30 minutes to go. Fordzilla and your GT3 leader, I believe it is. Yeah, but then you might have just a slightly quicker final pit stop if you've been saving all day.
That's the former GT3 leader, now second place, Sven Haase, but he's getting closed in on by Ryan Barneveld. Not quite a battle just yet, so we'll stay with the GT4s as they continue to get lapped. Harvu also coming up on these guys as Urano and Dylan Scrivens just gets a little bit of an advantage. They're heading towards the pit lane. Obviously showing Harvu to the outside line on this occasion because they might well want to dive to the right very soon. Scrivens made sure he wasn't dived then because he wants to go into pit lane, and there they come. Lap 28 is the limit for these GT4s. They make their way down 1, 2 and 3, and they'll wait and see where Fiercely Forward are. 992 Cup cars also making pit stops, by the way, as everybody aims to find their box. Oh, it's a reverse. There's a reverse for Fraser Williamson, I do believe. He will change driver as well. SLC Movano Corsa changing to Lorenzo Manfredotti in that 439. I'm not sure if this is just the angle here though, David. I can't see Fordzilla up on the jacks there.
Oh, it is tough to gauge from that angle. One thing I want to point out though is right now the order of the pit stalls in the lane is set by the results of qualifying. So this is the first time in the race they've gone into the pit lane. Their crew were in a different spot than they were when they last left the pit lane in qualifying. So that's why sometimes you do see this happen. The drivers are like, oh, my crew are in a different spot than they were last time, because they shuffle around in the race to be ordered as they were in qualifying. So now, as our GT4 cars leaving the lane, there goes.
Stop. It's taking ages for Fordzilla. Taking absolutely ages. What is that about for Mike Wagner? For some reason, he couldn't get going again. Excuse me, that's the 992 driver. So, for whatever reason, there's been a big difference in GT4 pit stops here. So Urano, Dylan Scrivens, 55 seconds, 56 for Fiercely Forward, that's all normal. 57 for Movano. Josh Poulain was 1 minute 26 in the lane, 0.4 seconds in the box. That could just be a timing thing on our end, but for some reason, that has taken, a very long time for Josh Poulain to get going again. And Fordzilla have lost heaps of time.
Yeah, I'm double checking on that.
Get another look. I did think it looked strange in the box. It didn't look like it was up on the jacks to me. But yeah, very bizarre.
Well, they weren't one of the cars to serve a penalty, were they? So there's a couple of cars that are going to have some funny-looking pit stops the first time around because they've got 5 or 10 or 15 second penalties to serve, which sees them stop in the penalty box, ironically underneath the podium. If you've got too many penalties, you're probably not going to end up standing up there, but they stop in the penalty box and then move forward into their pit stall, and that can give you some confusing pit stop time numbers, but the total lane transit time in to out is what it is and always remains factual. So you've got to look at the difference in the lane time, and sometimes that's affected by penalties, of which there have been I'm going to need 3 hands to count this, 5 to 10 or 11 or 12.
No further actions in the last few minutes, but a lot of time penalties from the earlier investigations that happened in this race. Talk Freak Racing's GT4 have got a 10-second time penalty. Kaika Shube's 96. BS Turner car got a 10-second time penalty for the lap 1 incident, and the Team Huizingveld TCR has got 10 seconds worth of a time penalty to serve at their next pit stops as well. As we see some pit stops for some of the team drivers in 992. Now this is why are SimRC, or why were Sim? I could be looking at. I'm looking at an old live timing. Sorry about that. That was confusing. So both esports are leading in 992 just for the moment. Harvu are in second place. We saw an earlier stop from Savo Esports, so that's why they're able to go longer. Harvu have not stopped yet, so that's why they're in the position they are right now. It was a slightly longer stop though for Williams Esports. Alessandro Bico is all of a sudden, after 2 minutes 31 in the box. That's yeah, I've remembered. They had a 1-minute penalty to serve for the for a pre-race infringement, and they have just done that now. So that has really split apart the 992 race, because Urano now have a very big lead. Their closest challengers were Williams, of course, and now they have gone a minute back.
And I think it's fair to say the general gist of these pretty hefty 60-second time penalties for the pre-race registration infringements is it basically boils down to, Wazowski, you forgot to file your paperwork. And for that, they don't want to exclude cars that have super late-minute changes to the registered pre-qualified driver lineups, etc. You never want to exclude cars that are in breach of that kind of thing. But you do need to make sure that, you know, swapping out one driver for suddenly your Porsche Esports Pro driver has become available. That can't be an advantage.
And it can't be a regular thing either, because it's a bit of a pain. So they've been given a 1-minute penalty, but they may have been. It may have been a necessity. It may not be their fault, but race control, of course, or it could just be human error as well, as you say, not filing the paperwork. It could just be human error. We have not talked to them to find out, or I certainly haven't.
Well, the notes here on them read that it's for the 995, it's a driver change late in the weekend, so not 1 week notice given about the change to their driver lineup. And the other two is that they've joined this session with the incorrect number, which can, you know, it can mess up other teams that have a rightful claim to that particular number, or it can throw off our graphics and the paints and other things. If you register and you say, I'd like the number 40, you've got to race as the number 40. You can't steal someone else's number.
Side by side for third in TCR as SimRC come under fire from Michael Polasek in the Full Send Racing 185. No move made on that occasion for Polasek. So the TCR battle gets split apart once again with another GT3.
And as a New York, New Jersey guy, Michael Polasek, of course, is very surprised at how politely everyone's driving today.
Yeah, I have heard some stories. So we'll, yeah.
The fact, if there's a type of barrier named after your state,
yeah, it's not a good sign. No, it's not a good sign. Top four, though, in TCR are still together, as you can see. There's another four-car group further back, actually, being headed by Maniti Racing and Damien Owen Harris. That contains SERIES Esports, Impulse Racing and Team Huizingbeld as well. They're all trying to get back to the front in this TCR category. And of course, Zenith Esports are still running out there at the moment as well. They're 4 laps down after their damage. Their contact with Monaco Esports, of course. It actually saw the most hefty penalty we've had all day so far for Monaco Esports, who are now retired, of course. We haven't mentioned in GT4, by the way, the CSRA by Entropic 4-2-1. Qualified in 4th in GT4, but are now out the race also. So 56 cars remaining. Been judging by the opening moments that we saw, the close proximity of all 60 cars earlier. I guess only 4 retirements so far is not a bad number.
I mean, remember that La Source pile up. That could have been 10 cars out of the race in a different world.
Absolutely could have been. Thankful that it did not materialise in that way, as Ryan Barneveld is the man we're on board with right now, chasing down second place man Sven Hasse. These two will return to the lead in a moment
now,
because, yeah, that was quite good timing. The 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics car, driven by Stefan Hofbauer, is now into the pit lane. I think, though, we've got to wait.
Lift and coast.
Yeah,
insane lift and coast from Barneveld there. Super early. I kind of want to stay with this, see if we see it again, but it does suggest that it looks like a very competitive strategy for these GT3 cars is save that fuel, make it the full hour, and make it a 5, not a 6 stop race. So not so much because he wasn't as close to Biela going into La Source, but it was super noticeable after Blanchimont and before the bus stop chicane. And if he gets close up the top of Eau Rouge Radion, but not close enough to have a move, I wonder if we'll pick it up. And of course, there's 2 good ways to tell. One is, of course, that engine note, and the other is you can see the beautiful Christmas tree, the shift lights. If they start just gently dropping before he puts the brakes on, then you can pick up the lift and coast. Weird gear ratios for the BMW, of course. He's right at the top of 5th gear. And yeah, I call that about, give or take, 80 to 100 meters of lift and coast before he got to the braking zone there. So just managing the pace, managing the fuel, and he knows that his key rival for his team is that car immediately in front. As long as you don't let that car in front get away while you're saving fuel, you're still in it, and you might be building a strategy advantage compared to them. You've got them in your sights, you're in the fight.
Absolutely. 2 class leaders. One class leader getting through on the other, I should say. They're with the Sabel Esports 992 Cup car. They made an early stop as well, very much like the other Biela GT3 BMW, to allow them a 14-second lead at the moment. But Urano Esports will retake that lead in a few moments' time, whenever they decide to come down pit lane again. 2 BMWs and a Porsche, though, top 3 in GT3. Matikaji Soja has made a great start to this race, and he's right in with these guys as well. Danny Ogabe not too far away for MSI Esports. Interesting strategy as well from Matikaji Soja, worth talking about. 36.9 seconds in terms of the pit lane time there. A good 4 or 5 seconds less time than we saw Biela and BS Competition stationary. So I wonder what they're doing in terms of strategy. Maybe they've also accepted that they're going to have to do 6 stops today.
It's shaping up to be pretty interesting in that department across all of our classes. And remember how inseparable the GT4 lead was. Well, now a bit of time in their pocket for Urano Esports over everyone else who's then pretty close.
Absolutely. It's been a nice pit stop phase for them as out of La Source come the leaders. Barneveld tries to follow Hasse through as much as he possibly can, but he is going to be slowed up slightly, although timed it pretty well. The run up through Eau Rouge Radio wasn't halted too much by the Pure Sims GT4 Mercedes that you can just see in front. They're able to stay in touch rather nicely. Up the Camel Straight they go, and towards the Junkos Racing Aston Martin. in 6th place at the moment. So we're approaching the leaders in GT4. And we are going to get a quick look at an idea of the gaps in this GT4 category now. We make our way through the field with the GT3 leaders, through to Jackie Hick's corner.
Hunkossa kind of snuck their way up in that GT4 field as well, haven't they? About the same pit stop time as everyone else. There was a while there where it really looked like the leading train was just Mercedes, 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 Mercedes. But SimRC are up in 5th, and Hunkossa here in 6th. You can see that SimRC car just in front, so of course Hunkossa would like to stay in touch with that yellow and black Aston Martin. And, if they're lucky, the traffic might help them get back in touch, but they're not quite close enough. But that's always interesting in these classes where you've got more than one car. Is the Mercedes looked really strong in qualifying, pretty strong right out of the box, but then you can often have the underdog car maybe be nicer to its tyres at the end of a long run. You hope there's some little redeeming feature that can bring them back into this at the end of the 6 hours, because there is a big difference between one qualifying lap versus 6 hours of race pace and fuel economy and tyre wear.
It's a long day for everybody. 6 hours of Spa, nearly a quarter of the way through, nearly 90 minutes gone now for the leaders. We're focusing in on Ryan Barneveld, trying to close in on the leader right now of Sven Hasse, doing a double stint on tyres here, of course, as well, is the Dutchman. 5th place in a couple of the big special events we've had this season on iRacing. Most recently at the Spa 24 was 5th place, along with a couple of his teammates in this race, actually, Julian Kesselhut, and also 5th place at Sebring. Go on.
I'm looking up and down that GT3 timing, and now I know there's a lot going on, but Apex Racing Academy, one of the cars that I was going to point out are pretty quick, and yeah, there's a couple of cars that are just looking good in this second stint, faster than BS Competition, faster than Havu, who are admittedly flying in the traffic.
Free wide and contact for Fiercely Forward, who go around. I think that was them in the GT4s. It could not have been, but round they go. It was indeed Alvaro Gomez from 3rd, and he drops to 4th off the podium as a result. This is a big battle in TCR as well for 5th place. 3 wide going down towards Bruxelles, and it all turned out very badly for the Mercedes. Mivano now with no drafting partner either. As we were talking about that as well, by the way, Matti Karasoja got through on Ryan Barneveld in the BS Competition BMW, so a nice pass, and Havu are up to 2nd. This is how it happened.
GT4 trying to get down the inside of the TCR. GT3 trying to get down the inside of that, and it's such a difficult position to be. You are the meat in the sandwich as Fiercely Forward, and they've given too much space to the car on their right and not enough space to the car on their left. But you know that 3 wide is a very, very high chance for disaster in a circumstance like that. I find it tough to blame anyone, because the move was on for Havu, and they were well and truly down there, and they gave as much space as they possibly could. They didn't push wide at the apex and cause that, but they put the ingredients together for a pretty nasty cake.
I totally agree. Not much that any of them could have done really in that racing space. They were all just pushing as hard as possible. You've got to remember that all 3 of them are trying to maximise their situation to vault themselves up the order, so it's hard to be too harsh on any one of those 3 drivers in the end. So, top 3 separated by not very much at all here in this race at the moment. Top 4 separated by 3.5 seconds after nearly 90 minutes of racing here at Spa. It's been a remarkable race so far, an enthralling one, and very much not one to miss here this afternoon on RaceSpotTV. My name's Ewan O'Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes for the afternoon's action, and Tyler Maxson is behind the cameras at the moment. We're hearing reports as well that BS Turner and Kai Kasube may have been off the road on the last lap. His last lap time was a good 10 seconds further away than where it should have been. So we think that the veteran GT3 driver will be or has been, off the road somewhere, although yet to get to the bottom of quite where that was.
Yeah, I'm not completely atop of it either, but again, here we are. You've got Sabelt in 992, you've got the GT4 car, and they kind of chop across the nose of the GT4, don't they?
That wasn't fiercely forward again, was it?
I think it was. I think they were a millimetre from being clear and going around the outside, but they've chopped for the apex. Both cars have made contact and lost a bunch of time.
Alvaro Gomez has been off twice in that lap. He's been off in the gravel twice, and I don't think either of them were his fault. I really feel for him because he's had a really great start to the race, a great first stint, and he was setting off nicely in the second stint as well. Then 2 incidents, not his fault in 1 lap, has set them back to 7th now for fiercely forward. It's such a shame for them. Here are some of the leading battles in TCR, by the way. Oh, it's a sideways for Pure Sims. Through Blanchimont, the GT3s trying to get through, and Apex Racing Academy making a big dive into the bus stop chicane. This is a battle for... oh, it's not even a battle, is it? It's a 992 Cup car that had to be negotiated. Kai Kashube given a wide berth by those 2 TCRs, so he splits through the middle.
It absolutely is Porsche's fault that with each passing generation it looks more and more like a GT3 car. The outgoing 991.2, yeah, look, could occasionally, you know, to the untrained eye, be mistaken for a GT3 car. It had a big wing on it, okay, but now the new one's got swan neck mounts and a big front splitter and very aggressive wheel arches and an aero kit on it that really starts to look like a GT3 car.
It's not a commentator's dream, I'll be honest, but here we are. It's a great car to have on the grid as up towards Le Combe for a number of the leaders. These are the TCR leaders. You can see the Urano Esports would be and will be leading 992 Cup car in the background of that shot there as well. I think the GT3 leaders can't be too far away either. Matti Soja is giving Bila Racing Team Euronics a real headache right now. And here he is. Harvey would have really climbed, rocketed up the order. The all-finished team driving the number 75 Porsche, 79 Porsche. Matti Soja leading the line. One of our racing's very best. Looking to get to the front of this race in just 90 minutes. This stint in particular, he must have done some great things to his tyres throughout his first stint of this race because they're still looking very good.
When those BMWs were doing very well in qualifying, I couldn't help but think, I feel like the Porsche has been very good on its tyres lately, and look at that lift and coast as well. You think in the low traction conditions and on old tyres, the BMW wears the rears, gets a bit skatey, poor traction off the corners. The Porsche, well, love it, hate it, the traction is on those rear wheels. They continue stubbornly, tradition, passion, putting that rear engine behind the rear axle, and you do get good traction out of slow corners. You do hopefully preserve the tyres a little better, and the ultimate low traction condition, of course, is the wet weather. Hashtag soon, but Porsche's famously good in that sort of thing. The move could be on. He's done fuel saving.
Here it is. Outside line for Matti Soja, who attempts to put the Bila car into the TCR on the left-hand side. Not able to. Slight contact between the two as well. There was definitely a touch there. Bila Racing Team Euronics continue in the lead. Matti Soja is going to have to come again and try again because it won't be this time where he takes the race lead. Slight contact though. I don't think it was just one of those kind of unlucky contacts. They kind of bounced off each other, and all of a sudden Kai Soja found himself in the marbles and really out wide.
Yeah, I know some choice finish words for that kind of situation. I don't see Havu could have been any further to the left. Bila, of course, want to squeeze them, want to open up their own line through that corner to try to defend the lead, and I've gotten a millimetre too close. And in the rub, it has unsettled Havu in the braking zone and cost them time. Great though, it's a three-way fight we've got going on. 3 teams, the BMW and the Porsche, mixing it up against each other like they're going to do in LMDH going forward, which I I look forward to. Here it is.
It didn't do a lot.
When I look at it from the helicopter, it doesn't look like there was much movement at all in the braking zone.
No. It didn't look like it. It wasn't a case of they were just not turning in there, Biela. I think there was just a bit of almost unlucky contact, and then you find yourself on the outside, and then it's very difficult.
It almost looks like the car on the inside just holds them out there, and that's why you want the inside. That's why the most popular overtaking move in motorsport is to dive bomb down the inside and take the corner. The inside, if you're all other things being equal, is where you want to be there. And so for Havu, they wanted to start turning into the corner. They wanted to improve their own angle and radius at it. And Biela, who rightfully had the inside, said, "No, I don't think so. Not this time. Not yet."
Not just yet, as we approach the 90-minute mark of the 6 hours of Spa. Looks like the TCR cars are going to make it, so it's going to be only a free-stop race for them, by the looks of things. And it's going to be a very interesting one as well.
Why even bother buying air jacks and fuel rigs then?
Well, yeah, to be honest, I can certainly see the point, because they don't really make many stops here in the 24H Series Esports. But there we are.
About TCR endurance racing, because they're very popular in sort of, sprint touring car style racing of, 3 20-minute races in a weekend or whatever, but they do also get used in 24-hour series at all around the globe. Think about Dubai, you think about the other events. I've been told that the Bathurst International in November, it was meant to be a 500 kilometre or so TCR race, but it got moved into a handful of sprint races because there is quite significant cost involved in converting the TCRs into the endurance racing specification, with the quick fill fuel things and the air jacks and all the other whatnot that goes with it. It's an add-on kit that's not cheap, so you don't have it unless you regularly go endurance racing.
Absolutely, but despite all those changes that do have to be made, the DNA of those cars still allows for endurance racing, which is very, very, which is still a testament to them, really. Because,
I've had my wild speculation, not wild speculation, I've heard it, but confirmed by our producer Tyler Maxon, who of course is a TCR and other racer. So yeah, it's the same thing for the Porsche Cup cars as well, by the way, because you think of the Porsche Super Cup,
like
yeah, and the others. You buy the car from Porsche off the list, and it's eligible for that style of racing. But then it's big boxes that you've got to tick for the endurance racing fuel cell, for ABS, for some of those other things. Now, if you're going to take the car 24-hour racing, and you're going to share it with, some other drivers and some paying drivers, then once you start averaging it, across that, the capital expenditure always gets dwarfed by the operating expenditure in motorsports. But if you're not planning for endurance racing, it's a big capital outlay to do just once.
We've seen it done many times, though, in terms of converting those cars. We even saw the Renault OS01 converted into, as a sprint racing car in a pure Renault series, to an endurance racing car, won the 12 hours of Mugello in
There's one still racing in New Zealand. There's a RS01 in GT3 spec racing in the South Island Endurance Championship. It's the Southern Hemisphere summer, so they race across their summer months across the ditch from me. Beautiful, beautiful car. Had its moment in the sun. Has been a little bit forgotten maybe over the last 7 or 8 years. But great looking car. Renault badge on the nose. Nissan GTR turbocharged engine in the middle.
I've got to say, I absolutely love it. I think it's an absolutely fantastic car. It's
basically mid-engined Godzilla.
Yeah, it's absolutely. I was lucky enough to go and see him in real life as well at Silverstone. Absolutely fantastic cars. But anyway, moving aside, they're not even in this race, so let's get back to it a little bit. The TCR cars are beginning to make their first pit stops of the day, and Full Send Racing were the only team at the front 4 to actually make a trip down pit lane. Michael Pulisic has gotten out, and Naveed Hussein is now into that car. So he'll be doing the business now, trying to get back towards those free positions and maybe getting that team at that very European multinational team onto the podium quite possibly. These are the couple of cars battling over those final couple of spots inside the podium places. Second and third for Pure Sims and SimRC for now. But I mean, another word on MSI Esports here and Mark Perez. What a great drive from the Spaniard here today. Qualified 9th. Well, it wasn't him who qualified, but qualified 9th. And now up in the lead. Absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and a great little race they're having, fighting in every way possible, you know, fighting through the traffic, fighting on the strategy and the fuel save, and they're on track, sort of inseparable at the moment, and you know that every lap they're doing every little thing they can to try to preserve the tyres better than the other guy, save more fuel than the other guy, and probably, you know, try to hand the car over to their teammates in better condition and better place, and trust that teamwork makes the dream work.
37 laps from Full Send Racing. These guys probably going to end up doing 38 by the looks of things here. 4 seconds of a lead though for MSI Esports, and they'll be the first to lead the line down pit lane if indeed that it does indeed happen. Let's see though. Down towards the bus stop chicane, SimRC pulled to the outside line. They don't want to get dived down the inside of here unless they are staying out. Goodness me, that was close. They all do it though, and Pure Sims are in. So Pure Sims make their way in. MSI do as well, but SimRC have gone 1 lap longer again. That's so typical of SimRC to have a strategic stranglehold on this race. As you mentioned earlier, any laps now will be saved in a pit stop later on.
Yeah, it puts a lot of stress on this next lap for SimRC as well, because it's got to be a good one, otherwise they'll emerge from their pit stop behind Full Send, as long as it can be a tidy stop.
Let's see if it is tidy enough. Look at the pit stop times for the others, around 54, 53 seconds or so. Although Full Send Racing did have a longer stop, that was for a penalty, 10-second time penalty for them, for their contribution to the turn 1 incident on lap 1. If you remember, there was a bit of bowling going on. Unfortunately, they ended up getting the strike. It was a 10-second penalty, but not in a good way, I'm afraid, for them. So they dropped back just a little bit after that opening pit stop.
You mean the stewards didn't spare them?
Oh, that was better. Oh, dear me, I'm disappointed in myself. And also you, sort of, for that.
No, that's fair, you should be.
But anyway, battle for the lead is starting to hot up because Harvu would really like to not be in second place for very much longer. Bila Racing Team Euronics have been mobbing that position for a good while now. But Matti Kaya-Soja fancies his turn in the lead. The gap is very, very small indeed. And judging by the pace of that Porsche, it looks like they've got the measure of the BMW in front.
It looks like they've had the pace advantage this whole stint, but remember that time they tried to make the move stick, and it didn't. It came unglued. You notice the BS car still just lurking in the background, though, as well. Still close between this 3. Stop times relatively comparable for all here, though I wonder if the 79 might have just short-filled a tiny bit with Havu.
Yeah,
but for all of them it was fuel only at the last stop, so they're at least on a double stint. Now the track temperature has really cooled off, I think, down to 24. I thought it started this race up at 35-ish or something, didn't it? Either way, I think it's good tyre saving weather. So this next stop is where it gets really interesting for GT3, because there might be some people thinking of triple stinting those tyres, and if some go triple, some go double, that blows it even further wide open. I was about to ask a silly question. 992, they take fuel and tyres separately in their pit stop as well, don't they? So it's a very similar strategy. The 992 Cup car seems to be a little harder on the tyres. They don't go quite as long on them. You compare that to GT4 and TCR, where fueling and tyre changing happens at the same time, so there isn't a track position advantage to be had from double stinting the tyres.
Interestingly as well, SimRC were able to go again, another lap for them. That's 3 laps longer than some people were able to go. A really remarkable opening stint for them, even though it hasn't resulted in the lead for the most part. They have saved a lot of fuel. So there'll be ones to watch throughout the rest of the race. We've got Oris Rincon IRS in the pit lane for the 992 category. That's turning into a long stop for them. So, oh dear, that's a squeeze. And that's a bit of irony there. Bela Racing Team Euronics, while trying to get away from the Harvu GT3, dived down the inside of the Harvu 992 Cup car and very nearly caused a bit of an incident there.
Are there any Harvu cars left that don't have a little Bela paint swap on them?
Well, it doesn't look like it at this point. There's been a lot of paint swapping going on up and down the field. I think they are the only two Harvu cars. On a more serious note, they've got one in GT3 and indeed in 992 as well, but that's it. Down the straight and up towards Blanchimont for the 2 leaders. Still only half a second separating them right now. They'll just split up briefly. A GT4 battle, a category that really has just quietened down in the last few moments. Well, we've not been looking at it quite so much, but still has to be negotiated.
Someone's in the wall behind them. Past the Blanchimont, someone has made contact. Where's BS?
BS competition, oh dear!
3rd place in GT3 exit of Blanchimont contact. The car in another class.
And it was just coming across on them too quickly. We saw this with Kaikashube as well, down at Stavolo. And now the other BS competition, the other BS car, the BS competition car this time. And I've got to say, that one is a real, more glaring misjudgment.
Does it stand for blind spot?
It might do now. Difficult to peer through the trees here, famously in a forest here at Spa-Francorchamps. Thankfully we can see him hit the wall in full view, but behind the trees for the incident. Yeah, for me, the one with Barneveld there, though, is even more of a big misjudgment, because, after all, you're technically on a straight there, really. I know there's a bend in the road, but even so, you're technically on a straight. And so, should you really be getting anywhere near the Sebel Esports car? I mean, not really, in my eyes. It's a bit of a silly misjudgment. But there we are.
Yeah, it sort of... The speed difference at that part of the track, GT3 to 992, not that great. I mean, you're whizzing by TCR cars in a GT3, but you gotta wait a tiny bit longer to be clear and take the line away when it's a 992 car, when it's a faster corner like that. And another Merc GT4 in one of the loaded corners, just stretching the limit of the grip on the rear.
Certainly are getting all out of shape through Lecom on that particular occasion, but thankfully still going, as are 56 cars here in this race at Spa. It's very good to see indeed. So then, just coming up to 2 hours complete, not too far away from another pit stop cycle here in the race. We've had a big change in TCR. SimRC now lead ahead of MSI Esports after their most recent pit stops. SimRC pit stop was a bit longer, but they were able to run out in clean air, and they were able to grab the lead. So, with all of that out of the way, we are going to take a quick break here. It's time for RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. We're going to go to this TCR leading battle between SimRC and MSI Esports. Enjoy this on board. It's the 6 hours of Spa for 24/8 Series Esports, and this is RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. Change for the lead in TCR as we welcome you back to the 6 hours of Spa. It's the 24H Series Esports season opener, and it's MSI Esports now leading in the slowest of the 4 categories here this afternoon. SimRC displaced from that one after their slightly interesting pit strategy. Kieran Harrison loses out on the lead. Now even Stream Ledger is trying to get through on him for second place, as we're seeing. Good afternoon to everybody watching. Good to have you here. My name is Una Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes, and Tyler Maxson is behind the cameras here this afternoon. David, it's been a very interesting and exciting opening couple of hours to this race, but finally we're settling into what could be called a recognisable endurance racing pattern.
Well, it was pretty relentless and brutal with the multi-class traffic early on. We had all of our GT4 cars packed together. We had all of our TCR cars packed together. And of course that meant every time that any of the 19 GT3 cars came up to lap them, it was very difficult. You had some really tough congestion points around what is a massive 7-kilometre lap of the famous Circuit de Spa-Francorchamps. It has, as you say, settled into a little bit more rhythm, the field a little more evenly spaced. We are not done from seeing action, drama, and I don't think our race control stewards can pack up just yet. But it has settled into this rhythm where we're talking less about contact or, slipstreaming, and more about the race strategy, who is going to be changing tyres, who's hitting fuel numbers that are going to let them save a pit stop. Are we going to see 5 or 6 stops in GT3? We're going to see 3 stops in TCR, it looks like. Incredible fuel economy out of them. They've kind of got a GT3 size fuel cell in them with about 60% of the power, and that it's kind of the physics of the situation as to why the TCR cars can go so many more laps from one pit stop.
It can go a very long way indeed. We've had some changes in GT3 as well. By the looks of things, a mistake on the last lap for Sven Haase has left the lead to Danny Ogilvy now, and a pit stop for Harvu and Matikaja Soja has now seen them drop down as well. Still
and
no
that confirms
tyres.
A 6-stop strategy out of Harvu, and they did short fuel last time around. But that could be, the fuel strategy following the tyre strategy, where they've looked at, can the tyres do 3 hours? No. Can the tyres do 2.5? And we're going to have to make an extra pit stop for the fuel regardless. Okay, why bother filling the car all the way up when we can run even stints rather than one final 15-minute stint just to close out the race? And in doing that, they might be able to undercut, or they might look foolish against some of these GT3 teams that are really working that top of the hour.
Absolutely. It's difficult to work out quite who is on top in the race at the moment, really, as a result. But either way, we can certainly say
no one knows until that checkered flag, right?
Yeah.
There's cards in the hand, there's cards on the table, and it's that final lap of the race in this kind of endurance style with this different strategies converging, where we know who's got a flush and who's got nothing.
Absolutely. I mean,
it would be better if I'd said who's got a flush and who's bluffing, but yeah, okay, I'll work on that. We've got a long season ahead of us.
We have.
We will be the slickest team come the 12 hours of Barcelona.
Well, that's the idea. Anyway, we will be bringing you, of course, every 24H Series Esports race to you live this season once again on RaceSpotTV. It will be great to be along for the ride once again in the 42 hours of racing, of which we have now nearly completed 2. Here, slight battle for the lead going on as well right now between MSI and Biela. However, we are on lap 50, and I'm certainly expecting these two to be into the pit lane at the end of this lap, unless, of course, they've managed to stretch it out to 26 laps for the first time today. It would be somewhat of a surprise. However, they may have attempted it. We'll wait and see when we get down towards the final sections of the racetrack, as the battle for TCR honours also begins to heat up a little bit as well. There are the 2 leaders, MSI Esports versus Biela Racing Team Euronics, and they're going to take it to the pit lane. 25 laps the limit, these 2 not making it to the hour.
well, you love to see that if you're Havu, don't you? Because suddenly you look a little cleverer, running a little shorter, running a little lighter, maybe treading lighter on the tyres, but it's all about what they're going to do on the tyres and who is going to make that top of the hour in GT3. The overall honours, the top class does get a little more attention, maybe a little more glory. But my goodness, there are really good teams and really good racing up and down, and TCR putting it on again as well.
Yeah, no different in TCR at all. MSI Esports with Mark Perez still in that car and still leading as the lap traffic makes its way through. Inside line for the Mercedes GT4, and they just lift off and fuel save a little bit to make sure that they do end up going through. There was a driver change in Sim RC, as we mentioned at the time. Kieran Harrison now into that car. Dean Ledger is now into the Pure Sims 116 as well. So good to see him out there in that battle for third with them as well. Still waiting on a few pit stops in GT3
I think they've both gone and slightly short fueled it down at Bieler and MSI. I'm trying to get an accurate stop number and then decipher exactly what that means for those BMW teams.
Could be right though. Only 1 minute in the box. 1 minute and 10 is normally what we see, or a little bit less than that for a pit stop when you've changed tyres as well. But it has left Havu with a pretty big lead, since they are triple stinting those tyres right now. Interesting to see this develop now though. Yeah, getting very interesting indeed in GT3 as the TCR battle makes its way towards Blanchimont. MSI Sports leading them around, and I don't think SimRC have got any intention of going through here at all. They saved so much fuel on that previous stint, 2 laps on the 2 cars around them, that they would really like to do that again.
A fool not to.
But, well, exactly. 2 laps is going to result in at least 8 laps of fuel that they have to take on less at the end. If we presume they're going to do 4 stints, even I can do 4 times 2. So
proud of you.
Thanks. It looks like yeah, they're going well at the moment, but who knows whether the others will react as we see some pit stop for Apex Racing Academy.
So that'd be a saving of almost 30 litres by the end of the race, which is what, 200 pounds?
Well, yes, it's a fairly hefty amount of weight, I suppose.
No, I was talking money.
Oh, I see what you mean. Sorry, yeah. I thought you were talking weight there, sorry. This is why pounds shouldn't be used and kilograms should be used, but anyway. SimRC down the inside of MSI into Lecom, and they make their way through nicely.
A bit awkward for Bieler though, isn't it? We talk about this when you've got 3 TCR cars sort of nose to tail, way harder to cleanly get past without losing time than to just pass one car by itself. It's, okay, I'll let my Australian out. You know, it's very easy on a country highway to pass one car. You need a lot of clear space to get around a road train.
You do, certainly. Through comes a number of other GT3s. The Bieler car that just went through, was that the 45 or 46? Not entirely sure, but the 45 is still on that kind of alternate strategy, if you like, that sees them out in front every time. Possible 6-stop race for them, and possibly doing it a little bit different to the likes of Havu, and definitely doing it a lot differently to the other Bieler car, and also MSI Esports. Now Christian Lamella driving their car, but into the pit lane from the race lead comes Ryan Barneveld. 52 laps complete in this race now, and Barneveld is into the pit lane.
And again, we are right on that top of the hour sort of thing where these drivers and these teams Are they going for tyres at this stop? The answer is probably. So it's a longer stop. We'll see them exiting the pit lane after the top of the hour. That keeps them in that game that we've seen a couple of teams walk away from. They sort of drove the first into the race hoping they'd be able to make 60 minutes on every tank of fuel. Got to the second stint and went, you know what, we're compromising our race pace too much. We've got to save fuel too hard. It's not competitive to do that. So as you see, the BS competition car, the 89, Felix Kvernbach is going to take over. The tyres are changing now. There comes their teammates in the Turner car with the yellow split personality, I guess. Yeah,
Very
so
split,
it is looking like fuel and tyres for almost everyone, including Altus here, who you see exiting just behind them as well. So the typical strategy in GT3 for a 6-hour race would be, 1 hour stint, fuel, 1 hour stint, fuel, tyres, driver change, etc. You'd go for 3 double stints to get you to the 6 hours, but big lap around here, fuel saving proving difficult out of the draft, and some teams have been forced into what's going to look like an extra stop. You've got that split of strategies now. Altus and BS trying to do 6 stops, and others, Bila, Havu, definitely looking committed to 7, I'd say.
That looks like it.
Keep an eye on the pace then for the Havu 79 GT3 in this stint as well, because sure, they're on the same fuel strategy as some now, but they are not on the same tyre strategy from what we know.
No, certainly not. Also, worth noting as well, and we'll speak about this a little bit before GT4s and 992 cars come down pit lane. When are we expecting the GT4s? It'll be a little while yet, actually. And for the 992s, it will be just a few moments as well. So, got a little bit of time to wait. But look at the GT3 pit stops there. We saw BS competition. They seem to have a normal fuel and tyre stop. It's only 1 minute and 2 seconds. Now, correct me if I'm wrong here, but that's a little bit shorter than normal.
They fuel a bit quicker than they used to, don't they? On account of the average fuel tank size across the field got tweaked from about 120 litres down to about 105, 108, and I think the fill rate stayed the same, but the capacities shrunk and the economy got a little bit better. So the stint length stayed the same on slightly less fuel. I think, am I correct that that's probably what makes this about 10-second difference?
Oh, judging by the pit stop times from fuel only being about 40 seconds, I thought that was pretty normal, but compared to what we saw earlier, I thought that somehow the tyre changes maybe got quicker or something. I don't really know what adjustments have been made or if any have been made at all. But yeah, I mean, it does seem to be a little bit quicker today than what we've seen previously. But I could be wrong. We'll just have to wait and see really as the race develops about what those times are, etc. But for the moment, 4.4 seconds is all that separates Stefan Hopper and Matti Kaisoja. We've got Lucas Muller in third for Koala Gaming as well as a result of a no-tyre stop there from them. Also no tyres from Williams Esports PenQ, but they're on a different strategy after their disconnection earlier on. This is a bit of a busy part of the racetrack.
Weather still very, very favourable to the possibility of a triple stint for tyres in the GT3 class. It's middle of the day, sun beating down, but it's still only 24 degrees Celsius on the track because we are using the realistic date and time of mid-September in the Ardennes mountains. So that sun can do its best, but it is not heating the track beyond about 25 Celsius even on a clear day. Those cooler temperatures are kinder to the tyres.
Yes.
Critically, they also give us faster lap times and higher fuel consumption.
Yeah, it does have a quite big bearing on the race, really. Oh dear, that's a squeeze from BS Competition through on the TCR leading Sim RC Honda. And another GT4 goes through. Out to Esports also make their way past. That's Carlos Fenalosa now at the wheel of that Porsche. But still a three-car leading battle in TCR. And these three pretty much working with the same fuel load and tyres at the moment. So it's interesting to see MSI Esports clinging on at the back. But we spoke about this earlier on, and we hoped this would happen, I suppose, as well. These three TCR cars are very, very close together, and it may remain like that for hours to come.
Yeah, and after last season, all Audi RS3, because at the commencement of the season, that's all we had, to have two different marks, two different body shapes, is great, but to have them competitive with each other from what we see now, even better. We've sort of had it in the past where, you know, sometimes more than one model's available to be used in a class, but only one of them is really competitive, and no one likes that. The viewers don't like that. The drivers who say, oh, I prefer how this one drives, but it's just not competitive, so we have to drive a car that I don't like as much, don't like it. You know, and then the other side of that coin is the drivers and teams who are in a car that turns out to not be competitive, and there's no practice or setup building that can get them to the front of the field. They are not having a good time either. So right now, I would say balance of performance and equivalency in TCR is looking pretty good. MSI though, certainly for example, if the Honda was the preferred car, MSI are definitely the kind of team that could keep a Veloster competitive. They've been very good across many seasons of 24-hour Series Esports. Sometimes, and in previous seasons, champions across more than one division in a season.
Absolutely very, very difficult to accomplish indeed. We've got a three-car battle for fourth here now. Maxime Marriott was a little bit disappointing maybe in qualifying compared to what we normally see from the Frenchman, but he's right on it again now. He is in fourth place ahead of SRC Movado Corsa. That's Alexander Lauritsen. And Tyler Hervias in the Pure Sims Esports Porsche just in behind as well. They were sixth place at the end of last season Pure Sims, and currently running sixth place in this race right now. More watching on from behind this battle than anything else. Traffic is ever present with Kasuba just behind, sorry.
Highest average driver rating in the field does belong to GT3, but as I look up and down the drivers that we've got in some of the cars in the 992 class, you do have a couple of those black stripe iRacing Pro Series drivers who names that you would see in the Porsche Tag Heuer Esports Super Cup, switching it up from that sprint racing into the endurance racing here. So there are some very well known, very competitive names in this particular class. There is across all the classes, but in 992 especially, because you've got Sam Couturt with his black stripe pro license leading the way. Alessandro Bico is driving the Williams Esports car with his, and we've seen a few others. In fact, there's even some that don't currently have the pro license but have been in that championship and that caliber and that pressure of racing before.
We've had some updates from the YouTube chat, by the way, telling me things that I don't know, which is I always enjoy. I had confirmation that the tyre change is now quicker by 8 to 10 seconds or so, and so that is why we've got shorter pit stop times now. So thanks very much to the guys for letting me know that, because I didn't previously. Also, the car in the background there is not Kai Kashubi driving anymore, as I mentioned then. It is Nathan Lewis. They're now down in 11th place for some reason, and they've got fairly hefty damage to the front of that car. Now, I don't know where they picked that up, but judging by their speed on the Camel Straight, they could barely get anywhere near the 992 Cup cars. And now I know they're not slow with those Porsches down the straight, but either way, the GT3s should at least be able to keep pace with them. And Nathan Lewis now is finding it very difficult to lap cars with the damage he's got on that one now.
Yeah, his last lap at 2 minutes 17, which is with, you know, what some cars are doing in that class, but he is not getting around these these Porsches easy at all. The traffic's not much helping him either.
I think some early stops coming here for some of the GT4 cars. Konstantin Scharf has gotten out of the gotten into the Urano car for Dylan Scrivens as the pit stops begin there. The Bavano car is also in with Fraser Williamson now at the wheel. So some changes happening in GT4 after 52 laps now out there on the circuit, I think, for them. And we've also got a pit stop for the other Urano Esports car. That is the 911. Also early for them. Maybe I misnoted the opening stints for them.
I felt like GT4 didn't go that much longer than GT3. We weren't talking about, making the top of the hour, but it was only a little more. Here is Nathan Lewis and that BMW Team BS Turner car.
Oh.
It's that curb. It's that curb that's done him in. And
that's the damage. There's the damage. The rejoin that will certainly see a penalty. That was Kaika Shube at the time we're hearing. So there's been a driver change since. Surprised that they didn't get any of that damage repaired, though. I know you don't get fast repair, but they could at least spend some extra time getting some of that front damage repaired, because it's costing them dearly now.
Would you be incredibly surprised to see a protest on the sheet for a unsafe rejoin for that one?
Certainly not. The 434 has had to serve a penalty there, fiercely forward. By the way, in terms of a time penalty, we haven't spoken about that yet. Maniti Racing, we've got a 5-second penalty for their next stop as well as the 985 that will likely be serving its penalty very soon. You would imagine, if they're still in the race. I don't know where they are. Yes, they have indeed served their penalty. They're a bit further down now, though. 15 seconds time penalty for 148. That is Team Huisingvelders again, second penalty of the day. And the 46 has got a drive penalty, as a time penalty. That is the former race leader. 15 seconds time penalty for making a very unsafe pass and an unsafe rejoin. It was an unsafe pass on 185. That was the incident. I don't think we saw it with Sven Haase, but he's got a 15-second time penalty for it, and that is going to set them back a lot.
Yeah, absolutely it will. Here come a handful of those Porsches that make up the 992 class onto the pit lane as well. Very busy pit entry.
Certainly is. No, I'm beginning to wonder if these. I don't know if you have any access to anything that tells you how long the pit stop, the stints have been. Sorry, but I don't know. They seem just so much shorter to me on this second stint. Maybe I'm just going a bit mad, but it's entirely possible. But yeah, it seems to me from those numbers. But anyway, race leader is in for the moment. 45, the number 45 car. That's Biela Racing Team. Yeah, for the moment, it's Harvu who are taking control of this race. Stefan Hofbauer may well be getting out of that car very soon, and he does. It will be Luca Wundt now into that one. Both for Maniti in this series last year, but Biela Racing Team this time. And the TCR leading battle continues on, will continue on for nearly an hour. Now with their stints. Have still a lot of fuel on board. So Wundt will drop down the order. We'll see how long his pit stop is, whether there's fuel and tyres taken on board. I guess that there maybe is. Will be. But we'll have to just wait to find out. TMRC though taking control of TCR. You can see them here with Pure Sims Esports not too far in behind. Then MSI Esports, only a second back. The three-car battle for 4th place is continuing. Impulse Racing have been detached from that train, but SERIES Esports are trying to close it as much as possible. Beniti Racing and Huysingveld with those guys right now. And there come the leaders to the bus stop chicane. And indeed out onto the front straight. It's going to be a good while until we see pit stops once again, though, from these teams. Especially, well, in all the categories, really. The 45 has come out in 8th place, by the way. That'll be behind Apex Racing Team. So at the moment, it's Havu from Koana and MSI Esports in the top 3 overall.
What's crazy for Havu is the last couple of laps have looked very competitive on lap times wise when we know this is their 3rd stint on those tyres. So their qualifying maybe didn't exactly wow us, but they've just appeared, and of course they did qualify 11th. They just appear to have a good setup for endurance racing, for the tyres, and they've very early gone away from the fuel saving. In fact, even at the very first stop, they slightly short-filled the car. They only took about 37 seconds of fuel compared to everyone else's 41. And so they seem to have known right away where the strength of their team and their car and their drivers and their setup was. And that's the strategy they've stuck to.
I guess it's even more impressive given what we saw from Kaya Soja in the last stint. He was bearing down on Bila, chasing them down all the way, ended up right on the back of them before their pit stop.
So initially they did buy themselves a bit of track position with some slightly short fuel, which is something that they have to pay back later on in the race. But after that very first stop, their pace has been good relative to everyone else, which is of course what matters. While everyone else, uses through their tyres, maybe has to manage their fuel. So their relative pace since that first stop has been what's then brought them not just into overall position contention, but into that net lead contention once you factor in their earlier short fuel.
It's, worked out very well for the all-Finnish team so far. But there's a long way to go, and there's a lot of traffic just up in front of them right now, interestingly. So the final pit stops are filtering through in the 992 Porsche Cup category. And once they have to, we'll have a bit of a rundown in all of the classes, just to tell you who's where, and give you a bit of an update on that. A couple more retirements have happened as well, unfortunately, since we last spoke, as that was a bit of contact for the race leader. Sideswiping one of the TCRs, that not happy with him. That's Aspar Racing Team, or Team Esports, I should say, Aspar Team Esports. Manu Ray Olago at the wheel, and flashing the lights at the lime green Havu Porsche. And you can certainly see his point there. Did the GT3 kind of sideswiping into the slower car almost.
It's a tough life in TCR. Your top 2, I swear, were just bump drafting. From this angle, yeah. I swear, Pure Sims are back there in second. And I wonder what the game is up there. Were they thinking maybe we can drop MSI? There's emerged a little bit of a gap between your top 2 and 3rd as the traffic's gone through, and now it's dissolved. In TCR again, and MSI is still right in touch. They've got that overall leader right behind them, trying to go around the outside of Brussels, and it works. I normally call it Rivage Corner, but there's a few here that have got more than one name.
Oh, that was close as well for Machikai Soja, very nearly into the back of Pure Sims there. Dives down the inside of Sim RC into Puon as well. That makes his way through on a good deal of traffic there, but is what makes or breaks you as a GT3 driver in the 24/8 Series Esports. You need to negotiate so much traffic. Still plenty of it. Only 2 of the 41 slower cars for GT3s have actually retired from the race, so there's still 39 slower cars out on the 11 kilometres here right now to negotiate. It does feel, with 6 cars out the race, though, that it's slightly quieter and slightly less chaotic, although I guess that's to be expected at this point in the race anyway, because the field's more spread out.
Yeah, I mean, I just think back to inside that first hour where occasionally we'd have that shot down the start straight, down the pit straight, and there's 35 cars in frame, and you're going, that's more than half of them on the track, and they're all between the exit of the bus stop and the braking for La Source. So I think there is just a little bit more even field spread, and that's the biggest effect on the traffic.
Does look be the case as we go back to the battle for 5th place in GT3. BS Competition holding back Altus Esports at the moment. It's now Felix Quirnbach at the wheel of the 89. He was also part of that team that took home a 5th place from the recent Spa 24, held here about a month ago. Now looking to carry some of that forwards to a 6 hours of Spa result here in 24/8 Series Esports. Altus Esports doing their best to stop them, the 992 class champions from last season. And it wasn't really that close in the end either. They did dominate just a little bit in the
every race that Bo Albert didn't drive.
Great. Bit of rivalry going on there. RaceSpotTV rivalry. There we are. Good run for them up the hill over Ardennes though. Almost don't know which way to go. In the end, straight into the back of the BMW, because that's the bump drafting, and that's what's to be expected.
One of those teams that are trying to make the hour. That's becoming an increasingly rare strategy, so the fuel saving is paramount for Altus. So they might have gotten just to that bump range, but then they really, really coasted it in at the end of the straight.
Didn't want to end up sending them off the road either, because that's not going to do you any favours. A little bit wide from the Pure Sims GT4 to let Felix Quirnbach go through. So as I mentioned, we are 2 hours and 22 minutes into the opener for 24/8 Series Esports, and while there are not too many battles going on up and down the field, let's take a quick run through of the top 5 in all 4 categories right now, just while we've got the end of a pit stop cycle, and we're looking forward to a new one with all the battles that is going to create as well. So in GT3, the category we're focusing on right now, it is Havu currently leading in their number 79 Porsche. Matikaya Soja has yet to get out of that car, and he's yet to relinquish the lead for the last few moments as well. Koana Gaming have gotten themselves into 2nd. They're also triple stinting on these tyres and going just as quick as MSI Esports in 3rd. Interestingly, despite the tyre difference that is obviously there, Patrick Heinrich has replaced Sven Haase in the number 46 Biela Racing Team Euronics BMW. They are now running 4th, and that is ahead of this battle for 5th place between BS Competition and Altus Esports. In the 992 Cup category, we've got Urano Esports leading, and it's by quite an advantage now, with the 1-minute penalty for Williams Esports and Alessandro Bico. It's a big lead for Urano. 21 seconds in their favour. Ahead of a battle for 2nd between Team 75 Bernard by SimRC and Sebelt Esports. Those two, of course, Sebelt do need to make a pit stop in the near future. There is that fight in 992. Just behind them, Visceral Esports are in 4th. And there's a bigger gap down to Kino Bushman in 5th place for Maniti Racing. In the GT4 category, we've got Konstantin Schaaf currently leading for Urano. 4 seconds is his advantage over Fraser Williamson of SLC Bavada Corsa. Team Fordzilla have a narrow advantage over SimRC, and Pure Sims round out the top 5. Finally, in TCR, the battle you can just see on your screen right now is SimRC, Pure Sims and MSI. Those three teams have been pretty inseparable so far in this race. Team Hoisting round a fourth, ahead of Aspar Team Esports, and that rounds out your top 5. So we've still got 4 very good close races going on. The GT3 is yet to develop. GT4 only 4 seconds between the 2 leaders. There's a leading train in TCR. I guess the only category that is sort of got real big margins in it at the moment is the 992 Cup category that has got 21 seconds between 1 and 2.
Take a look at the last lap for your overall leader, Havu 79, 214.9, only 2/10 away from their best lap of the race, only I think 2/10 away from the fastest lap of the race. And we do believe that's their 3rd stint on the tyres. I mean,
sorry?
Your overall leader is Havu 79 here.
Yes.
So
You're right, yeah.
they've got 32 seconds on track, and normally they get to this point and you're like, well, the tyres are going to start falling apart on them, and you know, you'll lose a second and a half in a lap, and you'll fall backwards. No, it's not happening for them yet.
And do you think as well, judging by this, with Koana Gaming doing the same as well? Look at that, 2:14.9 on that last lap. That's astonishing, given the state their tyres are in. But do you think with Koana Gaming doing the same, and with them in the 15s as well, is this the Porsche showing its worth, being lighter on its feet? And do you think a BMW team doing this would absolutely get murdered?
Well, we can look at what's happening and the kind of gap that Havu look to be building, and that's kind of the only conclusion we can draw, is that in qualifying, not a whole lot to separate them. BMWs are slightly faster, but in these race conditions and the strategy that a couple of teams are pursuing, yeah, it just seems like the biggest differentiator is the tyre wear, which is looking pretty good.
Looking very good for Havu. 31 seconds is their advantage.
They crossed the line just now, and it's not quite as glorious as last lap was, but it's still very, very competitive with a 2:16.1. And who are their main rivals on this strategy? You'd say MSI and you'd say Biela, right?
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, the highest cars on the other strategy is the 14 MSI and the 46 Biela Racing Team Euronics car. However, the 46 has got 15 seconds time penalty to serve, first of all. And also, we've got to factor in the 45 Biela car. Where are they going to fit into all of this? We just don't know that yet either.
Yeah, interesting. I mean, for example, that TCR lead, it's a bit what you see is what you get. It's super exciting. It's right at a pressure point that it's sustaining all through this race so far. But I always love this. You know, you've got different fuel strategies, different tyre strategies. You've got teams taking rolls of the dice, doing something different to everyone else, and occasionally it looks like it works. The other thing for Havu here is, at their next stop, they can drive it at change, and that driver can go to the end. The rules being no one driver in the team can drive more than 70% of the laps. Well, it'll be pretty close to a 45-55 split, or a 40-60 split in the drive time between the two drivers if they stopped shortly, which they're going to have to do, because we know that they've short fueled a couple of times. It will be handsomely before the top of this hour that Havu have to stop again. But the next car, as I look down the timing screen to find those cars that we know are trying to make the top of the hour, well, they're total like 50-ish seconds ahead of Altus there. And the same to be said of the BS competition 89. So sure, they got one more stop, but they've almost got a whole stop in hand over those 6 stop top of the hour teams.
Absolutely. I mean, on my predictions anyway, I think they'll be in lap 70, 71 kind of area. We're on lap 64 right now, so we're not even that far away from a pit stop for them.
And to paint that out a little more, it's 47.5 seconds they've got to BS competition and 51 to Altus. So there are some cars on a similar fuel strategy who are a little closer to Havu, but and so they look to have, you know, Koana, MSI, Biela covered off handily. It's now they got to look at what the 89 and the 43 are doing and make sure they've got that covered off as well.
Yeah, I think we can't underestimate the 45 either, but then again they are a good minute and 10 back already in this race, so how much of a factor are they going to be? Hard to say at this early stage. What I will say though is that in a racing team, Euronics 46 is going to end up behind SERIES Esports after they've served their penalty. They have a 15-second time penalty for Sven Haas's contact with the 185 of Full Send Racing. The Full Send Racing TCR car. It forced a very long stop from them, nearly 9 minutes, and so a 15-second time penalty has been served to Sven Haas. I believe we have spoken about, no, we haven't spoken about the 20-second time penalty for the 96, and I think we were expecting that one. We saw the unsafe rejoin from Kaika Shube, and well, I don't think anyone can be surprised that he's got a fairly hefty penalty for basically driving straight into the side of one of the GT4s. I think it was SCK Racing, by the way, who were disadvantaged by that.
That was a big crash, wasn't it? SCK Racing have been parked for about 40 minutes, like since then, haven't they?
It's been a little while now. They're 22 laps down overall, and 17 laps down on the GT4. So yeah, you're right. It's been a good 40 minutes now. Sim RC bouncing and all sorts of wrong over Puon there in the background. Thankfully staying on the road as this bit of a gaggle makes its way through the Fania chicane. Not sure which way to go, miscommunication. And in the end, Pure Sims are just dived by the Porsche Cup car into Stavolo. The Fordzilla GT4 going to try and follow through as well. And now as they get out onto the straight, all the speed differences will become very apparent. Almost free wide towards Blanchimont, but once again, another example of how traffic can open gaps. 1.6 seconds now for Sim RC in the lead of TCR. Oof.
Yeah, so they're TCR leading and building out a little bit of advantage as the traffic has helped them out, but their GT4 car, like you said, having a bit of dramas. One of the few Aston Martin Vantage GT4s that we've got in what's otherwise a pretty Mercedes-dominated class. Oh, a loop around from one of the 992 cars. Apex Tech Racing might have just saved that. There was a lot of smoke in the air and they were very sideways coming off the bus stop chicane.
Took them a good while to get through on Pure Sims Esports as well, struggling to get through on some of these lap cars, it looks like. So yeah, they've managed it now, but proving to be pretty difficult in this race so far. The two Sim RC cars will provide a bit of a photo opportunity for everybody at that team. There it is. Sim RC, by the way, have their name attached to a car in all four classes, by the way. Whether that's with Team 75 by Bernard or just Sim RC on its own. Fortunately, they have only one of the Team 75 cars remaining after Jamie Moon retired very early in this race, only 4 laps in fact, so it's been much better for the iconic yellow and black Sim RC cars than it has been for the more purpley blue 75 cars, but either way, they'll hopefully come back a little bit stronger in the next race at Sebring. And of course they do have that 992 Cup car in third place, so it's not like they're having a bad race whatsoever in the second fastest category on offer here today. Now, lap 68 being completed by overall race leader Mati Kajasoja. And so, I reckon he's only a couple of laps away from pitting.
Yeah,
lap 70 or 71.
Full tank of fuel is 41 seconds, and he took 36 at the last stop. So, a saving of 10%. He took 90% a tank of fuel, so he'll go 90% of full run.
25, yeah.
Yeah, so 22 to... Yeah, 22.
I'd go 22, yeah, based on those numbers. But then again, I thought they were only going to do 22 last time, and they did manage 23, so we'll see.
Either way, they've only got 5 to 6 more minutes of fuel again, stopping quite short of the top of the hour, but so are a lot of the other teams that they're racing against, and the speed that they've managed on their tyres is the defining factor in their performance more than the fuel at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we're guessing that they're going to make a tyre change at this next pit stop as well, but is that going to be the case? And do you think this could be the one and only tyre stop here today for Harvey, if they indeed do that, or do you think there's another one coming? Do you think they're going to split the rest of this race in half in terms of tyres?
The only thing I know from multiple seasons of this championship is those foxy Finns will keep us guessing right to the end, and they love an alternative strategy like this. Kajasoja is doing an amazing job. The only other driver that they've had registered for that car was Vittikainen, wasn't it? Yeah, Mattias Vittikainen. It doesn't look like he's ready to get in the car yet. Hey, how about another run on those tyres for Kajasoja to get them past the halfway mark, and then give Vittikainen new ones to the end?
Wow. That would be quite remarkable, but it's not out of the realms of possibility. Definitely. Got to be careful, of course.
At the start of the race, I would have told you you're crazy, no way.
Exactly.
But then the last laps have been as competitive as anyone, and the numbers look like it's new tyres for them. So that's what's happening at the front of the field. This is what's happening in the sort of third of the field.
This is the battle for third place in GT3. I was foxed briefly once again by that Urano Porsche, but it's not a GT3. It is a 992 Cup car. And this is the number 14 of Christian Lamella now, making his way around the circuit. MSI, of course, were winners at the Hockenheim last season. Looking to get another one of those victories this season, maybe a few more. So far, they are leaders of the particular strategy they have gone for over Biela, and also the gap is going to get even bigger because there's nearly 15 seconds back to Philip Kernbach now, who is going to be the second place car on this strategy very soon when that 15-second time penalty is served. There is Kernbach, not too far in front of Fenelosa of Autos Esports. And in comes Mati Kajasoja after only 69 laps, so only 21 laps on that stint. A real light fuel load, very good tyres, and now we get to see whether the Finnish driver will finally take on some tyres or whether he will insist on going further.
Well, the car, the leader, is in the lane, and there's no hint of a driver change going on. There's no hint of a driver change. I don't imagine a hint of a tyre change.
He must be doing all of his driving in one go then, in this case. Only do about 112 laps of this race without troubling the drive time limit, which shouldn't be too much of a problem because he could go another couple of stints here. Out the pit lane for Harvu. 27 seconds in the box. Well, their strategy is
that will get them to that sort of just past the halfway point of the race, won't it? They've taken on about 25 minutes of fuel.
And there they are, just up in front. Oh, is that the 992 car?
You've done it again. No, they're even further up the road. Havu are just going through Lacombe and Melmedy, still well ahead of those cars that are there, though. Yeah, we'll see exactly how it all shuffles out, and we're going to have to wait deep into this race to see that, because there are still that handful of different strategies at play, and they've gone even shorter on this fill this time. What it is going to give them, though, if they make it to 2 hours 55 to go in the race, from their home, they've so short filled early that they're going to have to take some very, full fuel fills and a little bit of saving to get home from where that half a tank of fuel that Matty Katasoya just took will get him to.
I reckon this has only given him, I don't quite know how much fuel this has given him actually, but in terms of laps anyway, but it's not given him very much. It's about 2/3 of a tank here. It's only about 12 or 13 laps, 14 laps maybe. We'll see how far he goes, but this is very, very interesting indeed. They did manage to come in. Sorry, go on.
A little shorter than we thought, so there's every chance that he still had, half a lap of fuel in the car. They've topped that off, and so he might get just a little further from that 21 seconds of fuel, but still, it's a pretty daringly short fill for before the halfway point of the race, isn't it?
It is. They did manage 25 laps in the opening stint of this race, so that is worth noting. They can do 25 laps, pretty much full push, as they were making up positions, but then again they will have got the draft and so on. They will have been helped out by that a little bit in terms of fuel saving. But yeah, they do have to just be a little bit careful that they can actually make it to the end on 3 more stops, as we believe they will be throughout the remainder of this race.
Yeah, and they've got 3 more stops to go now. Altus have got 3 more stops to go now, and Havu have come out in front of Altus by 15 seconds or so there, or maybe even a little more. Anyway, they're ahead of the cars that they were matching on strategy, and now they're ahead of the cars that were on the alternate strategy, now that that's leveled up.
It's true. The other guys making 6 stops, so MSI and Bila, I think are the ones to more worry about, because while they do still have 4 stops remaining, they're going to be shorter than the ones for the 89 and the 43. Got to remember that with the 89 and 43, we believe, trying to do this on 5 stops, their pit stops are basically going to be full tank fills every single time, whereas MSI and Bila still have a bit of room to play with regards to that. They've been done 2 25-lap stints so far, those two.
Forward from Havu, right? MSI and Bila are 2 seconds up the road and have 1 more pit stop to do to get home.
Yes.
So
I know, but they do have less fuel to take on. I guess I see what you're saying. I guess, yeah. We'll see how it plays out. It's a bit of a mystery for the moment. What we do know is that Koala Gaming are currently leading, also on a triple stint tyre strategy for now. MSI Esports 3.5 seconds back. Bila are also only half a second back from them in third. You can both see them through the bottom of your camera shot there, and then it's Havu in that 4th position. But yeah, you're right, with those guys there, I would assume that MSI and Bila have 4 stops remaining in this race, and Havu only have 3.
Yeah, that's my reading of it. Havu have got 3 full stops to get home. Sorry. Yeah. 3 hours to go, 2 hours to go, 1 hour to go. Yeah. So Havu have got 3 full stops to get home.
Bit of an exchange of positions. Sorry to cut across you. Bila just making their way into 2nd place. I think MSI were mostly pleased to let that happen, really.
Yeah. While the 2 cars in front have 3 full stops and a splash to get home. And they're 2 seconds up the road and not really massively pulling away, even given this tired delta.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's the other thing that we've not really factored in here. Vila and MSI have been on these tyres for a total of 50 minutes. Harvu have been on theirs for what, 2 hours 45? And it's still making almost no difference. The thing that's puzzling me especially though is the fact that Harvu and MSI are both in Porsches, but MSI are not really making these new tyres do much for them. I mean, did they even attempt a triple stint in practice? Did they? I mean, they must have done. Or they must know through their own practice that it's not possible. But this is the thing that I don't quite understand about how Harvu are doing this. It's that these two are in the, we could talk about the Porsche versus BMW battle with regards to manufacturers all day long, but there's two Porsches at the moment doing very different things on tyres, as Autos Esports have had contact here with Maniti of TCR. Certainly an incident down in the top 10 in GT3, and a pretty important one as well as far as Autos Esports are concerned. Let's have a look.
So at the Campus Paul Freire area, looking to go around the outside, and Altus are going around the outside trying to stay within the track limits, so they don't want to run out wide, but they're not alongside Maniti before the turn-in point of the corner. They sneak up on them partway through the corner. The car that they're trying to pass is sort of already committed to that.
Look at this, Sim RC, one of the leaders in TCR, got caught up in this. The Maniti car spears across the track, and the Sim RC car of Kieran Harrison tries to avoid, goes straight into the wall at almost maximum speed. That is going to deal a lot of damage, and it's left the Pure Sims Esports car with a 4-second lead now. MSI Esports also have made a mistake somewhere, because we've got a difference now in where they are. They're down in 3rd place all of a sudden. It's the second bit of contact for Sim RC in the last few minutes. I thought they had damage, but I thought it was just me seeing things. This is 10 minutes ago. That's the BS Turner car getting into the back of another slower category. I'm afraid that BS Turner double livery has not kept itself out of trouble today, we'll put it that way. Sim RC with 2 bits of heavy contact at the front end in just the space of 10 minutes. Their race falling apart in a matter of laps.
Yeah, when we saw where they were involved in the second incident, I thought, hang on, they're not around the group that they had been battling. And now we have seen why. Just getting hit once, and then the second time, and drive through the smoke. Well, they picked the wrong lane, they went the wrong way, and it ended up with them making more contact with the wall as they tried to avoid the carnage in front of them.
Now, I also don't quite know how MSI Esports have ended up in 3rd place here. This is Kieran Harrison's onboard. Yeah, mate, hard hit into the wall. It's going to be a lot of damage to that one. Currently been in the pit lane for approaching 2 minutes. Luckily for them, they've got 3 laps over the next car in TCR. That's the Full Send Racing at 1:85. So they've got a little bit of time before that, but either way, it's not looking good for them. There is the damage. Significant for a team that went so far in the opening stint, of course. But now it has come to nothing.
They've actually modelled the damage model by scanning real Hondas parked in bad neighbourhoods.
I somewhat don't believe you, but but yeah, it's pretty crumpled at the front there, as we've got another 3-car 992 battle. For 5th place. Maniti Racing and Kino Bushman once again on the defensive. He actually did well at the pit stop phase on the previous time, actually, and that's how he's gotten in front of these guys. He's been slowly bleeding time over the stint, and now he's lost out as Team Fordzilla kick off the 992 pit stops. We can't be too far away from them in GT3 as well. approaching another hour.
My numbers, this is early from Fordzilla, right?
Yeah, I was thinking that, but
I think they've only gone 16 laps. Everyone's trying to do 29-ish, and they've been getting well past the top of the hour in this class. So, is it? Have they seen that window open for them where they're going, well, hang on, you know, we've got 65-minute stints in this car. We've got a lot of flexibility to our strategy, and have decided to bring the short stop early, and they'll still have the same number of stops as everyone to get to the end, but they're bringing the short fuel and the early stop now rather than late on.
Well, the thing is, I thought the 992 Cup cars were fairly comfortably making it to the hour, because they're doing slightly more laps than the GT3s by 1 or 2, and they're slower. Same goes for the GT4s that are doing a similar amount of laps, but obviously they're slower, so doing less laps in an hour. So they're able to make it. It's the GT3s, the only ones who are having to make, who are even considering making 6 stops in this race, I think. So something has clearly gone on at Team Fordzilla. I hope that Will Chadwick maybe will come and tell us what's happened, because...
well, it is... it was a slightly shorter stop, you know, of 50 seconds for them. So I think...
looks normal.
You know, they can get to the end with just 2 more stops after this. I think they've just like Havu in GT3, pulled the trigger on stopping a little early, but still running the same number of stops to the end because there's that much slack in the pit stop windows.
Well, Will Chadwick is not going to tell us what's going on down there because he's now driving. So he'll be working away for Fordzilla. Still 8 minutes till the hour though, and we'll see who makes it, especially in GT3, where it has become pretty difficult. So the guys who can only do 25 laps on a stint will be coming in this lap. So we're thinking about guys like Patrick Heinrich and Christian Lamella, who are fighting over second place as the battle for first in GT4s all of a sudden turned up a bit. All of a sudden, Urano Esports have lost their entire lead here to Fraser Williamson. Now this has been happening slowly over time. The gap was only 4 seconds about an hour ago, and so Fraser Williamson has been chipping away at that like a miner, to be honest. But now he's right on the back of Urano, looking to make his way through. So we have a leading battle in GT4 once again. It very much does look like it's between these two for the win, though, with nearly half a minute back to the third place car. Right on schedule, Patrick Heinrich is in, and there he is in the penalty box. You can see the blue on the tarmac there. That is where you're supposed to serve penalties. 15 seconds for Patrick Heinrich for something he didn't do. It's going to be very frustrating and detrimental to the race for Biela.
You know, that's MSI in their pit box. Fueling is going on right now. We didn't see if they went up on the jacks or they left, because GT4, hot as it's ever been. Remember how full on this was in the first hour or so, with almost the whole field in one train. Well, it's not quite that many carriages no more, but it's fierce.
Of course, this race in GT4 was split apart early by a big incident down at La Source. Now, MSI Esports now leave the pit lane, having taken on no tyres. So that's to be expected. It's a double stint for MSI again. Biela Racing Team Euronics shouldn't take tyres either. And it's been a short
pit
field.
Stop time. Yeah.
So now they begin to play the game. But you're right. If we're presuming that Havu, MSI, and Biela have, you know, 3 stops remaining right now, then Havu have basically got a 50-second lead, which is almost hard to believe, but it looks like that is the case.
And you know, historically, GT3 has been the class with the most number of cars in it, with the some very, very strong teams. It is the strongest strength of field based on the I rating of the participating drivers. Not that that really matters for anything in a privately hosted league outside of official events, but it gives you an idea of, you know, what we're playing with in GT3. There's 19 teams and incredibly strong ones at that, and it really does look like the ball is in the court for the Finns at the moment.
And that is despite most of the pro licensed drivers, if you like, with the black strip next to their name, being in the 992 Cup category. So that's I guess
another one
increasing the impressiveness of it.
On the field now, as you talked about, William Chadwick getting in. He's got that P4.99 next to his name.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, taking over the car a long way down, but that's because of an early stop for Fordzilla. They were running in and around the top 10 earlier. So we've got a few more laps to wait until we will see the likes of Koana and Harvu in. BS Competition will be there as well. But at BS Competition, it will be next into the pit lane. You would imagine at the end of lap 78 for them. And then we'll see Harvu into the pit lane anytime after lap 80, really, 85, somewhere in there, that they will be making their way through. And speaking of which, they make their way through on the GT4 leading battle right now. I have to say, this is no disrespect to Matti Kaisoja, but out of all the GT3 drivers, I've seen him being one of the most aggressive in traffic, and it's not a bad thing, as long as you execute it correctly, without causing incident after incident. You can be aggressive, but I get the feeling that maybe that has contributed to their little bit of a lead as well.
Yeah, occasionally there are times I glance at the timing screen, and for other cars in that class, I see a lap that is sort of 2 seconds away from where I expect they should have been, and it's like, oh, yeah, they caught some traffic that they didn't immediately get through. So, I mean, if the tyres are costing you half a second a lap, but you're not losing 2 seconds every second lap getting through the traffic, then who needs new tyres if you're that surgical through the traffic? It's having a much bigger effect on their race pace and their overall performance is the traffic than it seems like the tyres are.
Very, very interesting indeed as this race develops towards its halfway mark. The 6 hours of Spa, opening round of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. And we've got pit stops very much underway for all four categories. Going to be very soon. Fritz Quirnbach is in now. That's only 70. That's only a 25 lap stint. So even after stretching this one out earlier, they're not even making the hour anymore. Well, not good news for BS Competition. There they are in the pit lane briefly. Shouldn't be changing tyres this time around for them. But yeah, not good news to not be making the hour. Even so, I think they may have realised that, you know, saving fuel and making 26 laps is not as beneficial as pushing all out and doing 6 stops in this race. I think Harvu have proved that.
Yeah, I mean, the track conditions haven't heated up to aid fuel saving because in warmer track conditions, less grip. Koana from second have just hit a TCR. Yeah, so in the hotter track conditions, you know, you have to let off the throttle earlier because you've got to brake earlier, and then you can't get to full throttle as quickly off the exit. This is it, out of Kuon, and that is...
Oh, miscommunication. I think that's Carbon Simsport. The all-Polish team. It is indeed. Oh, don't rejoin. Oh, my goodness, that could have been bad as well. There it is. It's miscommunication. As a TCR, you have to stay predictable and you have to stay on your line. As a GT3, you have to be careful with where you're putting your car. So where to blame that, I'm not sure. Oh, no, we've all done this as well. That could have been a lot worse.
Passing someone in a hallway you know, walking down the street, something, you do that little, you step one way and they react at the same time, and you step the other way and then you do that. We have all, at some point, done that awkward little dance. And it's exactly the same thing as played out there. The TCR was following the line, and so Koana start looking to the extreme left of them, and then the TCR reacts to that at the same time as the GT3 kind of change their mind. And I mean, nothing reckless happened from Koana. It was no dive bomb,
No,
you know, it was no turning in across the nose. It was just, oh, they're going that way, I'll go this way. Oh wait, no, they're going that way, I'll go. Oh wait, they changed their line as well. And so both of them, you know, were trying to react to what the other one was doing. And you know, you play that dance, someone's got to make the first step and the other one's got to follow, and they stood on each other's feet. And unfortunately, the TCR got very hurt.
A great analogy, by the way, about the whole way, but yes, it's exactly like that. Not sure whether either of them are going to get into any trouble for that. Is the next question, I suppose. Couple more penalties to speak of as well for Harvu. Harvu have got a penalty, 10-second time penalty for contact with the 417. It's a GT4 car. That's Pure Sims Esports. And there was contact between them, 10 seconds worth of a time penalty for the net race leaders. Oh, we think so. Anyway, Koana Gaming are currently leading. Harvu, are they really net race leaders? Who really knows? As the 966 has also had a time penalty of 5 seconds added to them as well. That's Team Fordzilla. They might have just served that actually with their recent pit stop. That was not leaving racing room. Still plenty of stewards' inquiries and protests to go through, though, by the way, for the stewards. I'm not sure. The one currently being investigated was put in 45 minutes ago, and that's not because they're being slow in race control, it's because they've got a lot to get through, and they have done today. That's protest number 40 from qualifying and the race, so it's been going on a long time, as Koana are into the pit lane.
Yeah, on schedule, so not directly related to that contact. It's time for them to drive a swap. John Savannah is going to get in. They've been going, they went 26 laps the previous stint. They've just finished 26 laps. They've pitted past the top of the hour. So that bodes pretty well for them.
Certainly does. See
where they come out. But Havu have gone through into the lead. And, you know, more than 35 seconds, 34, 35 to Bila, who we still consider to be on a slightly less desirable strategy. Koana going to look to rejoin 6th or 7th, but they are past the halfway point of the race. They are completely filled on fuel, and they are, at this point, one of the only cars I would comfortably say is 2 stops to get to the end now.
Yeah, pretty much the only car though in the field, which is a big surprise and change from what we saw earlier on in the race. But yeah, that is very much the case for Autos Esports, out in 7th place now.
So where were the Porsches in qualifying? Well, it was an all BMW front row. Williams Esports, Chill Blast and Ben Q made up the second row, didn't they? So they weren't nowhere in qualifying, but now you blink and Havu, MSI, Altus, right up there in sort of a top 3 winning contention.
Battle for second in the 992 Cup category going on right now. Visceral Esports, Aztec Sim Sports Visceral Esports, if that's a
super sketchy moment on the exit of Lafania there for Aztec as they caught just a little bit of the gravel and managed to save a bit of a snap, which has been sort of one of the characteristics, I think, of this 992 generation versus the previous 991.2 Cup car, which we had in previous seasons, of course, of 24-hour series esports, and still races quite commonly in 24-hour series. Good little car. Is that this one? It does. You can save it a little more. It does move around and is catchable a little more than the older generation car. Once it started over rotating, the pendulum kicked in, and you would see cars spin out from very little yaw angle.
The battle that's just been split up ever so slightly by the BS Competition 89. Philip Kronbach still at the wheel of that car. We've had a driver change for Koana Gaming, though, one of the few teams to have changed tyres during that previous stop. Jonas Vanner now at the wheel of the number 7. Dear me, this is quite an interaction. 3 wide over the top of Radion. And off the road, very much so, for the Visceral car.
Hey, that reminds me, right now is the perfect time to talk about track limits, actually.
Yes.
Because we are past the halfway point of the race, and we know that teams get 50 off tracks before receiving a penalty. And at 25 off tracks, they get a warning that is publicised in the race control sheet. And that lets us know, well, a couple of cars have already used half of those off tracks at the halfway point in the race and could be in trouble. That TCR is going to pick up one.
Speaking of off the track, yeah, I think it was Aspar Team Esports, Jonathan Alvarez, who are going to lose a place to Team Huizenveld at that rate. Huizenveld, by the way, have been in the pit lane and they've changed driver on that last stop. See what happened between those guys, but it has allowed Pure Sims Esports to get a bit of a bigger lead on that on this lap now. But either way, yeah, not good news at all.
So you would read into this and tell me what you think. The first 6 teams to get warnings for their track limits are all 992s. The first 6.
I was noting the same thing myself, and I was going to pose the question to you about, whether you thought it was a coincidence or actually, the Porsche Cup cars are a little bit more susceptible to going off the road. But I'm guessing it's a coincidence.
It's coincidence that the only class that doesn't have ABS or traction control is the first to exceed the track limits.
Well, I suppose it's a way of looking at it. But yeah, that is very much the case. The GT4s have joined the party a little bit with the last couple. The 463 and the 457 have both gotten their warnings, but they're both outside the top 10 in GT4, so not too much to worry about. I did actually think before today that it was going to be a bit more of a problem, actually, in terms of making those count and making those off tracks, or keeping them to a minimum, I should say. But it's not been too much of a troublesome thing for these drivers so far today.
So we're looking at the replay here. No.
This is just earlier on in the day, but
forgive me.
Yeah, we're getting some stuff sorted out behind the scenes at the moment, so don't worry about that. We'll keep you updated with the race ongoing at the moment. No battles closer than a second in GT3, but there are plenty in 992. The battle for second we've been keeping an eye on, and this is the one you can see from earlier in the day on your screen right now.
There's also a great little train back from fourth, though, isn't there, with Minizzi and SLC Movano Corsa and,
there it is.
And Pure Sim. So several places in this field of one-make Porsche race cars. You got some cracking little scraps for some good points early on in the championship. Start yourself off on good footing.
Yes, this is possibly the most interesting battle, I suppose, in terms of numbers of cars close together. Difficult to really speak much on the TCR battles right now, because we have got a pit stop now for those drivers. MSI and Pure Sims able to go at the same amount of laps. And so, yeah, we've got those two in the pit lane right now. We'll see where they get out to in that TCR fight. But 3-car battle, always interesting to watch and pretty rare to see 3 hours deep into a race.
Yeah, all of them on sort of such level footing here. Not a lot of motion at the station. The traffic wants to do that. Advantages Maniti a little bit as the cars behind aren't quite sure if they can push on past the GT4. Eventually they will.
Able to get through nicely out of La Source in picture at the moment. Just passing the Huysingveld versus, well, it's not versus anybody really, because that is the Aspar car, I think. Oh no, that was Huysingveld versus Aspar, there it is. They were fighting over 4th place at the time. They both made a stop. Marcel Tyre's stop was a bit longer because he had to serve a penalty in that one, so it's dropped him back a little bit. Looking up the inside of Pure Sims, down up towards Lecom there, it was the car in behind, Movano, but not able to retake that position for 6th place on that occasion.
Yeah, last lap of the race for Visceral Esports was, if I'm seeing this right, their personal best. So that's relatively promising, and great battles through this field as well.
Absolutely, we've got a pit stop as well inside the first few positions in GT3. The 45 Bila Racing Team Ronix car of Luca Vunks is now in the pit lane, along with the leader of the 992 Cup category. Urano Esports may well lose out on the lead here briefly. They've only got, well, I'll say only, they do have half a minute, but it's not going to be enough.
Visceral and, yeah, Team 75, Bernard by CMRC have just gone past them, but are due to stop in the next 5 or 6 laps. Yeah. I think we are reaching this point now where all of these cars in this class, you know, comfortably past the top of the hour, realise they can shorten up the stops a little bit. The temptation to short stop and short fill, if you think you're losing time in traffic, if you think track position would benefit you, it's getting pretty tempting. We think that's what Fordzilla did a little while ago. It's what you might get tempted to do if you were either of these teams.
On board with the trailing Team 75 Bernard by CMRC car through the Jackie X corner now, and surely these guys will be making a stop pretty soon as well. They haven't done so far, but let's see just when indeed these two come in. Nice battle though, and at least it is for the lead just for the moment. And I guess we're 30 seconds in front of them and 30 seconds behind them, or they did have before. Second and third is kind of what these guys are fighting over, and that's pretty much it here at this point for these two.
Yeah, we'll see. I think these two cars have still got a short stop to come compared to the car that was the leader. Now, it's not a 30-second difference. It might be a 10 seconds refueling difference or something like that. But I think you adjust for the fuel on board and the fuel required to get to the end, they're a little closer in that net pace than what it looked like before that most recent stop from the car that's the net leader.
Over the line again as the GT4 leader that comes in now. Urano Esports from the lead of this race. Up on the jacks very clearly and making a tyre change here right now. Oh, a dive from Apex Racing Academy there down towards Eau Rouge and riding on one of the cars. Team Forzilla also in from GT4. It's very much the time to come in as there's going to be a battle here up towards Lecom. Very nearly not able to go through just for the moment. They're way behind here. Not too long though until all of the 992 category will be in. So we're over halfway in the 6 hours of Spa. It's 24/8 Series Esports and the season opener again. Just before we go to break, it's worth noting the race leader Matti Kaisersoldier is in here. David, their strange strategy, their very interesting strategy continues once again.
Yeah, this is the culmination of that short stop, isn't it? Right?
I think so. Only 15 laps.
They just... Okay, so they've just served the 10-second penalty that we knew they had. Now they come to their pit stall where logic would expect a driver change and a full tank of fuel and a tyre change. Conventional wisdom is not necessarily in their playbook though, but I would then I would expect that's the most sensible strategy from Havu. And that 20 seconds fuel carried them deeper past the top of the hour than I thought it was going to as well. I said it was going to get them to 5 minutes past. It's gotten them to 15 past, give or take.
Yeah, it's got them a little bit further than I thought actually as well, 15 laps. But there we are. It's not bad at all. As Koala Gaming benefit off of that. So the penalty, how much is it going to set them back? We'll find out very soon. But we are indeed over halfway in this race. It's getting very interesting indeed. So stay with us. We're going to be taking a quick break though right now on board with the Urano Esports GT4 as they chase down Milano Corsa in this battle for the GT4 lead. Enjoy this on board once again. It's RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. welcome back to Spa. 2 hours 36 remaining here on the clock, and it is great to be here. My name's Louis. David Haynes is alongside me, Tyler Maxson behind the cameras, and we have some great battles going on up and down the field. Urano versus Movano is howling for GT4 honours right now. That's the closest of the leading battles anyway. And it's very much hotting up between these two. It's been a good race so far, David, and I guess we're no close to knowing who's going to win, really, especially in GT3.
Yeah, but what we do know now is exactly how much that 10-second penalty has cost Havu 79. They've rejoined the race, having served it, fueled themselves and taken new tyres and taken on board Matthias Vizakainen. Well, they should have been right about where Koana are in fourth, but they're behind Altus, they're behind Apex Racing Academy, they're behind Bila Racing Team Euronics 45, and there's a really dense little pack. A really dense little pack of cars there in what was kind of like 3rd to 8th at the moment. 15 seconds covers all of them. Some really competitive teams, some past champions, and a couple of those cars we've really had our eyes on. Especially what are Altus doing on fuel, what are Koana doing on fuel, what are Havu doing on tyres, etc. Like that. They're all right in the balance, right in play for a really great finish to shaping up that GT3 class, and not short of good battles across the other classes as well. GT3 maybe gets a little bit too much of a share of the limelight.
Absolutely. It's, very much been... We're trying to focus on all 4 categories, but sometimes it's not always possible. That is an incident. Maniti Racing have gone around. I think that was the 992 Cup car, and I think they got some help. I think it's fair to say from one of the cars, but there it is. They've gotten themselves down into a bit more traffic as well. Let's see, they will have lost quite a few places as a result of that. Where did they find themselves? Well, they've made a pit stop since we last saw them, but a few teams got through on them.
They've done that all themselves, haven't they?
Wow.
They've hopped a bunch of the curb at the first apex of the bus stop, and then lit the tyres up on the exit. No one touched them. Maniti have done it all by themselves, unfortunately, in the pressure of the moment and the traffic, and potentially some quite aging tyres on their cup car. Another one of the battles in the same class, though. Here, it's Fordzilla and Apex Academy car. It's what it looks like to me. And yeah, no, indeed, that's what it is. They have a 7th and 8th, 966, 998. And of course, not far behind them, Williams Esports as well. Team with great pedigree in this car. One of that the 3-way battles. So we're just past the halfway point of the race. I reckon let's run down how they run in all of our classes, because it's more than just the top 5 in each category. We know points get paid down to 15th.
Oh, yeah, here we are. Let's quickly do GT3 first, with Christian Lamella leading ahead of Patrick Harvey. This is a little bit out of order, of course, because of the pit stops, but it will become a better order later. Quebec, Wana, Falosa running out the top 5. Apex Racing Academy just outside. And Bila, Havu, Williams Esports and Riley Sim Racing rounding out your top 10 in GT3. The rest of the GT3 is also cycled down on your screen, but we'll go over to you now, David. 992 Cup category.
Leading that single make Porsche class, Urano Esports at the moment, ahead of Anders Dahl in the Acertec Sim Sports Visceral. We saw the battle that they were having with Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC. They've broken away and put a couple seconds in there, as you can see. Sebelt Esports not far behind, but I think a pit stop more than everyone around them there at the moment. They've got Pure Sims Esports, SRC Movano, Corsa, Team Fordzilla, and Apex Racing Academy, Williams Esports. The cars we were just watching, look at them, all just within 4 seconds of each other. And some big potential swings there in who gets a big bag of points and who finds themselves needing some bigger hauls later on in the championship. And then you look, still on the lead lap in that class, the two ATRS esports cars and the Havu car in 992 not having as much luck as their brethren in GT3. In GT4, it's a Mercedes that lead the way for the top three there as well. SRC Movano Corsa from Mercedes AMG Team Urano Esports and Team Fordzilla. The first of your Aston Martin Vantages is SimRC, then Pure Sims Esports in 5th, and Junkos Racing Esports in 6th. Fiercely Forward, Sabelt Esports, Pure Sims Esports and Impulse Racing, the top 10 there. It's the same points structure in every category regardless of how many cars there are in class. It's points down to 15 for anyone who completes 60 or 70% of their class leaders laps. So if you're you can be several laps down, still scored as a finisher, still score some points here, and that's the case for those cars that Tyler Maxson has just clicked off the screen. In TCR, Ross McFarlane leads the way in the Pure Sims Esports machine. They have broken away from what was at one point a really close three-way tussle there. They're 6 seconds clear of MSI Esports. It's a Honda from a Hyundai, the Civic Type R, 6 seconds clear of the Veloster. Then you've got Impulse Racing, Team Hoisingfeld, Aspa Team Esports, Maniti Racing, and then some of the wounded in a 10-car class, Full Send Racing, SimRC, Carbon Sim Sport, and Zenith Esports. So critically, all of them still running, all of them close enough to their leader, they are going to pick up points and not be an official DNF. With points down to 15 and only 10 cars in that class, everyone who finishes is going to get points. So come the end of this championship, having finished every race, looks like it could be incredibly critical. A DNF will not look pretty for your points total. That's our 4 classes that make up the 24H Series Esports for this season 2022-2023. GT3 though, you can't look away. Everywhere you take this kind of category, this style of racing, they're close and they're competitive. Apex Racing Academy are going to have the outside and have to cede that position to Biela in the battle for 6th and 7th. And not far behind them is Havu, at one point our race leaders. 4 seconds back off there. Matthias Vittikainen hasn't quite managed to fit into the same rhythm that his teammate Matti Kaitasoja was capable of. And we'll see if that car gets back into contention. It's that 992 battle. Getting past the Pure Sims TCR as they head down towards Puon. Really quick, really loaded. Not typically an overtaking opportunity, but it is for Williams Esports as they have a good dig at it. And look like they're going to pick up that 8th spot. It was a 3-way fight, but I think they've managed to drop Maniti by about 1.5 seconds there. And not managing the same pace that William Chadwick is handling in Team Fordzilla out front as well, as he's stretched his legs away. GT4, and it's the leaders. Lorenzo Manfredozzi in the SRC Movano Corsa car. Merger of what was 2 powerhouse Italian sim racing teams in SRC Squadra Corsa and Movano into SRC Movano, and Urano right with them in this fight. They've got a lap car of their own class in front of them though, which is always challenging because they can be quick in the same parts of the track that you are and tough to get around, but with the amount of damage, unfortunately, to that car, one that was involved in one of the big incidents earlier, they're going to get around pretty easily, right, as the Fordzilla 992 inject themselves into the battle.
Could have been the Urus Rincon car, actually, and just a little bit damaged down the Kemmel straight there, but not providing too much of a difficulty for those guys.
I'm glad they found a bonnet for it, because you remember it was missing one for a bit after the impact that sheared it off. That was one of the rejoin incidents, wasn't it?
Well, we've had a few, unfortunately. I don't remember quite
I'm painting with a very broad brush with that one, aren't I? Very, very daring.
Couple of time penalties for significant cars to talk of as well, actually, that we've not updated you on in a little while. The BS Turner car continuing to find itself in trouble today. 20 seconds worth of a time penalty for contact with one of the TCRs, and 10 seconds time penalty to 43. Altus, absolutely. Running 5th right now. That's a pretty significant penalty, really, and it's going to set them back quite a good deal. As Biela Racing Team Euronics with Patrick Heinrich make their way into the pit lane after 93 laps in this race. Let's see just how long that was. It's not even 20 laps.
No, it's 18, and so they've recognised what other teams like Havu and others have done earlier, is there's a short stop somewhere in this race if you're 7 stopping, and they might looked to have done it earlier.
Yeah, no penalties to serve on this occasion, thankfully. And I guess maybe that was a bit of motivation for them to have a shorter pit stop there and keep themselves in touch a little bit, but not entirely sure. They were going to have to take shorter pit stops at some point anyway, as here comes the battle for what is now 3rd place. Koana Gaming moved up to that position briefly, but Altus Esports want to rip it away from them as quickly as they possibly can. And on the outside line, they're going to do exactly that, up the Kemmel straight towards Lecom. Through go Altus, up into 3rd place. There it is.
And I wonder if Koana know that there's a 10-second penalty looming over the head of that Altus car. Hasn't been served yet, has it?
I don't think so.
It's quite recent. In fact, it's the most recent time penalty on the sheet. There's some other things that have been given warnings or no further action. But 10 seconds for pass around the outside that resulted in contact. I think that was one that we saw, wasn't it, with the TCR car? Yes, at is it Curva Por Freya? But they
yes,
it's a long corner. They had no overlap before the turn-in point of the corner, and they. I mean, there's obviously a huge cornering and overall speed difference between GT3 and TCR. Not unmanageable though, and they put themselves around the outside late into a wedge that was very likely gonna close. And then, in a place where you can run wide onto some paved runoff, very deliberately kept themselves within track limits and caused side-to-side contact that they could have maybe avoided. Although, if they had, they might have found themselves penalised for passing off track. So, swings and roundabouts, but they wouldn't have had damage or caused an incident if they'd gone about it that way.
I think the conclusion is maybe don't go around the outside at the Curve Paul Frere, really, because you've got to remember that while the GT3 cars can manage to do it...
If you're not 2 trailer park girls, don't even consider it.
The GT3 cars can manage it, but the TCR cars can't stay that tight, and neither can the 992s or GT4s, really, so you've got to remember that when you
think about this.
Try to lap cars.
The TCR car had turned into the corner, had reached the apex and was tracking out through the corner when they saw the GT3 appear on their outside. It's too late for them to do anything about it then. You can't be jumping on a trampoline and in midair be like, nah, I'm done with this. Physics is gonna bring you to an inevitable conclusion. Either landing back down again or, going out to that curb because that's the speed and the trajectory you were on.
It's very difficult to get changed like that. And often we see the GT3s in that situation, actually, when we're in other endurance series. Instead, it's the faster LMP2s or whichever prototype we're using at the time that are inflicting the damage on them on occasion. But yes, a similar idea.
Bring back the Riley Daytona prototype.
Oh, that is a throwback. Well, there we go.
I miss when top-level sports cars were ugly.
They were ugly as well. Or those particular cars were, anyway. But I'm sure some people don't miss having to drive them from time to time. But from back in the day, but I guess some people, especially fans at home, sorry,
incredibly cost effective. I mean, you look back on that era though, and they had races that had 30 Daytona prototypes on the grid. I mean, teams and drivers with the budget of GT4 or TCR today could be driving Daytona prototypes, you know, back then in the mid 2000s. They did lack glamour, sophistication, carbon fiber, looks, performance, but they were incredibly cost effective.
They were indeed, and provided some great racing as well. With so many, of course. Now it's very hard to get so many top level prototypes to the start of a Daytona 24-hour example.
Was cool.
These days we, I don't know, barely get 10 to the Daytona 24-hour in terms of Daytona prototypes. Guess that's all going to change pretty soon with the new regulations and so on.
Yeah, hopefully heading towards some interesting grids in world sports car endurance racing.
Well, not saying that it's uncompetitive or, you know, unnumerous at the moment. But in terms of top category, we've been missing for a little while, especially in the WEC. Which looking forward to that returning. IMSA has obviously held on to its DPI manufacturers a little bit better, but even so, I think the change is pretty welcome, and obviously everybody's very excited about them as well. The cars being announced, looking very nice indeed.
Oh, this is the time in an endurance race where we can gossip and speculate wildly and suggest things that we have no knowledge of or any basis of in fact. I would very, very likely expect one or several of the announced and known hypercar LMDH manufacturers to be very willing to license to iRacing, and given that they're in privateer hands as well as factory teams, the likelihood of iRacing being able to get their hands and scanners and data on one, I put to you as very likely. So which one do you think we're gonna see first, #soon?
Well, judging by the current cars that have recently come to iRacing and which manufacturer they're from, I'm going to I'd lay my money on the BMW. Good partnership with BMW at the moment for iRacing. Number of championships. Obviously got the new M8, new M6 I should say. Had the M8, I still do, but not used so much as a GTE category. And yeah, let's not forget that BMW had this car on the iRacing service before it was racing in real life. So I mean, in terms of the manufacturers that are announced, in terms of manufacturers which relationship looks strongest from the outside, BMW looks like a pretty strong candidate to me.
Yeah, I cannot disagree with that at all. BMW have been very active with iRacing and sim racing generally of the last, I'd say, 2-3 years. They were never hesitant to, you know, license their likeness in past, but they've been very active promoting their own events and championships and making sure iRacing don't have to wait too long to get their hands on data and specs, etc. So I'd give that one a good chance. But so have Porsche of late.
Yep. And
the first car from that new set of rules that we saw with covers off, on track, uncamouflaged photos was the Porsche 963. So by all accounts, it seems to be the furthest along in development and preparedness to go racing. So either of those two, from what is publicly known and past trends of the last couple of years, would be a pretty good bet.
Are you suggesting as well that maybe they've already started the scanning, because it is already in its not most developed form? Obviously, we're still months away from it racing properly, but maybe there, if not discussions, then already actual physical activity going on in terms of that iris in there. Of course, we must reiterate that me and David have absolutely no real information. We are just entirely speculating, so don't training, and not much to separate us, SRC, Movano Corsa and Urano Esports. Their strategies are very, very similar, as you'd expect from the GT4 category. They're both pitted, well, not quite on the same lap, but only one lap apart. Not too much to choose between them in that respect. Only 2 stops remaining for them as well. The next pit activity we're going to see is likely from the GT3s. We've currently got MSI Esports leading. 97 laps complete for them this time around. Expecting them to go to lap 100 here before coming into the pit lane. But still, we've got to factor in the fact here we're only just over 2 hours and a half. Sorry, we're only just over 2 hours away from the race end, and we haven't seen MSI Esports use up many of their short filling. I mean, they've been filling up to the tank to the top every single time so far. So there's plenty of time left in this car.
Yep, I would say so, and I think they would be likely to pit coming to the start of lap 100. So that's not far away at all for them. One of the very few of the Lamborghini Huracan GT3s in today's race and in this season. Dice is in between the GT4 lead battle.
Hasn't been a particularly favourable car this season, I'm afraid. The GSR, the only on the full season regular entry list, if you like, the first entry list that we got for this season. It's not been favourable, particularly after, particularly shocking, I suppose, after a victory in the previous season. It's not particularly a car that you want anymore here in the 24/8 Series Esports realm. Out the final corner again for the two leaders, Movano and Urano, 1 and 2 in GT4. Urano, of course, doing very well in 992 and looking to replicate some of that success here. And got off to a great start as well with Dylan Scriven's pole position. Now Konstantin Schaff has gotten into this car. We're expecting some driving changes from them at this next pit stop. Or I certainly am anyway. We'll see whether Scrivens gets back in or whether Jupp de Ligt gets in for the first time this season for the final couple of hours of this race. I think that camera shot there, though, for the last 5 seconds or so, Debbie, will pretty much tell you all you need to know about this fight right now. Urano very pleased to sit as close as possible to the back of the 439 just up in front. Not particularly happy to go through and tow them around.
No, and the Urano car is the one that went a lap longer on the last stint, and if they can do that again and, you know, save themselves 5 seconds on the final stop, well, you look at how they've run on track together for the last significant number of laps, and suddenly a 5-second jump in the pit stop would feel massive. So that seems to be how they're playing it in the mid portion of the race.
We say that there's not too much in terms of short filling that they'll actually do, but there will be a little bit. So with margins like this, I guess even a little bit will count here between these two. In all the categories, but it's especially apparent here in GT4. We are now, though, on lap 99, not too far away from... Oh no, we are on lap 100 indeed, and we will see a pit stop here from Christian Lamella at the end of this lap. MSI Esports into the pit lane, probably for a tyre change. And I guess we've got to keep an eye on Harvu as well. Despite their time penalty, they will still be looking to try and at least win this race. Matthias Vekkanen is the driver now.
Yeah, and they're not matching the pace of MSI and their fellow Porsche of this last stint. They kind of came out of their most recent pit stop 45 seconds behind the leader, and until this pit stop now, they're 47 seconds back. So Vekkanen, new tyres, not quite what MSI and others were capable of. They're hoping that they'll jump a handful of spots, look again at a podium position when a bunch of the cars in front of them need to take their splash, their extra pit stop. So that's what will move Havu back up the GT3 order on the net standings. This last stint, the pace of Vekkanen fresh in the car versus towards the end of MSI is run with Lamella. It was definitely advantage MSI.
The race shifting momentum all over again. Danny
Lamella gets out, and Danny Elgabe.
We had the same thought at the same time, but there it is.
Did. He's going to get in, and he's going to have the remaining duties. But what it is with 2 hours 8 minutes left on the clock, just about as they leave the lane, is they've filled the car now. That's going to get them to 1 hour 10 remaining in the race, and then if they fill the car, then that gets them to 12 minutes left in the race, and they'll be filling the car up just to put going in the pit entry, following the pit lane speed limit, pulling into their crew, and just to get 4 laps of fuel. So that's kind of what MSI are looking at, and that's the way they've approached this race with their fuel burn and fuel consumption, compared to Havu, who went a little early on some of those short fill stops that they knew they were inevitably going to have to make at some point. They just preempted, got themselves a lot of clean air and track position in the first half of the race, didn't it?
Yeah, well, they've done most of their short filling now, have Havu. Biela have ended up, after their pit stops, only 2 and a bit seconds behind Havu at this stage. MSI 27 seconds behind, but of course their final pit stop is going to be so short, based on what our numbers are at the moment. We really could have 3 different cars on 3 different strategies covered by a second at the end of this race. It's looking so close. Everybody is at the top of their game, putting in lap time after lap time, so close to one another that the strategies are so well matched that it's ending up being an absolute nail biter. Admittedly though, we've got to say that Havu's time penalty is certainly helping keep this race close, because it would seem a lot less close if they were a further 10 seconds up the road, with MSI over half a minute back at this stage in the race.
Yeah, at this point it just kind of falls on, can Matthias Vekkanen match the pace that Katasoya had in that car, because he put in a real Iron Man stint more than half the race before he handed it over, and he was quick the whole time, no matter the tyres, no matter the fuel load. It really looked like the form car out there. And the conditions just really haven't changed greatly at all. You know, it's still between 25 and 28 degrees Celsius. It's still clear. So it's not apples to oranges to compare the earlier driver's pace to the driver in the car now. Sometimes it can be greatly unfair when, you know, the racetrack starts really cool in the morning and then gets super baking hot and greasy, and, you know, you're like, oh, he's not matching the same lap times that his teammate had. It's like, yeah, the track is like a second and a half slower.
Yeah.
It doesn't seem like it's the case today, when it very commonly is in these sort of, you know, 6-hour, 12-hour, 24-hour races.
It's something you have to consider when comparing pace, I suppose, and something I often overlook when I'm looking at lap times, actually. But it's a good point. You definitely do need to keep an eye on the track conditions. I mean, I think it says a lot about this time of year, really, those track conditions. The temperature generally doesn't have wild fluctuations anymore. Sometimes in the summer you can get some very cold evenings and some still baking hot days in the 30s or 40s here in Europe, but at this time of year, the temperature really doesn't fluctuate much between 10 and 20 degrees, or it hasn't, at least for the last couple of weeks, at least in the UK, that is. 18 degrees out there, ambient for now, nearly nudging 30, but not really too much, especially considering it's about 2 o'clock in the afternoon in Sim.
BS competition pit, Altus cycle through, if only for the next 2 laps, into the overall lead of the race in GT3, and we wait to see BS competition can cycle back in. But again, they're not dissimilar to the MSI fuel strategy, are they? And that they're still going to be just caught a little bit short. Here's a problem.
Eric Grove stuck on the outside, out on the marbles. Oh, he kept it out the wall nicely, but he's gone for a spin. And thankfully, was able to roll off the circuit without any more major incident. That's one of those incidents that could have been just a lot worse.
Life flashes before your eyes in a moment like that. Just a wiggle in the medium to high speed corners seems to be a vulnerability of those GT4 cars, but he didn't keep the car facing ahead, but he kept it off the barriers, and that's more important.
Kamil Gabrowski now at the wheel of the Williams Esports 992 Cup car, and they're now up to 5th place as well. It's been a great recovery from those guys. They were, of course, given a 1-minute penalty for a pre-race infringement to do with their drivers. And it set them back quite a long way, but they're looking to recover as best as they possibly can. I think 4th place may be the limit for them, but you never know. They make their way up to Lecom now, and they stay in front of Movado. Alexander Lauritsen probably realising that Grabowski is a bit quicker than him at this stage, and it's maybe not the best idea to fight him too hard. So he stays behind just for now. Yeah, I mean, I think we can read quite a lot into the recovery from Williams Esports. We can read a lot into their first stint as well. They're up for a good season if things stay as they are in the 992 category. Obviously, this result may be a bit disappointing for them, but their pace is certainly there, and that's the most difficult thing to recover.
Every 20 minutes, I think I change my mind on whose team I want to be on, because now we're reaching that 2 hours to go, top of the hour thing, and I'm like, Altus and Koana, good fuel strategy. You guys are not going to have to splash and dash at the end, and they're cycled through to up front.
However,
yeah,
they do have a tyre change coming up that's going to set them back a good 20-30 seconds. So when this rolls around next time around, they're going to be in 5th and 6th, not looking so good.
Yep.
Although Koana actually won't, because they're doing 2 triple stints, aren't they? They triple stint in their first set, and so I presume they're going to do it again.
Well, even if they don't, they're not going to change tyres at this stop, are they? They'll change it later if they need to. If they get towards the end of the second stint and go, these are not going to last to the end.
And also,
they're less than 20 seconds ahead of Havu.
We've forgotten about the 10-second time penalty for Altus Esports that will have to be served very shortly. We're coming towards the end of lap 104 now. This will be the pit lap for these guys, I think. But yeah, Altus Esports, first of all, are going to be 10 seconds and a tyre change further back from where they are right now, which puts them down in 5th place. Admittedly, that's still ahead of MSI Esports. However, well, no, it's not actually, is it? Because they're going to lose more than that. But yeah, it's going to put them back quite a long way for Altus. Maybe Koana have got a chance here. Because, yeah, you're right, everyone's got 2 stops remaining. They haven't got a tyre change left. Maybe there's a chance.
We are in that magic window right now, between 5 minutes before the top of the hour and the top of the hour, where everyone out on track in GT3 right now needs 2 trips through the pit lane to get to the end of the race. So it's not completely adjusted for tyres or fuel loads, but Altus Esports in, Koana keep going, and Altus are going to have to hit that penalty box before they see their refueler and their crew.
Certainly are. They are doing that right now. They get away again, and they drive straight through all the pit boxes to get there as well. I'm not sure but they're going to get in trouble with that.
People have been warned for that before.
Yeah, I saw that.
Not using the fast lane.
I think Williams did after their penalty at the end of the first hour, when they served their 62nd. Alessandro Bico just drove through all the pit boxes, and race control said, well, we don't really want you to do that, but it's not enough to give you another penalty. So we'll just give you a slap on the wrist for now. I think those warnings may turn to actual penalties as the rounds go on. You have to see how it develops. Next time out, of course, 6 hours of Sebring. Only 4 weeks until that round now, so make sure you join us on RaceSpotTV. It's going to be another great race.
When do we get the Sebring graphics update?
I don't know what the Sebring graphics update is.
That someone, Greg Hill, who is it that always teases things on Twitter, and there's a graphical update to Sebring in the vein of Road Atlanta, Watkins Glen, etc. It's coming, but it might not be in time for next round at Sebring.
Well, yeah, I don't think there's another build until Sebring now, is there? So it is only in 4 weeks, I suppose. So yeah, probably not. But either way, as always, next year, and hopefully in time for the R-Racing Sebring 12 hour, which will be another special event, hopefully. Obviously that's not been announced yet, but it has been for many years, and hopefully we will get to see that great race once again.
I mean, you know, when you're driving through the Turn 5 Big Bend and they haven't updated the graphics of the bridge that lets people get to the camping, that's just totally immersion breaking.
It does ruin it, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We're tongue-in-cheek, of course. But yes, it'd be nice to have a graphical. I believe we've had, I don't know if it was purely graphical or actually there were some physical updates as well, but to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway oval, there were some changes made.
The road course update, I believe, was new scan data, not just updated graphical, touch-up. So I believe it's the full rigid real deal.
Yep, all the layouts got a bit of a makeover, if you like, and so we'll be able to enjoy that in the coming weeks in whenever you're driving on our racing over the next season, going towards at the end of 2022, of course, in a few months' time. Koana Gaming have been in. The last pit stop for them, second last pit stop for them in this race. Jonas Ranner gets back into the car. I think that's a driver change, or I could be wrong. 5th place for them, though. They're out ahead of Ryan Barneveld in the BS competition car. And I think, yeah, we can see, with that penalty especially, the strategy for Altus Esports may not work out. They've actually gone down to 9th place on this corrected order now.
No, it's not a corrected order, is it though? Because there's cars in front of them that still need 2 stops.
Well, yeah, not corrected order, sorry, but they're in ninth place now, and it's not looking so good. We'll see where they end up, though. Next pit stop will either be for the 45 Biela Racing Team Euronics Luca Bunks-driven BMW, or the Havu 79, which is in a bit of traffic at the moment, as you can see. 3 wide on the exit of the curb pull for it. Easy as you like. And there is a bit of a fight going on here, because Patrick Heinrich wants to go through. Looks to the outside line, one of those very fast 992 Porsche Cup cars on the back of them as well. And this battle is going to continue on. Havu can't be far away from a pit stop right now. They're maximum 3 laps, but they're going to fight it out while they can. Out of the final corner, Patrick Heinrich wants to give them as hard a time as possible.
I've got potentially there might be 4 more laps for Havu, but just 2 more for Biela. So right now, after the penalties and the blah 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 blah, they've worked out not so far away from each other on strategy between Biela and Havu. Now we do expect Havu to take that set of tyres all the way to the end. We don't know precisely what Biela might do, but they are battling each other, and this is a battle you need to win if you want to win this race.
The 45 Biela did their triple stint earlier. Their first 3 stints of this race, I think they all did without changing tyres in this one. As Biela now with Patrick Heinrich makes his way down the inside and makes his way through into second place. A nice move from the German. And he is up to second. It's a Biela Racing Team 1-2 at the moment. It's not going to stay like that for the remainder of this race. Things work out for them in a dream way. That's how it will end. But it won't be like that from now until the flag. It's going to chop and change once again. Heinrich, though, so experienced with GT3 racing, with iRacing generally. He is exactly one of the drivers you absolutely do want on your team. Through the pit path chicane. Just under 15 seconds up to their teammates. And they look to defend their title once again. Going for 3 in a row, of course, Biela. I was thinking about this earlier on, although I couldn't quite find the information about whether in Neo Endurance or 24/8 Series esports history, whether anyone had ever done 3 in a row in the same category. I'm not sure even Coanda at the height of their powers managed that, but they may have done.
A good tidbit. There's definitely, do you know what? If anyone's done it, it's SimRC, right? Because they're one of the few teams that have been here since the very first championship. There has always been a SimRC presence on the grid, and at times, a very, very considerable one, like we mentioned. A car across every category this season. Believe it was true the season previous. I definitely remember years and seasons past where they had maybe 2 GT1 cars, 2 GT2 cars. You know, they have been both effective and numerous, and over a long period of time.
Yeah, I do remember them being very successful in GT1. I just don't know whether they did 3 in a row or not, is the question, because it's quite difficult, and it's quite over a long period of time as well. Although, as you say, SimRC have been around for a long time as well. And what I love about them most, I'll probably say this quite often, maybe they've heard me say this too often, but I love the fact their livery has almost not changed at all. It's become such an iconic livery now. That if they changed it every year radically, for example, we would never be able to identify them, first of all, but also it wouldn't get to the iconic status that it has now in iRacing, because as you say, they've been in every season of this championship. Born back in 2015, I think, not long before the start of this championship, and they've been here every single time. Got a long stop going on for Apex Racing Academy at the moment. Wonder if they've got damage on this previous lap. Their pit stop now goes over 2 minutes.
They've got cars across 992 and GT3, don't they?
Yeah, the GT3, sorry. Is the Apex Racing Academy car
which is a BMW.
Yeah, that's been in there for a while. Yeah, sorry, I didn't.
That's got to be damage of some kind, because they were only 3 laps into a new stint before they returned to pit lane again for what's now a very long stop.
Into the pit lane for the race leader as well. Luca Bunks in the pit lane for one final tyre change on the day, I think. It will make sense. Oh, this is what went wrong. Puon into the wall. And it's just one of those awkward bits of contact that I feel have just done a really big amount of damage, despite the fact it wasn't actually that hard of a hit in the end.
Yeah, just going to show that maybe the track is starting to get a little greasier than it had been earlier on, because we'd seen even from early on a grippy track some of those, especially Mercedes GT4 cars, whether it's because it's a characteristic of them or because there's just more of them so that we've seen it, they were sort of, you know, sliding to the rear and losing that. But the GT3 cars were all looking pretty planted, no lazy spins or slides, except for, you know, mounting curbs too aggressively. But that just sort of it happens sometimes with a bit of an oversteery race car, a long fast corner like Puon, and a bit of wheel work to keep it straight, and it's just been a bit too loose.
Unfortunate for them, because they're still in there, I believe. Or indeed 15th place. Luckily 16th place for them is many laps down. The Williams Esports at Chill Blast car. Not sure quite how many laps, but it is a lot. But they, I don't know if they've done 60% yet. I think they might just have about managed it. But so they'll get the point, I guess. But they want to get back in the race. You feel? There's the Harvey Porsche though, 2nd place right now, behind Biela. MSI Esports are further 25 seconds back at the moment, but they have got some short stops coming, and no more tyre changes either. Koana Gaming, no more tyre changes for them, but they have got a fairly long stop. I think they might just miss out on a podium, Koana, but we'll see how it pans out. BS Competition, just a strong start to their race. They were leading a number of times in the first hour, but it's all just not worked for them today. They're only just ahead of the Biela Racing Team Euronics 45 car now. That only has one stop remaining in this race, and no more tyre changes either. And they're only just ahead of Williams Esports BenQ, who have gone off strategy, of course, in this race. And they will still have 2 stops remaining, but it's been a remarkable recovery from them after the disconnection for Atte Kupanen, who is now driving that car.
You ready for some facts?
I am ready, yes.
Okay. Am I reading this right? Yes. Coanda SimSport were 3 times back-to-back prototype champions in the first 3 series of Neo Endurance 24-hour series esports. So season 2014 to 15, 15 to 16, and 16-17. Back-to-back champions in the overall prototype class, as they had.
The only question mark I had over, I knew they'd won the first 2. I didn't realise they'd gone for the first 3. So yeah, fair play to them. Of course, they're if any team was going to be able to manage it, Coanda probably going to be the ones to do so. Really, they're pretty strong. That also means that my fact about, or my thought that SimRC was formed in 2015 can't be true, because they were racing in the Neo Endurance Series in 2014. So maybe they were formed even earlier than that.
This says formed January 2015.
But I remember them definitely being in the first Neo Endurance Series. Maybe they weren't. I don't know. Need to do some digging on that personally. But yeah, they've been around a long time. The point is, and so has the so is this great championship, and it's great to be back for another season as we got Harvu into the pit lane after 109 laps. It's another 25 lap stint, and that is pretty much the standard for them here at this point now.
So he totally expects Matthias Vittikainen to stay in and that to be a fuel-only stop. But again, we've been surprised before.
We have. I don't think we're going to be on this occasion.
Not really much to be gained by doing anything else, and that's the more adventurous option. They're going to be joined in pit lane though as the GT4 lead battle splits up. SLC Movano Corsa needing to peel off a little bit earlier than Urano Esports. Not really a surprise the way we'd seen Urano happily accepting the slipstream and the lift and coast for many laps.
There is the exiting Harvu Porsche. Where's Bia's competition? They're going to be very close. Just in the background there, so Harvu come out in fourth. Bia's competition behind them with still one more stop than them to make. Harvu in a very strong situation in the course of this race now. So Biela do they have any more tyre changes to make at Biela? They might well do. Do they know exactly what the conditions are going to be like for the remaining hour 45, and if they can get to the end of them? I wager the answer is probably yes. Well, I do as well, but I think and I think the answer to the question, do they need to take tyres without falling off a complete cliff in an hour 45? I think the answer to that is also yes, but are they going to win this race while making a tyre change? At the moment, the numbers, at least in my head, are saying no. So, do they take that big risk so early on in the championship? Do they risk it all? Do they throw it all out on the line to try and get this one race win, or will they make the tyre changes and then accept that maybe Harvu were a bit stronger than them today? Well, we're about to find out. They're in the pit lane. It's a bit early, I've got to say, but then again, their last pit stop wasn't the longest. Only 18 laps this time. So Patrick Heimrich's in. He's not going to exit the pit lane. It's going to be Sven Haase. Fresh off a nice 2-hour break. There is the Harvu car. These two will have the same amount of pit stops towards the flag at the end of this. Biela will gain a little bit because they'll have slightly less fuel to take on at the final stop, but it's only a case of 2 laps. Does that car go up on the jacks? Do Biela get out in front of Harvu? With the driver change, you'd certainly expect it, right? Yeah, certainly. And, it's still going on past the refueling. It's up and it's tyres. Harvu go through. BS competition go through. They're not going to be massively far behind, and they're going to have Sven Haase, and they're going to have tyres that they can definitely push on. Even if the track continues to heat up a little bit, it's 2:20 in the afternoon for the sim time, so there's still time in the day for it to warm up a little bit more, and definitely a while before it cools off too. Yeah, I don't think we're really going to see much of a cooling process actually in this race. It will end at about 4 in sim in the afternoon. Well, maybe there will be a bit of tail off in the final moments, but not too much you would imagine. But let's find out. Sven Haase is out in 7th place. How far is he behind Harvu? Only 12 seconds. 11-12 seconds is the gap. So that's the gap between the two leading cars. There's going to be maybe 3 seconds gained in terms of actual fuel. I think they'll have about 3 seconds less to take on in this final stop. That will Biela. So we'll put the gap at about 8 seconds. Then it's going to be Sven Haase plus new tyres versus Matthias Vittikainen with older tyres. But then again, how old are those tyres really on that Porsche? They don't seem to age. They seem to get better. They're made out of like red wine or something. Yeah, it's,
it was bordering on phenomenal, wasn't it?
It really was. Well, I guess a case of as well, because we were speaking about MSI Esports and why are they not able to do it? What if it was Martin Cardasoja just nursing those tyres through? Obviously, he won't be able to make them do a whole stint completely on his own. So you'd imagine the Porsche helping him out a little bit, but that is going to be a bit of a concern for them that Vittikainen won't quite be able to drive quite like Cardasoja did, which is not to say he's a bad driver, because but Cardasoja is just very good. He makes his way down the inside, free wide into La Source. A few moves like that with the traffic parting wouldn't go amiss for Havu. And also we've got to factor in Koana Gaming. Where do they come into this? 13 seconds over Havu. They've also got one stop left. They haven't got any tyre changes. They'll be taking on a little bit more fuel, but not that much more. Are Koana Gaming going to spring a bit of a surprise here? Maybe it won't be a surprise to them, but certainly a surprise to us.
I did call them out as one of my, I like their fuel strategy teams earlier, and you know, you get longer into this race and you start to see where that, one less pit stop thing starts to look very good. There is a lot of pressure on the 79 right here though from Ryan Barneveld.
And also we've got to remember that despite having 2 stops remaining, MSI Esports have got, I think you calculated, about 12 minutes of fuel to take on the final stop. It's almost a drive through at that point. Not quite, of course, but it's not much fuel to take on.
No, it's
6 laps, 7 laps?
Almost sort of, well, once you get to these really, really tiny splash and dashes, it's almost like a little embarrassing almost. It's like, oh yeah, sorry, we got to go take 2 laps of fuel because if only we extended by 1 lap on 2 stints, we wouldn't have to make this pit stop, but here we are, kind of thing. So it's not going to be that bad, but it's it is always interesting, and it's a long time been a thing with these GT3 cars in this championship, and any championship where your race length is an even number of hours, which of course is, you know, pretty common for longer endurance races, that getting to that 1 hour mark on the fuel, whether it was in these GT3s or even in the Acura HPD LMP2 back in the day, it was sort of always a toss-up, you know, do we go full attack, or how much pace are we going to have to give up to save an extra lap of fuel every stint and cut out that stop?
Now we've had some interest in the GT4 category as well for the leading battle, because Movano Corsa took on a 9-second shorter pit stop on that lap, on that time around, compared to Urano Esports. Maybe a little bit less fuel taken on there in their final tyre change of the day. So that gap has now gone to 8 seconds, but that's another leading battle in another GT category that's going to be very, very close come the end. But also, we have a nice battle going on for 3rd place right now. Tyler Maxson behind the camera is also suggesting maybe there was 2 tyres versus 4 going on there. Do you think it's possible, David, that people in GT4 are going for 2 tyres maybe at this end of the race? I guess we'll find out with Fraser Williamson's lap times, I guess, soon.
There's a rich history of that kind of thing in this championship, though. You think about TCR cars very frequently only taking front tyres at stops, and it was a strategy we saw used quite commonly in GT3 in seasons past, to take 2 tyres, or Biela trying to take 1 tyre or 3 tyres or something. It certainly happens quite often. Not everyone goes for it, but I mean, what have you seen of the handling and the body language of the GT4s, for example? It looks more like they chew through their rear tyres.
It does look like it. They are rear-wheel drive after all. Just change the equation a bit, and not quite as planted in terms of downforce as well. Not so much understeer tuned into them.
This is on.
This is definitely on. Down the inside for BS Competition. Down the outside for Williams Esports. Making their way through into fourth place. Harvard will be concerned about this a little bit because this is a battle that they don't really need to be involved, they don't want to be involved in. 13 seconds is the margin to Koana Gaming. That gap is not coming down where it really does need to, just a little bit. And there's distraction from behind. This is exactly what they do not need while trying to tyre save, maybe even fuel save a little bit, and get to the end as quickly as possible. A battle like this is not what they need.
Yeah, both Havu and BS are going to be pretty clever with this. The Williams Esports BenQ car still needs 2 stops. It's 1 for Havu and BS. So I would not be surprised to see Havu drop back in line. This isn't my fight. If you've got pace right now, drag me along with it.
I'm not sure BS have only 1 more stop remaining, by the way, because they've only done 25 lap stints on the last couple of occasions.
Oh goodness, yeah, no, they could still be at 2. Yeah,
I think they are at 2 with a very short 4-lap splash, maybe. Trying to work out the exact number of laps in this race at the moment. We're calculating, and have been for a while. We've been hovering around 159 to 160, depending on just how quick we go. But obviously, it's very difficult to work out. So that would mean with well, on either of those actually, 26 lap stints would get you to. Well, would it? Well, I'm not even sure of that. Would 26 laps get you to the to the hour or not? I'm not sure. Depends when the timer ends, really.
I'm seeing a calculation of 42 laps left in this race. So what you're looking for is a stint length and a remaining number of laps in the stint that gets you to 26 laps to go. Optimistically, 25 with a safety margin, which is still 17 laps away.
I think this race will end up being exactly 6 26 lap stints if anyone can manage it. But the thing I found very confusing.
Two teams still trying, isn't it? Koana and Altus.
I think that's it now. The thing about Koana is, though, they last came in on lap 104. Well, I guess that does make sense now. That was the 4th pit stop of the race previously, wasn't it? So that makes sense with 4 times 26. Yeah, they really have been doing it. And I'm amazed at how under the radar they were in the first portion of the race. We were speaking about, BS Competition, BS Turner, MSI Esports were all up there. Williams Esports were everywhere as well. And all of a sudden, Beeler obviously as well. All of a sudden, we're not considering any of those teams as, well, we're considering them as race winner, but we don't think in the net corrected order right now, or I certainly don't think they're even in the lead.
It's great. There's not only more than one school of thought on the strategy. There's like 4.
Yeah.
And there's a point to be made for the advantages and benefits of all of them. Like whatever it is you want to say that Havu did, I can now in the second half of the race I can see it. It was run the first set of tyres on a cold track very, very long, take the short fills on the early side to keep the car light on that long stint and gain some track position, and then bring it home with sort of 2.5 stints. And you've got Altus and Koana, who are, especially Koana, who is like, okay, just a full triple stint with fuel saved to get us to the halfway point. New driver, new set of tyres, and then let's fuel save our way home and see if the 5 stops, 6 stints can work for us. And then there's typically the BMW teams doing the double stinting who are going to use more tyres, but they're not out of this by any stretch.
Just look at the way Williams Esports, by the way, have been able to get away from Havu. Jonas, Asa Kupanen, I should say, has great pace, and that Williams Esports car will be one to be reckoned with throughout the rest of this season. So will the Chilbath car that Sotomuto started earlier on in the race, but unfortunately didn't get to the end. Dino Lombardi and Kenneth Gulbrandsen were both due to get into that car as well, but unfortunately have not done so, will not do so.
I've got two timing screens and neither of them will tell me what the fastest lap of the race is.
Well,
Atte Kauppinen was, I think, at least within a tenth of it. It looks like it's probably a 2:14.7.
well, there's a number of teams with 2:14.7s at the moment. I think Kauppinen has it by 0.02 of a second at the moment, ahead of Danny Algebay. Also in the 2:14.7s is Matthias Vittikainen, excuse me, and for Harvu, they're up there in the 7s. Sven Haase as well.
Atte Kauppinen set the fastest lap of the race 5 laps ago.
Yeah, I would agree actually. He did another 2:14.7 on that last lap, and you very rarely see that at this end of the race.
He's run 3 of them in this stint.
Wow. I guess it's a little bit to be more expected at this time of the race. There's 52 cars remaining. We've seen a good 8 cars out the race.
Because the second fastest lap of the race belongs to MSI Esports.
Yep.
It was 0.03 of a second slower, so pick it up, fellas.
I got 0.02 of a second slower.
Yeah, my point stands.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. Very, very close indeed. So, 90 minutes remaining in the 6 hours of Spa. An absolutely enthralling opening round to the 24H Series Esports Championship in 2022 and 23. 42 hours of racing across 6 rounds this season. And we're only just really getting started. Teams Esports do now come in from their brief stint in 3rd place. It now goes over to Harvu, who have a big job on their hands today. Just under 12 seconds now for the first time. The gap between, well, I'll say that, between Koana and Harvu. It's actually 14 seconds, I should say. The gap seems to be extending. Jonas Vanner doing a very good job at the wheel of that number 7. Is he about to pull off this win? A bit of a surprise win for Koana Gaming. They are a strong team, of course. They're very well known now. Not been around forever. But they are making a big name for themselves. And this win would be a real statement. I have to say, Harvu is not a team that I'm particularly familiar with either, but that could just be me.
It's a Finnish esports organisation, and they've joined sim racing by basically just absorbing inertia sim racing.
And all the Finnish people on sim racing, by the looks of it. They've got quite a few Finnish drivers in this race. I think 5 are entered into this championship that they can utilise throughout the season. That is the maximum, by the way. Not that you'd ever use 5 drivers really in one round.
As we all know, you'd never see more than 5 Finns in one place anyway.
Well, there's not many outside of their car on the grid. Or outside their 2 cars, I should say. They do have a 992 entry as well. Not quite as closely in contention for the lead as they are in the GT3s. We're down in 13th in 992 at the moment. But yeah, it's good to have them on the grid, and their livery very recognisable, so big thumbs up for us for that.
I've been looking across a bunch of the flags of the entered teams and drivers, and Nicolas Rubelar is entered on the Ardennes competition car that's unfortunately retired, which is a shame because today is Chilean independence.
Is it really?
So, yeah.
Well, to be fair, he might not have been driving anyway. He might have just been.
No, he's actually not. He's actually not been not joined this session. So he's.
So, I imagine he's enjoying the weekend rather than.
Do you know how I learnt that?
Yeah, go on.
I woke up today and they were playing Spanish music over a set of speakers at the park down the street from me.
Ah.
I was like, what is happening? And Mum's like, I walked past that. It's Chilean independence.
Oh, well, there you go. Happy independence to any Chileans watching, in that case. But yeah, we unfortunately not seen too much of Ardennes competition or Nicholas Rubilar here today. What I have seen, I don't know if this is a recent phenomenon or whether it's something that I've just noticed really about the entry list. But talking of flags and entries, seems to be a lot of single nation entries this season, where a team is from one nation and all their drivers as well from a singular nation. Got obviously the German teams, obviously there's quite a few of them. With the 46 Bieler is entirely a German team. We've obviously spoken about the Finnish Harvu teams. We've got a couple of we've got Carbon Simsport, all Polish team in TCR, and an all Czech team as well in GT4 CSRA. Unfortunately, we didn't see much of them. We saw Martin Saratek qualify their car quite well in 4th place, but unfortunately they DNF'd in the first hour. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's a recent phenomenon or whether it's just something that's always happened. But plenty of single nation entries here this season that are out there in the 24/8 Series Esports.
Of course, there's a limit in how many drivers you can have registered to one team, because there's a trademark on 7 Nation Army.
Very true. You'll find yourself in a courtroom pretty soon, I think, if you're breaching that. But yeah, there we go. Battle for 8th place in GT4 is the closest in this category. And that we do have a developing battle for 5th place between Junkos and also Pure Sims, the other Pure Sims, the 417. It's the 416. And they're both on the offensive at the moment, or were. And it is still are, actually. The Pure Sims car still in behind Impulse here. John Johnson, who's now in front of Manuel Scoli for Junkos. A team entirely from Argentina, by the way, to continue that discussion from earlier. But this is now the closest battle in GT4.
I think between me, Chile and Argentina, we claim like half of Antarctica, therefore all of the world's penguins.
Claim? Oh, well, I guess, yeah, I suppose you would, yeah. Not a long trip when you're in the southern hemisphere like that, I suppose. Yes. Lots of traffic still out there at the moment. One of the Bieler GT3s making its way through right now. I think that is Luca Vunks in the one behind. It is indeed. Making its way through. Now, where are the next pit stops expected in GT3? We'll get to that in a moment because there might be drama here. Oh, Luca Vunks straight into the side of Beniti's TCR, which goes spectacularly into the wall. And from that angle, I think they may well be receiving a penalty pretty soon for that. Damien Owen Harris was a bit of an innocent bystander. Oh dear. Big hit as well.
Yeah, the car's crabbing. Of course, the suspension and various other bits taking a big hit off of that. It's a big closing speed to a fast corner. And the body language of the GT3 kind of went, I'm going to have to wait. Oh, wait, no, I'm a bit closer than I thought. Oh, wait, no, I should have waited. And, yeah, it's sort of on the racing line, in line behind, looked to the inside late, and it was not happening at that point.
It was too late. And there may well be a penalty for that. There is a number of incidents now being reported again after a few quiet moments for race control. Nearly 40 minutes without a single protest. Now we've got 3 in the space of minutes, but none of them are for the Bieler car, or against the Bieler car I should say, so we're still waiting for that one with Beniti, if they indeed do decide to protest it at all. I do believe I'm right in saying, by the way, that incidents will only be protested if a team requests that. I don't believe that race control look at them themselves, or I could be wrong.
I can. There are some things that they'll instigate themselves. The thing that does happen though is if, for example, there's contact between a GT3 and a TCR, and that GT3 team was battling another GT3 team, you can't go and protest something you weren't in to try to get a penalty for, against someone that you're racing. What I can tell you is very, very shortly something will be appearing in that sheet from Maniti, because on Discord I can see that they're typing.
Yes. By the way, 36 of the cars have got their warning for the amount of off-tracks, but no penalties yet. We spoke about this earlier, but 8 of them came before the halfway mark. Everybody else has been able to time it right, if you see it that way. Well, 50 before you get a 25-second penalty, which would be the heftiest penalty we've seen all day. You can see...
For an in-race infraction.
Yes, sorry, yes. Something on the road. I think that just kind of shows you how...
standards, if you will.
Yeah, exactly. I think it shows, though, how seriously race control are taking those off tracks. You know, effectively you are breaking track limits, and so we're going to treat it very seriously. In fact, more seriously than anything we've seen on the road so far today. So the fact that it would be the biggest on-track penalty would be is a very big statement about just how important race control view it for these drivers to stay on the road. It sounds very silly sometimes almost, but it's something that needs policing, and I think doing it with an incident limit sometimes is not always accurate. So doing it with the off tracks, race control monitoring them is not a bad idea.
That SimRC TCR is back out, isn't it? Still looking a little rough, but they're circulating.
They're not even last in the TCR category. Only 4 laps down somehow. I don't know how they've managed to repair that car quite so quickly. But somehow they did. They're only 4 laps down. Carbon SimSport are 1 lap behind them. I think that is Carbon SimSport just there, actually. Or it could be... Yeah, I suppose it is. It could be Full Send Racing, actually.
I was about to say Carbon and Full Send need to not have the same livery, but well, I think it is Carbon. Yeah,
considering Full Send are actually only 27 seconds in front of SimRC, I don't think that is them in the background. But so yeah, Carbon SimSport just looking to unlap themselves from the SimRC TCR you can see in the background there.
Maniti, of course, in TCR, we just saw taking a pretty heavy hit. They've been on pit lane for 8 minutes now, so whether or not they get back out on track or not is going to have an effect, or how quickly they get back out on track and how quick their car is if they do. It could have an effect on where SimRC and Carbon end up.
It could. I'd imagine there's quite a long repair coming up though for them, given the velocity that car went into the wall at. It was a very big hit, and still yet to see anything protested about that just yet. Race control do have 3 things to look through though, and all of them came to fruition about in the last 11 minutes. So it's it's going to be busy. Race control again. Oh, off the road, Junkos, big snap of oversteer on the entry to Pouon, and they've been in the wall. The best performing Aston Martin so far today has gotten into the wall in a big way, and here it is. A big hit.
Massive instability right as they went into the corner, snapped out, and yeah, so that answers that. All of the GT4s, not just the Mercedes, just struggling a little bit, keeping the rear underneath them, and it's bitten big.
Well, bit of misinformation there actually. SMRC were just about 10 seconds in front of them at the time, 15 seconds in front of them, so weren't quite the best Aston Martin on the road, but they were doing well, battling for a top 5, but I'm afraid that's going to be a lot of damage for Junkos Racing Esports. And staying on the GT4 theme, by the way, Jupp de Ligt has been in the YouTube chat throughout the day, chatting away. He's not going to be getting in the car today. He's iterated that to us before, but said to us that tyres are free in the GT4. Not as in, I mean, you never have to pay for tyres in RSM, but he means they don't cost any time, so you take them every time anyway. So clearly, this is in regard to the Fraser Williamson and Movano against Urano discussion. So clearly, those 9 seconds have come in fuel for Fraser Williamson to give him his lead. So there's been no difference in terms of tyres there. So we're going to see something different in this next pit stop now, coming up in about 15 minutes' time, because Urano will have a slightly shorter stop. Only 9 and a bit seconds between them.
Yeah, it's a pretty wide strategy window on the fuel in that class. So some of them have gone a little short and a little early on, and we kind of just got to wait till everyone's cleared their final stop to really have an honest understanding of what the difference in the fuel burn rate's been car to car and who stands where.
Absolutely. 1 hour 15 remaining. We're looking at Havu at the moment. 3rd place. 14 seconds still behind Koana Gaming. They'll have a slightly shorter stop than Koana coming up, by about 5 laps worth of fuel. So just less than 10 seconds, actually, in terms of a gain there. And how are Biela getting on? Ben Haas is only 6.5 seconds behind Havu. So the strategies of Koana, Havu and Biela are all converging here, right at the very end, with MSI Esports yet to be factored in, really. At the start of this stint, their gap in the lead was only about 12 seconds. It's now 21. Maybe, just maybe, there's still a chance for them.
I mean, right at the top of the show, we were talking about how we're not using the endurance pits that get used for the 24 in official iRacing competition, super close, top of Radion and onto the Camel Straight. We're using the Grand Prix pits, which are not only half the length, they're a faster pit lane speed limit because that bit's wider. So you go from a 1 minute transit time down to about 20 seconds on this layout. So if you got to splash 5 laps of fuel, it's only going to cost you about 30 seconds on track. Still not great, but yeah, at the pit lane speed limit of 80 k's an hour, from in to the out cone, it's looking like that is about 21 seconds. So 21 seconds plus however many seconds of fuel you need, that's how much advantage and time you need on track. MSI haven't got that covered at the moment, do they? But they are, only about 10 seconds away from, making a real hot go of it.
They've been making a very good go of it in this stint so far. Danny Elgabe has put nearly 10 seconds into Koana. And it's just such a fascinating situation with, I believe, 4 of the top 5 with a great chance of winning this race, all on different strategies. And sometimes in championships, you kind of get the consensus about halfway through that one strategy is stronger than the rest, and then everybody goes on to that. It becomes a race of pure pace, where sometimes it doesn't become the most interesting. It's pure pace the whole time. However, we're setting ourselves up for some great races later on this season. Nobody has a true handle on this strategy and what is fastest at the moment. MSI Esports think they have the right one. They're in right now at the end of lap 125. How many laps of fuel are they going to have to take on a little bit later? 6 or 7, I guess. Maybe 6. 7 to be sure, but it's not going to be many. Joanna will take the lead. Where will Danny Elgabe come out, though? Still in pit lane right now. Won't be making a tyre change anymore. His final tyre change has been made already. BS Competition will also make their way through. What about Sven Haase? He does. Luca Bunch will probably do the same.
Elgabe's actually in a tough spot here because he's gonna have to merge behind a GT4 car as he leaves pit lane. He had to wait just a second. Here comes Altus squeezing down the middle, and that half a second has maybe made a pretty big difference.
Well, there it is. MSI Esports now behind Altus Esports, who we believe are going on only one more stop, much like MSI, although
MSI
is a lot shorter.
Yeah, in that better spot. MSI looking at one splash, whereas in about 10 minutes Altus are going to have to make a full tank of fuel, 40 seconds of fuel drop. So it is one more time through the lane for both, but you would say 35 seconds more of fuel for Altus.
Yeah, at least. For them.
Well, in my head I was thinking 30 to 35, honestly, and I said 30, 35, and I thought,
I think they might need another full one, if I'm honest.
Well, no, so Altus need a full one, which is 40, but MSI...
Oh, yeah, sorry. Oh, okay,
the question is, do MSI need 5 seconds, 10 seconds?
Well...
What's the delta between the two of them?
Judging by your calculation of 156 laps, I think you went for. I can't remember. But if that's to be believed, then they'll need 6 laps. But it just depends how safe do you want to play it. I think 7 would definitely get them home, and they might go for that.
Okay, yeah, so let's hash out on that they're going to need to take fuel for 6 more laps at the end here at MSI. That's pretty much exactly a quarter of their 25 lap stints, so it's pretty much a quarter of their regular fueling time, which would be 10 seconds. So yeah, they actually are going to need to be comfortable probably 10 to 12 seconds of fuel onboarding.
It's not going to be a long stop. It could still be too long with regards to the victory in this race. There's not a lot they can do to shorten that stop from this point. They've done all they can. It's just about Danny Elgabe in this Porsche just trying to go as quickly as possible. 30 seconds off the lead as things stand, with everybody still making one more stop. Yeah, we just calculated there. I mean, I agree with you. MSI's pit stop might well be about 30 seconds shorter than Koana's, and that's their exact gap right now. It is going to be so close.
Yeah, and with sort of this, this car looks in a good spot, but they probably need this much more fuel. This car is, about to be in position to get to the end, sort of thing. There is no more room for, mistakes or missteps or penalties. Definitely no room for getting that exceeding track limits penalty in any of the diminishing but still reasonable handful of cars that have one finger on that winner's trophy.
Here's a smaller number of cars than maybe we thought at the start of the race, but even so, it's a fascinating one at the moment. Through more traffic for Havu and BS Competition, who we believe could be on their in-lap here. BS Competition, that is. Havu will be going quite a bit further. Another 7 laps for them, I think. They decide to go for the 25, but let's see what they do decide to go for. Making their way through on the sole Lamborghini in the field. Not a great run for them. Pace or indeed preserving the nature of that car throughout the race. You see with the damage, but the BMW is going to be in. Where do BS Competition factor into this one? Because I think after this race, they're just going to have to go back to the drawing board. Their strategy not paying off.
So my GT3 calculation here is that each lap of fuel that you need takes 1.6 seconds to put in. So
yeah, I calculated that as well.
Yeah. I'm using
it's going to be just
that
over
number
10 seconds
to calculate the Havu versus Koana gap, where Havu are 5 laps better on fuel.
Well, it's not going to be 15 seconds, which is the gap right now.
No, so in terms of fuel fill time, Havu are 8 seconds better off, but 15 seconds behind on track. So it is looking not bad for Koana in my appreciation, but what could change in the last hour is if these other cars aren't as well equipped for tyre saving as Havu, we could see Havu in this last hour come back into that pace and that consistency they had that no one else could match. If you remember, between about hours 2 and 3 of the race, just before the halfway point, it was like, wait, where did the speed come through for Havu?
Yes. This is a good point. Although, once again, we're yet to see that from Vitikainen at the moment. We saw it from Katasoja earlier. But not from Vitikainen just for now. A really interesting race developing here at Spa. Just over an hour to go. We've got to squeeze in just one more break before we leave you this afternoon. So we're going to squeeze that one in right now before the bulk of the GT3 pit stops happen, before the real excitement in this race. The final hour is coming up in a few moments' time, but for now, we are going to have a bit of a ride on board with one of these drivers, and we're going to let you enjoy the sights and sounds of Spa. It's the 24/8 Series Esports opener here in 2022-23, and we will be back in a few moments' time. This is RaceSpotTV Fan Immersion. Welcome back. 56 minutes remain here in the 6 hours of Spa. It's the opening round for 24/8 Series Esports in 2022 and 2023. That was Marcel Tai of Team Huizenveld for TCR, running around in third position at the moment. The TCR category that has given us great entertainment throughout the day, but the one that is coming down to the wire right now is GT3. It's about to all change again as Biela Racing Team Euronics make their way in the 46 car. While we were on that break there, Koala Gaming also came in for their final stop of the day. They are the first team to do that. Now the first of them will be Biela, who are in the pit lane right now. And are they going to come out ahead or behind of Jonas Banner at the moment? This is the big battle. This is what we're looking for right now. And we'll also be looking to Harvu as well a little bit later on. Have they done enough to maybe get out in the lead and win this race right now? Koala Gaming come up towards La Source. They will overtake Biela in the 46 car, which is not unexpected. And they will have to do some chasing here in the final laps of this race. My name's Julian Leary. I'm alongside David Haynes. Hugo Louise is now behind the cameras. And David, this is coming down to seconds, tenths of a second. It's unbelievable, given the differences in strategy we've seen all day and the length of this race, that it's getting quite this ridiculously close.
Yeah, it's all about how long are these final pit stops for a handful of cars, including Havu right here, back scoring laps led at the front of GT3, but they can only be 2 or 3 laps away from needing to make their final stop. Where does that see them fit in the puzzle against Koana, against the 2 Biela cars? We've seen Altus Esports take their final stop as well, and well, they might have been up there in the chance for the win. They could still be in for a chance of a podium. The penalty that they got just so costly in what was a really close field between sort of 3rd to 8th there. And it's shaping up like a great start for this championship. Awesome to see the different manufacturers in GT3, different manufacturers in TCR, different manufacturers in GT4, all being able to battle each other in contention for that win. The balance of performance is just right for this opening round, which is so good to see. Really awesome that every team that works hard, that brings their best drivers, has a chance at it.
And we've also got the crunch point coming in GT4 as we've got into the pit lane, SLC Movado Corsa. Urano Esports trying to take the win off them, of course. There they go through your camera shot there. Up on the jacks again. Gall gets into the car for the final 53 minutes. Urano will be able to go a good while longer just yet. At least 10 minutes until their final pit stop, as Luca Fuchs makes his final pit stop of the day. Strange strategy from them today, but they clearly from the outset knew they were going to have to make 6 stops, and so they came in after only 10 laps to try something different, and I have to say, it hasn't been a complete disaster.
That's a great review of the strategy, but yeah, well, very few cars that are capable of that 5-stop strategy, especially in the leading section here. You look a little bit further down the field at Relay Sim Racing in 8th-ish or so, RSR by Butt Kicker. There is a few cars that have managed to do that 26 laps every stint, but what they haven't been able to do is 26 laps and match the pace of the 6 stopping cars, or of Koana, for example, who have just been able to make that fuel and make that speed and preserve their tyres really well. Remember, they've only done 1 tyre change in this race, if I'm correct.
Koana Gaming, yes, that's correct. Carbu as well. The only 2 teams to have made only 1 tyre change. Unless you're a TCR team, and then things are a little bit different for you. But in the GT3s, that is certainly the case. On board with Luca Fuchs making his way through on the Apex Racing Academy 992. Another illustration there of just how tricky it is to get through on one of those very fast Porsche Cup cars. Especially down the straights.
Yeah, held up behind the corner, pulled out, couldn't out-drag him down the straight and just had to out-brake him down into Rivage, which shows you sort of where the difference in performance one car to the other lies. It's all with the big wings and diffusers and splitters and everything on the GT3. One thing I've noticed, both of them approach Blanchimont at very similar speeds.
Yeah.
The Porsches have to lift. The GT3 cars on the right line and good tyres seem to be just about flat out through there, and that really shows you straight line speed and straight speed, the same. Apex speed at Blanchimont, easily 20 kilometers an hour difference.
There is a big difference, and it does it has thrown up a couple of surprises for some GT3 drivers, it has to be said. There are a flurry of penalties coming up soon as well. We've got the 979 with a penalty as well. That's the Harvu 992 Cup car with 5 seconds worth of penalty. The 45 GT3 car, that's Biela, and Luca Bunks has a time penalty. That was for the contact with Maniti Racing, not a surprise. 10 seconds for them. The number 7 has also got 10 seconds. That's Koana Gaming. Koana Gaming have got 10 seconds worth of a penalty as well. Now, did they serve that in the penalty or not? No, they didn't. So Koana Gaming need a 10-second advantage over the rest of the field to be legitimate winners of this race. And also, a penalty for the 46 Biela car. Both Bielas and Koana Gaming have got 10-second time penalties in the final hour of this race.
Said you couldn't afford that if you wanted to be in the contention for the win. So how does that then all shake out? Koana need to push on so that they get the best position they possibly can when that time is added to them post-race.
Well, they've got 10 seconds over both Biela cars right now, but that doesn't matter. It's the Harvu and MSI Esports cars that just need to be within 10 seconds of Koana Gaming. Because you don't have to serve penalties in race in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship unless, well, if they're in the final 90 minutes, you can have them as post-race penalties. As Harvu come in from the lead, the 79 Porsche is in. So, Matthias Vittikainen, what have you got in these final 48 minutes? Well, what he's got is maybe the similar length stop to what we saw from Biela in the 46 particularly. They're going to be quite close together by the end of this. There is the lime green Porsche on pit road on the right-hand side of your screen.
Yeah, absolutely should be fuel only for Vittikainen, and what he needs is 22 laps of fuel to get to the end compared to the 25 that is a full tank of fuel, so they'll just short fuel it a little bit, something that they have been very adept at doing from the very first stop of this race. This is the strategy they had in mind. Short fuel, short fuel, short fuel. Get it past the halfway point of the race. Whack a new set of tyres in. Put Matthias Vittikainen in. He's getting out there right now.
Well, I say it's close. Biela are about 5 seconds behind in the end, it turns out. Behind this car of Harvu. We're on board in the main part of your screen, this battle for 8th place in the 992 Cup category. But Harvu have come out, importantly, in front of Biela and only just over 10 seconds behind Koana. So, while it may not be a battle on the circuit, it will be a battle of lap times to see whether Harvu can get anywhere near in this or not. Wow, what a race we have seen here today, and it's certainly not going to be over yet. I don't think it's going to be the on-track all-out fight that we maybe hoped that we were going to get, but it could be a very, very anxious watch, trying to see whether Koana Gaming have more than a 10-second lead or not.
And it's a little thing, but a post-race penalty is actually better than serving one in the stop. So right on board with the Apex Tech Racing 992 car. Big slipstream, great pass at the end of the Kemmel Straight. Because post-race, exactly 10 seconds gets added to your time. You serve the 10 seconds in the penalty box in the race. You need to slow down from 80 kilometers an hour, stop in the box, start counting that time. Give yourself a little bit of safety buffer, because if you serve it short, you'll get the penalty again. So if you've got a 10-second penalty, you'll sit there for 11 seconds to make sure you've served it and cleared it. Then you've got to get back up to the pit lane speed limit of 80 and then do your service. So the reality is a 10-second in-race penalty might cost you 15 if you're cautious with it and serving it. Or maybe a little less than that, maybe 12, 13. But 10 seconds post-race is 10.0 seconds post-race.
It's a good point. And also, of course, well, I guess counter to that is you don't often get to choose when you serve the penalty, of course. If it's in the last 90 minutes, then that's fine. But if there's more than 90 minutes to go, and you don't serve it in the race, and it doubles, and then it will get added to your end of race time because you've got 90 minutes to serve penalties in this championship. So you will suffer greatly from that, and it's much better to just serve it at the next pit stop. But
I mean, think that we are looking at a lot of GT3 cars that are going to need to take a final stop in the last 20-30 minutes of the race. There is quite a big window of time from 90 minutes onwards where you could get served a penalty and think, do I take this at my final stop, or do we carry it over? And I just personally would carry it over.
Yep.
Here's RSI by Butt Kicker, one of those cars I was talking about, a little further down the order, but trying to make that 5-stop strategy still work.
Sean Campbell aboard this car at the moment. Alex Urenga qualified and started this one. Two of them with plenty of GT3 experience. Sean Campbell seems to be racing every single day of the year.
I might be wrong here. Have you got them 9 laps into a stint? If that's the case, they're not going to make it on this stop. Relay in front of them in the BMW, I've got 5 laps into their stint, and therefore will get to the end without an extra stop.
Well, I don't have how many laps they're into the stint, but I didn't think they were one of those who were only doing this on 5 stops. Put it that way. I thought they were with everybody else.
Were they in one of the
6.
early race? I walked that back because now I see they might have been one of those teams that had to stop in the first 5 laps or so. Ooh, that could not only be an off track, almost be a cut track, give up the time gained for that TCR car, the full send car. Almost evasive action at the top of Ardennes.
We're pretty sure it's the full send car as well, although it's unclear.
If there's more green, it's full send. If you're like,
yes.
That full send? It's carbon.
Yeah, okay, that's a good way of putting it. Something we'll get used to over the coming rounds of this 24-8 Series Esports season. Bit of a battle for ninth going on right now with Riley Sim Racing and OSR by Butt Kicker. Haven't spoken much about Riley Sim Racing as we go back to Harvu under pressure, but it doesn't matter too much for them. Williams Esports BenQ are not in their fight. I don't know how they've ended up quite behind Harvu. I guess Harvu had a slightly shorter stop than Williams did at their previous time, but Williams will be making one more stop today. That's why we're not too worried about this one just for the moment. The gap between Koana and Harvu at the moment is going to be drawn at roughly exactly 10 seconds. Wow, this could come down to tenths of a second, and not in terms of an on-track battle, in terms of the actual gap between them and that penalty that could well undo Koana Gaming's hard work today.
Lando Norris at Austria, is that you?
It feels like it.
Well, it's the same kind of situation, and everyone knows that's what's at play. You're the driver in front, you're trying to build that gap. You're the driver behind, you're trying to get inside that magic window that's going to elevate you.
Long lift from Sean Campbell into the final bus stop chicane there. Though he's able to still remain very close to the back of the Riley Sim Racing BMW, just up in front. As I was about to mention before Harvu got overtaken there, Riley Sim Racing, not a team we've mentioned too much in this broadcast so far. I think they qualified around 7th, have fallen back a little bit since then. But still a decent opening round from them. One of those teams that maybe a bit less well known in the world of sim racing. RSR by Butt Kicker, relatively well known, you would say, and on for a strong top 10 here in GT3, although they'd like that to be a little bit better, maybe with a top 9 as they go up towards Le Combe. Sean Campbell is lifting off and clutching in for long periods of time.
Here comes MSI up on them to try and lap them as well. And we know a super critical point of the race for MSI, where they can't afford to be giving away time, still staring down one more splash and dash, and we were calculating, how much they were going to have to take, where that was going to put them compared to Harvu, etc., etc. So, yeah, well, that is the most polite Sean Campbell you'll ever come across. Never met a slipstream he didn't like.
Well, he's a nice guy though, so we can't we can't be too harsh. But yeah, you're certainly right. We're very willing to roll over there and let the MSI car through. I think he wanted the fuel that would save a little bit as well. It does seem a bit tight for them. It's Danny Ogabay at the wheel of this Porsche right now. Pushes as hard as he possibly can. Try and maybe get this victory away from Harvu. Not one of the teams with a penalty, of course. The only couple of teams out of the 5 we think could win this race are, of course, the Harvu car and the MSI Esports car here. Those 2 out of the 5 are the ones that we think, or the ones that don't have penalties. BS Competition don't either, but I don't believe they'll feature too much in the final moments of this race. Third on the road right now, but they do have a stop to make as Team Fordzilla have made their final stop from GT4.
Yeah, indeed. Indeed they will. Last stop for that Mercedes.
The GT4 battle, by the way, has another story to tell as well. Another chapter in that one, because Urano Esports have yet to make their final stop. The gap is a minute to Movano. Urano will have about 10 seconds to save in terms of this pit stop here. Not sure when they're going to be making it, but I thought they would have made it by now, so it's got to be imminent. Dylan Scrivens starting this car, qualified this car on pole. Will he take it across the line first when the checker flag waves? Right on cue, in come Urano. This is the important moment, because before this happened, of course, David, with about 2 hours to go, they were absolutely nose to tail when Movano decided to do something on strategy. Now it's going to come back together again.
Spent an absolute age slipstreaming and fuel saving and trying to cut down the time they were going to spend in this final stop. What you saw there is they pulled into their pit box, car immediately goes up on the jacks. Somewhat confusingly, different pit rules for different classes. So GT4 cars can fuel and change tyres at the same time. That sees them typically changing their tyres at every stop, unlike GT3, where we get that strategy variation because fuel and tyres separate. Taking tyres takes extra time. Another one of those battles on the road towards the end here amongst Porsches.
Your Sims on the defensive from Movano. And the other Movano GT4 can't be far away from here. As the gap closes between the two. There it is, just in the background. You caught a glimpse of it out of the final corner. Sims really on the defensive at the moment. There's the Urano car on the right-hand side. They've saved a lot of time in that final pit stop. They overturned a 9-second deficit and turned it into a 9-second lead. Their pit stop clearly way shorter than that one for Movano, and the one hand on the trophy is a Urano hand at the moment.
So Jan Terniak looking around the outside along the Kemmel Straight, and he gets clear. Pure Sims Talhavias slots back in behind as they run on the road here. Both of these cars are fueled to get to the end. They are fighting for position. They are fighting for championship points.
They certainly are. Pure Sims Esports, of course, won the Ivra Club Sport Series in the Porsche Cup category, so they do know their way around this car. And one of their drivers, Braden Vernon, was part of that winning team. Don't think Tyler Hervius was, but either way, he's also a very experienced endurance driver. Good few years in the endurance scene now for iRacing. Despite his relatively young age, in his early 20s still, so plenty of racing ahead of him, but unfortunately outside of the top 10 now for Pure Sims. So, MSI Esports with nearly 20 seconds worth of a lead right now. We're not expecting their pit stop for another 20 minutes, so we'll hold fire on them a little bit. But the gap we're obviously working out and we'll be monitoring throughout is Koana versus Harvu. 20 seconds. Harvu are 12 seconds behind Koana at the moment. The gap is so small, as one of the Biela GT3s just splits up a pretty important battle for second in the 992 category. Although I get the feeling Williams are yet to pit here yet.
Just having a look to confirm that one, and yeah, you would be right. These Cup cars have been doing 28-ish laps to a stint, and they're 23 in already for Alessandro Bico. So give him 5 laps, and it'll be the final stop for that Williams car.
Of course, their 1-minute penalty earlier on has set them back quite a good deal, but the pace that they have, the pace that they're showing right now, will surely be good news for them going forward. Full of American races, of course, coming up towards the halfway mark, with Sebring and Circuit of the Americas coming up next.
So would you say we're looking at a 3-way tussle? MSI Esports GT3 versus Koana Gaming versus Havu?
Well, I think first of all, with even if MSI Esports drove through the pit lane, I don't think they'd come out in front of Koana Gaming, and they've actually got to stop and put a fairly hefty amount of fuel in as well. So I don't think MSI are going to be there.
It's the 10 seconds for Koana though that I think makes it pretty close to a 3-way tussle. So you've got Havu. They've cleared the penalty that they got served earlier in the race. That set them back a bit to where we find them now. 32 seconds from the leader, MSI, who need one more trip through the lane. 21 seconds of transit time, plus 6 or 7 laps of fuel, which I calculated is about 10 seconds. So I put to you that MSI and Havu are very, very close. Koana are good to the end, 21 seconds off the lead with a 10-second penalty, so make it 32. That puts them only a second away from Havu. I put to you that when this shakes out and you consider the penalty and the stop coming for MSI, there's about 5 seconds to cover what will be our podium and our race winner.
Looks quite unbelievable for now. I'm unsure, by the way, and we may get some answers from Hugo behind the scenes on this about whether whether the 10 seconds will actually factor into the results or not. I don't know if Race Control have the power to do that, but maybe not. We'll certainly keep abreast of those ones that will be added after the race.
With the data that gets pulled from the simulator, are going to have to then use a little bit of our imagination.
Yes.
But neo-endurance.com, the website, when all post-race investigations are finalised and the results are published it's usually within sort of 12 to 24 hours after the checkered flag, that will of course reflect post-race penalties and all investigations closed.
Yeah, have a look next week on Neo-Endurance and you'll be able to see for yourself in full view. Yeah, we'll try and keep you abreast of those penalties as good as we possibly can. There are 5 that will be added currently post-race, I believe. Although the 979 may have one more stop to make and that might clear a couple of them, but that doesn't really help us in GT3. So things to remember. Both Beeler cars and Koana Gaming, 10-second time penalties that will be added at the end of the race. That is pretty much all you need to know in regards to how this is going to shake out at the end. As Ryan Barneveld makes his way out of the pit lane for the final time. Just over half an hour to go for him. PS Competition down in 7th place at the moment. I mean, they're such a strong team with just great achievements, of course. For them to be in 7th place in the opening round here, I think is going to be a disappointment, but I guess personally, on their part, I would put it down to the strategy more than the pace here today. Sort of seemed like
I love that about this kind of endurance racing, though, is that there is something to be said for if you don't have that lightning in a bottle to qualify on pole, if you are kind to your tyres, if you're smart through the traffic, if you can save a little bit of fuel without giving up too much pace, you can put together a good race. And cars that were nowhere in qualifying, can suddenly be like, well, where did they come from? Grabbing a podium position, consistently grabbing points and putting together a championship tilt potentially.
Yeah, there were only 3 teams in the top 6 places after qualifying, and they were Biela, BS Competition / BS Turner. We'll count them as one team, I guess, and Williams Esports as well. None of those drivers from any of those teams at the moment are in the top 2. We could see all 3 of those teams off the podium entirely by the end of this. And
I'm looking
exactly
at it
to
now.
your point there.
The 3 cars that I think are all in contention for the win still in GT3 started 11th, 13th and 12th on the grid.
Wow. Wow. I think that's especially apparent for the likes of Pawana and Harvu, because after all, they didn't qualify very well, but clearly their race setup is so kind to the tyres that they're able to do 3 hours at a time on them, which is, I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw it. It's been a very, very long time since I saw 3 hours, a triple stint in a GT3.
Yeah, and it certainly caught a lot of the other teams by surprise, didn't it? Because so few went down that route. It literally was just Koana and Havu that we noticed inside of the top 10 doing it. They were up against a lot of cars that weren't capable of it. That poor Juncos Racing Esports, Aston Martin still getting around without a bonnet on after the big Pouon incident that we saw for them. But that comes back down to the point structure, doesn't it? Points all the way down to 15th. You want to be a classified finisher. They're out there to make sure they pick up a point or 2 and they don't become a DNF.
2 points is what they're going to get for the moment.
Yeah. The car currently being scored in that lead, MSI Esports, that's 6 laps away from pitting, and that's when it really is going to kick off for the overall win.
Yeah, still.
They're flying too, faster than Koana, faster than Havu, and when we checked in last, there was 32 seconds. Now it's out to 35, and that is right on the bubble of how much I think that splash and dash is going to cost MSI. So Danny Algabe, foot to the floor right now, trying to build gap to Havu, to Koana. The win is still on, and it's in the hands of Danny Algabe right now. He's driving to grab that win. He is flying.
Absolutely. I was just about to say that the potential fate of this race lies in the hands and the feet of Danny Algabe at the moment. The pace that he is showing right now could be single-handedly dragging MSI Esports to an opening round win here. As I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they did win a race last season at Hockenheim. Wasn't the opener, but it was a nice race win for them. They'd love to repeat that this season. They'd love to go a little bit stronger in the championship as a whole as well. But for now, they've just got to deal with Spa. 6 hours of racing. Absolutely fantastic racing it has been as well. We saw a great 12-hour to end off the previous season. I don't know when the last time a season started with the one the previous ended on. But that's another one for the statistic people.
Like IndyCar, when they shoved St. Pete at the back of the year, left the circuit set up and came back in February for it again.
Feels weird.
Last couple of laps for Danny Algabe though, in order from lap 139, 15.7, 15.1, 15.0, 15.2, 15.3, 15.2. Now he's going to catch an awkward bit of traffic right at the end of the lap, but up until this point he has been rapid and he has been consistent, and it's those last 5 laps that have sort of swung my strategy predictor pendulum from Koana or Havu might have this to, my goodness, Danny Algabe is driving MSI into contention for the win.
It's not anything they've particularly done on strategy. It maybe wasn't the best really, but Danny Algabe is the best driver out there right now, and he's continuing to pull out a margin. Last lap wasn't as impressive, maybe because of the lapped traffic. Not as impressive as it could have been. It was still a 2:15.7, but it makes you wonder what he could have done without that in the final bus stop chicane. He is pressing on really, really hard right now. Another load of traffic, though, for Danny Ogilvy coming up right now. A number of Porsche Cup cars, TCRs, GT4s. He's got the whole lot in front of him right now. We're about to see a masterclass, though, in multi-class traffic, because if there's one driver who's not going to wait around at this stage in the race, it is him.
Yeah, and again, can't afford a penalty, though. And they do have the flexibility. And I'm kind of always surprised they didn't take it, because they can jump into the pit lane any lap they feel like. If they see a massive amount of traffic in front of them, they could pit this lap, take the same amount of fuel, they'll still get to the end. It is just that splash and dash, so they could do it now, they could do it in 4 laps, they could do it in 3 laps. And it doesn't even come down to how many cars there are for traffic directly in front of him. It's where he catches them. You get him on the Kemmel Straight, no dramas. You get him through the middle sector of the lap here, and he's struggling, and he's almost boxed in between the TCR and the GT4. And it could have been so much worse for him there. Not optimal, not horrible.
It could have been worse, but he dealt with it well. And this lap time, I still think he's going to be in the 2:15s. It might be a low 16, but because there was a lot of traffic, but this is not going to help either. We know how much slower they are through Blanchimont, the Porsche Cup cars, and so Ogilvy is going to have to be wary of that. He gets through nicely, but there's a lot more downforce on those GT3s. He could have gone a lot quicker through that very fast left-hander down into the final chicane. 24 minutes on the clock now. No more than 12 laps to go. Ogilvy over the line again. And let's not forget that the likes of Koala Gaming and Harvu and all of those teams behind will have to negotiate the same traffic as well. Let's see what the lap time was over the line. I think it was it was a 2:16.7, so he did lose a bit of time, but it's not to be unexpected. Here is Jonas Banner in the Koala Gaming car. He's still got 12 seconds.
He's got to catch the same cars, though, doesn't he, when you think about it?
Exactly.
It's those same GT4s and TCRs in a little clump, just 15 seconds up the road from him.
Yeah, he's got to do exactly the same. They might not be in that exact clump because they're not quite as close together as, well, they're not nose to tail, so it's not the exact same, but it will be at the same number of cars. This is where the traffic does come down to look a little bit, but it gives and it takes. It balances out over the course of a race. At the moment, the gap is barely over 10 seconds. There is Harvu. 35 seconds from MSI Esports. Harvu are going to lose out to MSI here. I'm getting more sure of it with every lap. With every lap that Danny Ogilvy extends its margin, I'm more and more sure that Harvu are going to come out behind their fellow Porsche drivers.
Right now, it's 11.5 seconds. Koana in second to Harvu in third. 10-second penalty still looms over the head of Koana Gaming. It will get added post-race. So that interval right there, 11.2, 11.5. If it's 9.9 seconds, Harvu finish in front. If it's 10.1, Koana finish ahead. So again, another one of these positions in the final stint towards the end of the race here, absolutely in the hands of the drivers behind the wheel and no one else.
Unbelievable. There it is. 11.6 is the interval. 11.5. It changes with every meter, and the fate of this race switches around. MSI Esports, I've got to say, are looking better and better with every single lap here.
They are, and it's such an amazing three-pronged tussle. Harvu are in third, but there's still such an easy path to them winning this race because MSI Esports out front still have a pit stop looming over them. Koana still have a 10-second penalty looming over them. You add that, you shake it out, there is still, in net adjusted terms, only 3-4 seconds in this race between 3 different teams. Think about this, all of them Porsche 911 GT3Rs.
The next BMW, 3 seconds behind this Porsche we're watching right now. Biela, and there they are. That's not even 3 seconds. Biela are not far away either. On a different day, they could very much be standing on top step of this podium, but I don't think it's going to be their day today. 20 minutes, I suppose there's time for it to change, but not much. That's a strange line for a couple of cars. What's going on here? I think the other Biela car has had problems here with that Porsche Cup car behind. Luca Vooch on that last lap. Well, he hasn't got a lap because he's had an off-track somewhere, but that's with the Harvey Porsche Cup car. There was clearly an incident, to my mind. Let's see, we'll try and find out what happened, but Luca Vooch has lost out on more time, and I'm afraid in the final hour or two, Vooch has made one or two mistakes that maybe has put them out of contention for this race.
And delicious as the overall GT3 win battle is, there are many other fights going on, strategies reaching their conclusion, and drivers battling each other on track for precious championship points.
It's a three-car battle with ASR Able Esports, Riley Sim Racing and RSR by Butt Kicker fighting over 9th at the very end. Guillaume Levesque is in the Porsche just up in front, and avid viewers of RaceSpotTV will remember him from the Precision Racing League GT3 series. Won that championship in the open category, albeit in the new generation Mercedes. Takes on the Porsche on this occasion.
This is good for Relay because the two cars around them still need a splash, just like MSI does. In 4 laps for ASR Able in front, and 5 or 6 laps for RSR and Sean Campbell behind. Unless the mad, crazy fuel saving Sean Campbell's been doing is somehow gonna, net him 4 more laps than anyone's been able to do so far in this race. I'll have to check that thing post-race for like a hybrid battery pack or something.
Yeah, 30 laps is a bridge too far for any car on this grid, really. We've not seen very many of those.
Because that's 28 kilometres.
Yes. It's a pretty long way.
Furthest you've ever driven with the low fuel light on?
0 kilometres for me, but there we are. I choose not to take the risk. I also don't own a car, which means I haven't been in very many cars in my life, so that's helpful. But yeah, everyone's must have tried it at some point. Just drive in with the low fuel light on, see how long you can go for. Fun game.
I've driven a couple of racing cars where the road car fuel gauge is absolutely useless. It's like, yeah, when it...
Contact. Team Fordzilla off the road. And this is not the first time they've been hit today, I'm afraid to say. Will Chadwick recovering. It's an incident at Lecom. And it was ATRS Esports and Matthias Berg who got into the side. And this battle was going on for a long time. It's about Esports were desperately trying to get through. A squeeze from Chadwick. And I've got to say, he sort of came over on the ATRS Porsche there. Maybe I'm reading it wrong from the angle, but it didn't look great from a Fordzilla perspective.
Super tough to judge. Got really messy because the great run that Sabelt had, they're like, well, if you two guys want to be all the way over there, I'll be here with like a great run on the racing line. And it's entirely possible those other two both sort of outbraked each other a little, and there was a bit of hello, how you going just before the braking zone as well. Neither of them wanted to see that spot in the slightest. Not interested.
Now, final lap of this stint for Danny Ogabay. He's about to make one more stop in this race. Could still be 7 laps to go at the end of that though. Not sure. It's going to be close.
Been a pretty rough lap for Havu. They've got Bila.
Yes.
Getting around them. And the gap up to second place is extended pretty big on this one. So when they cross the line, we'll get an update on the timing. But for Matthias Wittekainen, this has not been the lap that he needs. He's been trying to do 2:15. That was just a 2-minute 18. So 17.9. He has had a problem, and a not insignificant one somewhere.
I think it was traffic. Judging by the 3 cars that were behind, there's 3 or 4 lapped cars behind him. I think he just got stopped in traffic at a really bad point. Hard to tell, but I don't think there was a particular mistake there. The fight's going to continue. These two both, Bila have a 10-second penalty, of course, so it won't matter too much, but Harvey really don't want to lose very much time at all.
Well, Sven Haase is flying. He's got 10 seconds on him, but he's flying. So this is actually Now, you didn't want that bad lap that put you back here, but now you're here. You want to go with him if you can.
Speaking of flying, Danny Ogilvy just did a 2:14.7. That's outrageous at this time of the race, but he's managed it, and he's about to be into the pit lane as well. Koana Gaming, I think, will get out in the lead, but I don't think it's going to be 10 seconds of a lead. MSI Esports could well be on their way here. Let's see. Ogilvy is coming into the final sector right now to make his final stop, I do believe.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. So
25 laps.
It's all about how much fuel do they think they need, and my calculation right now says it's going to be 7 laps of fuel that they're going to need to take on board at 1.6 seconds per lap. They're looking at 12 to 15 seconds there, depending on how close they want to skirt this. So it is on for that win right now.
Koana Gaming will possibly get the lead, but how big of a lead will it be? Ogilvy comes to a stop. He'll take on the fuel required, and he will get going again. Koana barely in front right now. They do get in front, but it's only by a second. A couple of seconds maybe. There it is in the background. It's literally side by side between them. MSI Esports won't even lose the lead here, and they've got 10 seconds to fall back on. Koana Gaming will get balked by the Sim RC Aston Martin as well. The gap will open up between the two. Gianni Ogilvy will see the road open up in front of him, and he can see a 24/8 Series Esports win in his grasp.
Amazing stop there for MSI. Quicker transit time than I had calculated on, and they are fueled to get to the end. They have the track position. Koana immediately behind, have a 10-second penalty on them, and then it's another 14 seconds to get to Havu. So that is looking really, really solid for Danny Ogilvy and MSI Esports right now.
Not only does he have track position and the lead, but a 10-second advantage to fall back on as well. I was beginning to wonder midway through that stint whether the Koana Gaming penalty was really going to spoilers of a great finish. Because of the penalty, I thought MSI would be maybe 5 seconds behind. They wouldn't get anywhere near to Koana, but they wouldn't need to either, and it would be an anti-climax a little bit. But in the end, it doesn't matter that Koana have got the penalty. MSI have managed to pull this one off. Nevertheless, it seems that the pushing as hard as you possibly can the entire race, making 6 stops despite that, has worked out anyway. And I've got to say, I've got a few concerns about Koana Gaming making it to the end of the race on fuel. 6 laps to go when we get to the line. That's going to be the end of lap 157. I don't think they'll make that, as there's a lot of smoke here. Someone's been off
the Maniti. Yeah, 992 there.
There's a lot of 992 cars in this vicinity, by the way. It's a big battle. They'll drop behind, well, a whole load of cars. From Apex Racing Academy to Pure Sims Esports in 10th, there's only about 2 seconds.
Yeah, I think they've lost 4 spots here, right? So the rear breaks loose. This happens occasionally. That final downshift in the first gear might have locked up the rears. And then there goes 1, 2, 3, 4 positions, because Apex Racing Academy, ATRS Esports, SRC Movano Corsa, and I think Pure Sims all jumped them, and all those cars are fueled to get to the end as well. So really, really costly. Little problem there for Maniti. Dropped them from 5th to 9th.
Apex look like they've gotten away from that little group now, and may well be home and dry with that position, although it could change. Koana Gaming not particularly wanting to see this in front of them right now. Will Havu be able to get close enough to overtake them? It doesn't look like it at the moment. So the current corrected order, we're talking about corrected orders again, I thought we were done with that. MSI Esports will be in the lead as long as they don't get a penalty. Koana Gaming will remain second, ahead of Havu, who will jump to 3rd. Bila will drop to 4th, and the 45 Bila car will drop behind Autos Esports, who are going to manage to get a top 5. And it's going to be even worse for the 45 team, I can tell you as well, because I've just got word of another penalty for the 45. It's 20 seconds this time for them. Luca Bunks gets a penalty for missing the corner and getting into contact. Because that's the second time it's happened today, he gets a double the penalty he did before. 30 seconds worth of penalties for the 45 at the end of this race. That's going to set them back to 8th.
Wow, 6 hours of excitement. Plus qualifying. Just 10 minutes left in this and still a bunch of positions hanging the balance. Drivers battling wheel to wheel, and all of the, trust in your teammates and the setup work and the practice goes out the window because it's just one person behind the wheel, the only person left at this point in the race who can make a difference.
Plenty of battles outside of those top positions. The 992 Cup class is not quite done yet. Now somehow, Simos C have managed to manufacture a bit of a lead out of this. They've got 14 seconds over Urano. Not quite sure how they've managed that, but they have done. They were going longer earlier in the race. I didn't think it would come to anything, but it looks like it may well have done. And have they just stolen the win from Sam Kita and Urano? This is the battle for the final spot on the podium. In what will be a remarkable recovery from Williams Esports to get up into this position. You've got to remember that they had a minute time penalty earlier, and they're only 40 seconds off the lead right now, so you do the maths. They could have won this race here today, and the especially frustrating thing is that it was an off-track mistake that got them the penalty, so they'll be kicking themselves a little bit. Oh dear. Tyler Hervias off the road in the 992 category as well.
He's lost spots.
Yes, yeah. He has. Oh no, it was a dive from Bavano. And that may result in a penalty. It's already on the protest sheet, actually. I do believe. It isn't. No, it's not, actually. We might see a bit later on, but it's so densely populated down there in the 992 category that yeah. You do lose a lot of positions in those particular instances, as we see the battle for ninth in GT3 still raging as well. Down to the bus stop.
Crazy stuff. Could there be a move on? Relay Sim Racing not defending any of this at all, and we talked about some of the cars that were around might still owe us a stop. And I'll be honest, if we think something, chances are the drivers and the teams know it. I don't think. I think they are studying all of this more closely as well. They'll be checking what the cars around them on strategy are doing, and they don't really care, what's happening at the front of GT3, what's happening in 992. They care about the cars that they're wheel to wheel with. And so with that magnifying glass more closely on their immediate battles and their immediate rivals, then they'll be even more aware of the strategy permutations and who still needs to stop than we are.
Certainly. Well, they've only got one car to focus on, or a couple maybe. We've got 60 at the start of this race, so do forgive us. As the battle between these two continues, John Campbell re-overtaken after making the move into the bus stop. We'll have to do it all over again with the BMW powering back past again. Still laps left in this race. I reckon, well, these guys aren't actually quite a lap down yet. The MSI Esports Porsche is not too far behind them. We'll see it in the bottom right. Battle in 992 side by side in. Oh dear, into Malmedy, and that's off the road for ATRS, I think that was. Vivano fighting with them. It was indeed Kane Halliburton off the road at Malmedy.
The action's all happening around that Movano 992, isn't it? There's going to be not a straight panel left on it by the end. Such ferocious fighting. 5-6 cars within 3 seconds there, trying to get to the end, and tempers might be just boiling over.
Certainly been racing a long time now. Nearly 6 hours in the books. As we look at second place in the race, MSI Esports have been caught by Koana Gaming, who make it to the outside line. They won't make it through. Both of these two teams are acutely aware of their situations, and they know that it's probably best for them to stay single file. 3 laps to go as they go across the line right now. And I think that spells danger for this team, as side by side, further back, there's competition involved in that. Are they? No, that's the Riley and RSR battle. So
my timing screen.
Sorry, this is like 155. I think there's 157 laps in this race, which would mean Koana would need a 27 lap stint. Is that correct?
On lap 24, the lap times are over 2 minutes. So this time at the start-finish line will not be the white flag. No. The time after at the start-finish line will be the white flag, because we are looking at the overall leader in sort of sector 2, the middle part of the lap. So at the line, there will be 2 more, and that will be a 26 lap stint for Koana.
Okay.
I was going to say, my timing screen throws a red box around any car that is within 1 second for position of another. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red boxes on my timing screen after 5 hours, 50 and yes of racing.
It's remarkable to see as the battle for third in 992 continues in the bottom right hand side of your screen. The battle for the lead in GT3 will remain in the main, as a lot of traffic just up in front of them. Their own category and others as well. They both pull out the way. Well, the RSR car gets out the way. 3 wide for MSI and Koana. John Campbell's going to try and benefit from this, surely, as Beniti are off again in the 992 category, it looks like. 3 minutes to go, 2 laps to go for these two. MSI versus Koana.
Great for Koana, though. The win's out of reach for them because of that 10-second penalty, but what they've got is a great slipstream, a great tow. It's the double whammy that they need at this point. It's helping them save that fuel that they need, and it's giving them great pace to keep extending their gap to Havu, which is now out to 15 seconds, which would still see them post 10-second penalty 5 seconds clear in second place. So good for Koana. They are not going to get that race win the way it stands at the moment. What they are getting is a little comfortable buffer over third.
Junkos completely get out the way there. They're looking to just complete this race and pick up the points that will bring for them. Plenty of other teams doing the same as well. Other battles that are less than a second. We've of course got that one with between RSR and Riley Sim Racing. Also got battles in TCR, which we haven't seen for a while. MSI doing well here, second place for them, just ahead of Team Huysingveld. What a great opening stint it was from Mark Perez in the MSI car. I mean, Montoro now doing his thing for MSI. The teenager, also from Spain. Looking to hold back Huysingveld, one of the very best teams in TCR endurance racing. Winners of the Ivor Club Sport Series in this category. Been a long time since we've seen a TCR battle out there on the circuit.
We had those 3 in lockstep with MSI and SimRC.
And
yep, yeah, and that was great. Unfortunately, they did get separated, dodging some incidents and getting hit for SimRC. Unfortunately, cost them a little bit of time, and it would have been a really, really interesting sort of strategy battle, and tension did get lost there.
I'm especially looking forward to Monza with those TCRs, I've got to say. Absolutely
I'm looking
fantastic.
forward to Monza with everything, with the qualifying format, with the GTs, with the GT4s.
It's going to be amazing.
TCR. Oh, yeah.
Very much looking forward to. That'll be our last race of 2022, actually, in this championship. It will be coming to you in December. White flag is out, though, at the 6 hours of Spa, and Danny Ogilvy is having one last trip around this 7-kilometre circuit. MSI Esports on their way to a famous opening round victory. And you've got to say, man of the match goes to Danny Ogilvy, single-handedly pulling this car to the top step.
Close second for me has got to be Katasoya, though, in the Havu car.
Yes.
Brought them into contention as well. Didn't fall their way. The penalty also pretty punishing at a critical juncture in their race and their strategy as well.
And let's not disrespect Christian Lamella either, who did his job in the middle of the race as well. As Hoitingveld make their way to the outside of MSI, not able to do it into Lecombe. They'll have one more chance at the bus stop. You can be sure they'll try and use it to try and go through. But no leading gap in this series at the moment is more than 18 seconds after 6 hours of racing. That is a very good record to have indeed. Almost every car now has seen the white flag, and they're all about to see the checkered flag very soon. Koala Gaming loses a couple of seconds here in the final moments, although they've still got 5 seconds to spare over Havu with their penalty. Most of the fights settled now in GT3. Certainly settled for that first position, because Danny Ogilvy and MSI Esports are making their way to the final corner right now. A last little bit of lap traffic for them. Oh, the contact on the last lap as well, my goodness me. One of the Porsche Cup cars getting into the side of him. But after all of that, after 6 hours of racing in Belgium, Danny Ogilvy wins for MSI Esports in the opening round of 24/8 Series Esports for 2022 and 2023. A great race between themselves, Koala Gaming, Pila, Havu, all of those teams and many more, with a fantastic opening race. There's even side by side between Autos and Pila on the final lap as well. Autos make their way through, and they will finish this race in 5th place. What a fantastic race we have seen as Autos there. They go over the line. They are 5th on the road, and indeed would have been 5th afterwards anyway due to the penalties. There are 8 cars finishing on the lead lap. Most of them had a chance at winning this race at one point. More than a chance at winning this race right now for Jürgen Frank. Team 75 burned up by SimRC are making their way to the final chicane for the final time. They've come out of nowhere in the final hour or so to beat Urano Esports, who led for most of the race. Jürgen Frank wins again in the 24/8 Series Esports with Team 75 burned up by SimRC. It's the greatest start to their season that the GT4 reigning champions could possibly have hoped for. TCR has been taken already by Pure Sims Esports. Steve Ledger doing a lot of their driving. The 116 Honda takes the first win of the season. And Dylan Scrivens will be the final driver to come across the line and complete this race. He will be GT4 winner, and also will be scored a lap above the rest. The fight was close between themselves and SRC Movado Corsa. But in the end, Urano came out on top with 2 top 2 finishes for them across 2 different categories. Dylan Scrivens knows that he's being shown to the world right now and is making sure he celebrates the moment, flashing the lights with a nice performance from those guys in GT4. But another close finish at Spa, David. Only 1.1 seconds this will go down as in the results. Obviously, it will look a little bit different after penalties are applied, but for now, 1.1 seconds.
It looked pretty good with your GT3 podium within 20 seconds and everyone in play right towards the end. Urano Esports pretty happy to have their GT4 championship off to a good start, and I'm sure Mercedes AMG Team Urano very, very happy with that as well. A new season, a new generation of cars in some of these categories. All new cars in GT4, all new cars in TCR, so they're making their own history.
New cars, but same great action in the 24/8 Series Esports Series opener here tonight at the 6 Hours of Sport. What a great race, and we'll have a quick look through those results for you at the end of a very strenuous one for everybody. Made slightly sweeter by victory for MSI Esports. Danny Ogame with a MVP performance to drag them to the victory. Koala Gaming will be second on the result sheet in the end. Harvey will jump up to third with the penalties that will be applied to Pila Racing Team Euronics. Outer Esports will end up fifth. Pila Team Racing Euronics 45 will drop to 8th place in the results. BS Competition and Williams will move up one. John Campbell was just able to beat out Tim and Williams in the battle for 9th in those final laps. Just outside of the top 10, Guillaume Levesque brought the ASR Able Esports car home. About Esports were 12th ahead of a disappointing BMW team BS Turner in 13th place. Still a few points for them, but disappointment. Last car getting to the flag was the only Lamborghini. GSR IPR by ACV. Lots of acronyms going on there. 14th place for them. Apex Racing Academy weren't able to get to the end. Neither were Williams Monaco Esports, Team 75, put up by SimRC or Ardennes Competition. In the 992 Cup class, Jürgen Frank was victorious by just under 10 seconds ahead of Sam Quinter. That's at SimRC, another victory for them ahead of Urano. Aztec Simsports, Visceral and Williams Esports were the only other cars on the lead lap, with Sabel Esports running at the top 5. Apex Racing Academy 6th ahead of SLC Movado Corsa. ATRS Esports, Maniti Racing and Pure Sims Esports rounding out the top 10, and indeed finishing very close on the track. Team Fortilla just missed out with the other ATRS car at 12th. Harvey 13th, Oris Rincon RS in 14th, and Wave Italy Racing Team didn't make the flag, but they will get 1 point. It looked like domination from Urano Esports with this lap lead, but it was a lot closer than this. SLC Movado Corsa pushed them all the way. Team Fordzilla bring up the final step of the podium. Simas SRC and Pure Sims Esports round out the top 5. Fiercely forward with Alvar Gomez after being put through a right terrible time earlier. Finishes in 6th place. Impulse just beat out Pure Sims for 7th. Ahead of Talk Freak Racing, who recovered from a lap 1 incident ahead of Sabel Esports inside the top 10. Just outside of it, just missing out was Hardpoint by Dota Sport, Undercut Racing Team, 5-Star Motorsport, along with Junkos Racing Esports after their late crash. SCK Racing and CSRA by Entropic did not see the checkered flag either. And finally, the smallest but by no means less entertaining TCR category as well. Ended up being won by Pure Sims Esports. 18 seconds over a very close battle for second between MSI and Hussingveld. Impulse Racing were next ahead of SERIES Esports. SimRC ended up a few laps down after damage. Full Send Racing, same story there as Maniti Racing and Carbon Simsport as well. Zenith Esports didn't make the checkered flag.
It's great credit to TCR that you only need 10 cars to have an absolutely bonkers and entertaining 6-hour race in that category as well, evidenced by some of the gaps there and what could have been even closer.
Well, we have plenty of people waiting for an interview, so let's not wait around any further and bring someone in. Danny Ogame now joins us from MSI Esports after putting in a fantastic performance to win the race. Danny, welcome to the booth. Great to have you here. Just talk us through that last hour or two of the race, because we were changing our minds every single lap as to who was going to win that race. What were you guys thinking? How confident were you guys that your strategy was going to prevail?
To be fair, this race was really crazy. We didn't know who was going to win the race until the last stint. I think Biela and Kowana got some penalties too. So even if I didn't finish P1, maybe I would have won the race. But the strategies were all over the place, to be honest. We didn't do triple stints, and we saw multiple guys doing it. I think it was the way to go, but we didn't do it. I think it was a mistake on our part, maybe. But our race pace was good. we started a bit from the back on P11 because of the bad quali I did, but I'm pretty happy with how the race turned out. It was a bit crazy, but it was very fun.
It was great fun to watch, certainly. I mean, MSI Esports have won a race in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship before. However, not the opening championship. How does this set you up for the rest of the season? Just how excited are you to get back out there again and race again in the series now after this win?
It definitely boosts our confidence, to be honest. It's a new car too. It's the Porsche versus the BMW we used the last season, maybe. And we are definitely needing some more work on the car, maybe, because we saw some teams that were maybe faster than us, like Williams. So we will try to work more on the car, but it's definitely a good start to the championship. I'm pretty happy because the last win, I think it was the season opener of the last season on Hockenheim, and to repeat the season opener winner is very good.
Absolutely. Great to see you on the top step again here, Danny. Congratulations on the win here tonight at Spa, and thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks very much. Danny Elgabay, winner here today with MSI Esports. Next up, we'll go down to the 992 category, the Porsche Cup category, now where SimRC were able to take their win. Jürgen Frank now joins us. Jürgen, welcome to the booth. 992 Cup category victory here for you guys tonight. Congratulations. Just under 10 seconds of an advantage over Urano at the end. Just how did you guys do that? Because I have to say, I don't know if we were just not paying enough attention, but it definitely surprised me when we saw you out front with only a few minutes to go. Was it a surprise to you? How did the race go generally?
Yeah, good evening at first. Race was really intense for us. Basically, we saved all the time fuel to do one lap more every stint. So we could do let's say a small double stint in the end on the tires. And yeah, that was the winning strategy. The last 5 laps were quite hard to drive, actually. I also was one time in the grass, lost 1.5 seconds, but yeah, it was still enough.
It was indeed. I mean, this series now, of course, goes from strength to strength. You've driven in many of them in the past years. SimRC have been there for many of them as well. Just how competitive is it this season compared to what we've seen previously?
Yeah, well, it's every season it's very competitive. What you can say in the 992 category, you for sure have some Porsche Esports Super Cup drivers or people who have big experience in that car. We are completely new to that car. Good for us, there was an update 2 weeks ago which made the car more suitable to us. And yeah, I mean, for me it's my 6th or 7th Neo season, and the last 2 years went pretty well, and I hope it will continue like this.
Absolutely. Hope it continues for you guys as well. Congratulations to you and all the team, Jürgen, and thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us.
Yeah, thanks to you guys, and also thanks to my teammate Felix Luding and to my spotter, or one of our spotters today, Christoph Weitz. See you next time.
Thanks very much. Jürgen Frank, winner here at the 6 Hours of Spa with Team 75 Bernard by SimRC in the Porsche 992 Cup category. We're going to go down in class order on this occasion. We'll bring a couple of drivers in here because both winning Urano Esports GT4 drivers are coming to join us. So welcome Konstantin Scharf and also Dylan Scrivens as well. Dylan, we'll start with you. Having qualified the car, took the car over the line. It seemed like if you just look at the qualifying and race results, that it would be a pretty boring race, but it wasn't like that. Just how confident were you that you were going to end up winners over Movano, who pushed you all the way?
Yeah, definitely. Major congratulations to Movano. They put on an excellent race with us. But yeah, after the second last stop, we were pretty sure that we were in the running, and we were pretty sure that we could close it out. Mainly because their stop time was a lot shorter, and so we knew they would have to take a lot more fuel than the last stop, and we knew all the time difference was there. But yeah, quite nice to win on our first try.
Absolutely. And Constantine, just how does that set you up for the rest of the season now? There's still obviously 5 races to go, long way to go, of course. But you must be very pleased with how you guys are settling in with this Mercedes now and settling in with this series as well.
Yeah, definitely. I think we have found a very good setup for the car, so we feel pretty confident with what we have right now. But nevertheless, the competition is really strong in this series. So I expect it to be a proper fight as well in the next races, and I'm definitely looking forward to those.
Absolutely. We look forward to seeing you there. Constantine and Dylan, congratulations on your victories here today as part of Urano, and good luck for the rest of the season, of course.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dylan Scrivens, Constantine Sharp there from Urano Esports, victorious in GT4. And finally, we go down to TCR with Ross McFarlane joining us now from Pure Sims Esports. Ross, welcome to the booth. TCR was very entertaining, especially early on where it was a little bit chaotic, but it's settled down a little bit towards the end. Just how was that race for you guys, and how was the kind of the interactions between 60 different cars out there on the Spa today?
Yep, that was an interesting race. There was a lot going on with the TCR strategies. Obviously, people saving fuel, short fueling. I think we had pretty good pace to challenge for the win, but yeah, maybe SimRC were quite quick. Huizingveld seemed to find a lot of pace in the race. That was quite surprising, but they weren't immune from the stewards, unfortunately for them, and SimRC got a bit unlucky with some incidents. So, yeah, we just kept ourselves alive. The difference in speed between some of the cars, certainly GT3 and TCR, is quite phenomenal. So you always have to be looking in your mirrors, even when you've already turned in for the corner. You sometimes get caught out, but we managed to survive through that one, and yeah, to pick up the win. It was a good job.
It was a great win for you guys indeed. Have you guys, I know it's only been racing for 6 hours, it's only one race, but have you guys really been able to get a handle on this kind of Honda versus Hyundai kind of battle going on? Have you begun to work out the strengths and weaknesses of your car and the Hyundai as well? Is it something we're going to see maybe toing and froing a little bit throughout the season, or are you basically going into this thinking we're all TCR cars, we're all very similar, so it doesn't really matter that much?
They're quite different cars. They take a little bit of different driving style. The braking's a bit different. How they put the power down's a little bit different, and it is an interesting one. Obviously, there's going to be a slight bop between the cars each race, and I think we've gotten comfortable with the Honda. But even within the Honda camp, we can see other teams with different sets, and they drive the car pretty differently. So everyone's kind of learning their way through the new season with them, and yeah, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, we look forward to watching the rest of the season and how it develops. For now, though, congratulations on your opening round victory, Ross, and yeah, go and enjoy it. Thank you very much.
Cheers, guys.
Thanks very much. Ross McFarlane from Pure Sims Esports, victorious here today at Spa, and indeed it's their first TCR win in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship as a TCR category victory, that is. There is your schedule. That's where you can catch us next 16th of October here for the 6 hours of Sebring as we begin our short American leg of the 24/8 Series Esports Championship in 2022-23. We'll head to Monza, Nurburgring and Barcelona before the season's end in March. So very much hope you will join us for that, and based on what we have seen today, I'm sure that you will. Thanks very much to everybody who's been tuned in here this afternoon. It's been a pleasure to be along with you for the broadcast here this afternoon on RaceSpotTV. But in the end, by the smallest of margins, it's MSI Esports who will walk away from Belgium victorious. We will see you next time at the Sebring 6 hours in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. I very much hope you join us then. For now, though, I've been Neil O'Leary. David Haynes has been alongside me. Hugo Lewis has been behind the cameras for the final portion of the race. And until we see you in 4 weeks' time at Sebring, it's goodbye for now.